Hello, everyone. You are welcome to this day's special broadcast of 90 Minutes Africa. We're going to have a very wonderful, awesome guy who has done a lot of work in the area we're going to be discussing today, and indeed all around area that we have been interested in. He has been everything that you can think about. He has been a student union unionist. He has been, carrying out researches in Nigeria and around the world. He is a well versatile individual, and I think we can take advantage of that to ask all our pressing questions and issues. Yes, I will go ahead and bring it in. But what I want to also note today is that this program is a platform where we discuss issues, burning issues especially. We try to trade in our own thoughts and understanding. And so when we come, we rub minds together. It's a judge position. It's a place where we all agree to disagree sometimes, and sometimes we agree. So as you come, and we encourage everyone to be on this platform and learn, speak, add your voice. Perhaps all our actions or contributions, thoughts, and otherwise will help to shape the future of the country we so all deserve and we all love, the continent of Africa, especially to say. So I employ every one of us who is coming to, no matter how hot the issues you may see it, please apply some decorum, and let's also enjoy the program as we go ahead. All right. Before I bring him also, I want to say my name is KJ, and I'm standing in for Rudolph, who has been gracious to allow me to stand in for him. Don't ask me where Rudolph has been or where he is. He is simply just taking out time, and before you know it, he'll be here to host the program. But for today, you just have only me to deal with, and I'm going to be here. And I also have to let you know right from the beginning, I don't have a view of my own. I'm just here to moderate. I'll ask the pertinent questions. I'll ask the tough questions. I will ask, whether you are the one contributing or the one making the contributions. But so please see it as just trying to get as much information as possible out there, not because of any other thing. Let me bring in Dr. Marcos. And good to welcome you, sir. Good afternoon. How do you do?
I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well too.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And I have read so much about you, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Where I saw some of the things you have done. You have done a lot of work, considerable a lot of work around many areas, and you have been almost everywhere. So, yes, you have been everywhere. You have been. Can you tell us a little bit, because I don't want to take the privilege of talking about it. You were once a student leader. Tell us about that, sir.
So I was born in Kaduna. I am a Nigerian from Kogi State, but I was born in Kaduna. And the first time I left the north was to go to university in Lagos. So I was privileged to attend the University of Lagos, and I was Students' Union president after two very popular, very fiery leaders themselves. First was Maegu, who was NAN's president and then that was followed by Showore. So I was the Students' Union leader that took over after Moyele Showore's term. I was the Students' Union leader during the bulk of the June 12th protest, and that particular period in Nigerian history. So that was my baptism into Nigerian politics, was being part of the students' movement when I was at the University of Lagos. I was extremely active in NANS and the students' youth movement at the time. And, obviously that period also coincided with when NADECO was formed, when the June 12 elections were annulled. And, quite frankly, students and youth were the street soldiers of that particular protest. The military had managed to cripple labor. We did have, very powerful, a few people, not organized labor, but we had people like Kokori, in Pengasen. So there were few units of labor that were, that were doing the bidding of the people, that had not been cowed by the authorities. But it was largely left to Nigeria's students and youth to
Hmm.
put their bodies on the line, to be the foot soldiers of the struggle. And so for the last over 3 decades, I have been an active participant in every struggle that Nigeria has had. That struggle continues, and I am optimistic that the day will come when the people's will and the people's hopes for the type of Nigeria that we want is what we will see.
Thank you so much. And it's good that you spoke that part of your history, because I remember those days that Lagos State University, or the University of Lagos, was quite something. We all used to read about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
so, and here's my question: what has happened? Because stuff happened now, and we don't see Lagos State University or University of Lagos taking the lead like you guys used to do those days. What has happened? You guys stood shoulder to shoulder with those military guys and defied them most of the times they gave orders. You didn't whine back. What is happening to Nigeria right now?
I think three things have happened. So the first one is it's not just the University of Lagos students unions. I think unions all over the country, students' unions, have been crippled by, they've just been crippled.
Hmm.
There were certain things we had, and I think some of the fault actually lies on those of us who used to be activists. I was obviously arrested a number of times for my participation in the struggle. And every single time that anything happened, we knew that if the authorities picked us up, if the military incarcerated us, if we were going to be arrested, if we were going to be rusticated, that there's nobody who was an activist in our time who didn't suffer arrest or rustication. Here is what we knew. We knew that within hours, not days, Gani Faweimi would turn up to come and support us. We knew that without having a single dime, that there were lawyers of principle that would take up our cases. We knew that if we were rusticated, we knew that if we were arrested, that there was a support structure of principled Nigerian activists, a lot of them in the legal field, many of them in organized associations at the time, like the CD, the CDHR. We knew that there was support. That was number one. There was a support structure. That support structure right now, quite frankly, is missing. The second thing that we had at the time was that we were quite organized. A lot of people didn't know this, but there were national movements. There were national movements of young Trotskyites, of young Stalinists, of young communists, of young socialists. There were movements like the Thomas Sankara movement, a national movement that existed across multiple campuses. And so what you were seeing, so it was not surprising that you would see activity taking place in Lagos, and all of a sudden Nsukka followed, and then Ife would follow, and Ibadan would follow, and you would wonder, this is an era, we're talking 30, 40 years ago, when there were no cell phones, there was no internet. How were these things happening? The reality was there were national youth movements, there were national student movements. And so what you were seeing in terms of student leadership was just a reflection of the fact that at the ground level, across all the different institutions, that there was a very active, heavily fermenting space of ideas, of discussions, of conversations, and of a desire to see things happen that propelled people into leadership. Right now, you don't have those types of movements. And so oftentimes a lot of the people who find themselves, aspiring to students' leadership, quite frankly, are people that are maybe sponsored by politicians. Once upon a time, that didn't used to be the case. If you aspire to student leadership, you typically might have come out of a genuine underground students' movement that existed on campuses. And then the third one, I think, is just a reflection of our society. There is, activism is no longer organized. Even labor is not organized. The Nigerian people have expressed, we'll be talking about the polling that I do, but over 90 something percent of Nigerians have been saying for almost a year now that they want a new minimum wage. That support has not wavered. But guess what? Do we have a labor movement that is reflective of those desires? The answer is no. Nigerians want, corruption to be dealt with. They want security to be addressed. Do we have the capacity? to actually provide action on the streets. If you called for a protest today, forget students now. If anybody called for a national protest, when Labour came out, 92% of Nigerians support the new minimum wage. But the Labour movement came out and said, we're going to stage a day of protest. How many people turned up? I would be shocked if that number came up to 10,000 nationwide. So why is that? It reflects something that's fundamentally wrong with the way we organize in Nigeria. We're not organized. And so if you're not organized, at least those of us who desire change, then it becomes difficult to muster support, right? Protests don't happen on Twitter. Protests don't happen on Facebook. They don't happen on Instagram. We can talk all the talk we want on all of these platforms. But at the end of the day, what changes society is what happens in the streets. And so we need to go back and learn how to do this again. We used to do it 30, 40 years ago when there was no internet. We would stage protests and it would happen almost simultaneously across the whole country. It would be like magic, but you know how that magic happened? There was no part of Nigeria I didn't visit as a Students' Union president, because that's how we worked. Once NANS, our national body, decided that action needed to take place, we would send emissaries across the whole country. We would physically take the message to ABU in Zaria. We would take the message to Bayero University in Kano. We would take it to Danfodio University. We would take it to OAU in Ife. Individually, sending activists across the whole country. And that is why, when we said there was going to be action on a particular day, it happened simultaneously across the country. We've lost that capacity. And, I think if we do not find a way urgently to regain that capacity, to get back to a period and a time when, we go back to grassroots mobilization and organization, sadly, all of these things we're talking about would end up just being theoretical. They would just be theoretical and literal exertions. Nothing real will take place. Nothing real happens without action. So that, I think, those are the three differences that I see between where we were then and where we are now.
Thank you, Doctor. And I see we are going to have a good time today, because while you are speaking, I quickly researched and I found out that you won an international award on waste management and stuff like that.
Yes, I happen to be a chemical engineer as well. I have a PhD in chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering, which was your PhD.
That's
and
right.
You've won an award on that.
Yes.
We have a Nigerian who is an awardee in specialist in chemical and waste management. What then is the reason why the raw material in Nigeria is not being used or advised by people like you? Is that the government is not consulting you, or you don't want to help us in Nigeria?
Well, so my attitude is, whether or not we are consulted, we will still speak. And one of the other things you'll find out, if you look into anything about me, is I write prolifically about the Nigerian situation. We will talk, we may not be listened to, but we will at least talk. And, one of the things that I'm excited about actually right now is that we've gotten to a place where Nigerians are beginning to take the bull by the horns themselves, right? You're right. Waste is a resource. It's an incredible resource. The things you can do with waste are remarkable. You can generate power from waste. You can generate fertilizer from waste. You can generate nutrients that are used to grow plants from waste. You can generate new products. You can take waste and you can turn waste into new polymeric materials. Waste contains carbon. Oil is carbon. Plastics are carbon. We live on an earth that is carbon enabled. And so the power is significant. Where I think I've gotten to now is the recognition and realization that, if we're going to see anything happen, even in my field, let's even forget politics for now, is that we're going to have to do these things ourselves. Government should be an enabler, but, when you're in an environment where the government is a disenabler, and when progress happens not because of government, but in spite of government, then you need to then begin to think, how do we make these things happen, even though we know There will be no centralized support. So that's where we are now, where, we've started, formed an organization that is called Jobs and Economic Transformation Systems. And what we're trying to do is to take these basic concepts and find ways to take them to the grassroots, take them to the people, and have people begin to see, to find ways of utilizing the things that are around them to create things to help themselves become economically self-reliant.
Thank you so much. I had to, put in that because sometimes, like, we have all the right tools, but nobody's, calling for those with the right tools to be able to help our society. And just like you said, these are low hanging fruit, which you can just simply be consulted, and there'll be job creation for numerous of Nigerians all around the 19 states. I mean, the 36 states, because there are waste everywhere.
That's
And
right.
we have expert in that, and nobody is consulting you. Anyway, let me go back to the unionism and all that, and student activists. When we were in the university, we used to have, I was gracious. I was privileged to have been the same time with Emmanuel Gebe. I don't know if you know him. He's a
Mm-hmm.
civil lawyer. Okay, so these were people who had everything, but they went out to in conflict with the military, even though they know the consequence of it. Why
Yes.
is it that now the Nigerian youth no longer have that mindset, or is it that we are afraid to die, or what is the really reason why there's no longer that pushful kind of to change the status quo? At least to help the ordinary Nigerian become something in his time, in his prime, before we all live and keep hoping for something until we all get old. What's your take?
You know, so I'll use. So here's the first thing that I'll say, and I'll use some examples both from my time in Unilag and some more recent examples. We all thought the Nigerian youth and Nigerians in general, nobody wants to die, nobody wants to put themselves out there until October 2020 happened, until NSAS happened. And all of a sudden, we found that the same Nigerian youth that we thought were only interested in listening to Burna Boy, that were only interested in listening to P Squared and only wanted to sing and dance, we found out that they were as revolutionary as any other generation of Nigerians. In fact, they showed us within those 2 weeks of those protests that they had a level of organization that probably surpassed anything we'd ever done before. The organization was remarkable. They were raising funds. The official ways that they could raise funds were shut down. These guys took to cryptocurrencies. The organization on the streets was remarkable. They were raising money. They were feeding themselves. 2 weeks. We caught in those 2 weeks a glimpse of the possibilities that remain within Nigeria. So let me take it back to my time. When I got into the University of Lagos, we had come from a period where many people actually also thought that protests were dead on campuses. Right? We'd gone through a very long period after the Ali Must Go protest under the Obasanjo regime when protests just died. And the first major protest that happened, within that time frame that when I was a student was in 1989 with I think that was when the SAP riots kind of happened. And I remember that when I came into school, that was one of the things that were said. Oh, activism is dead, unionism is dead. The names of the union leaders that came before Mayegun, who came before Shore, many people don't even know, because the truth is nothing much happened in that period. But in that era, where we thought unionism was dead, then you had a Shegun Mayegun, or who we called Red Drum, that was NAN's president and brought in another era of radical engagement by Nigerian youth in Nigerian politics, followed by Showore, who since then has not changed in how radically engaged he is. And, and I followed in that tradition as well of, principled engagement with the authorities, regardless of what the outcome is. But before then, everybody thought unionism was dead. So here's what I'll say. Unionism and activism can never be dead as long as there is injustice in society. You will find people who are opposed to it. What may be dead, or what we might need to reinvigorate, is the ways in which we actually tap into that ferment that desires change. How do we, what happened during NSAS? Well, what happened during NSAS was that a number of influencers decided to use their platforms to speak against something that they felt was happening too much to Nigerian young people. Right? We had a lot of youth that were being unfairly targeted by the security forces. They were being labeled as Yahoo boys, even though that's not who they were. And so they they were able to provide leadership for this expression that many people didn't know how to bring to the table. So anytime you see an engagement between people who want to see change and you see things spill into the streets, there must be two conditions, and we call them they are the necessary conditions that you need for change. One is, do we have a people that actually feel like they want things to change? And the truth is, the Nigerian people want things to change. We've wanted things to change for decades. We've expressed it in very many ways. We expressed it, for example, in the last election, when Nigerians, over 6 million of them, went to a party that only got 5,000 votes in 2019. Labour Party got 5,000 votes nationwide in 2019. Nationwide. In the presidential elections, the Labour Party, and I know that because I was the director general of the campaign for one of the presidential candidates at the time, for Showore's campaign at the time, right? They got 5,000 votes nationwide. That same party became the expression that many, Nigerians who were tired of the old guard, tired of the APC, tired of the PDP, over 6 million votes nationwide. How does that even happen? How does that happen without you having a people who truly desire change? Yeah. It means many of those who historically would have told themselves, I don't want to waste my vote. They decided, you know what, even if this vote is going to be wasted, we're going to vote anyway, right? We're going to express it. So I think, so you need two things. The first one is, do we have a people that want change? The answer is yes. Nigerian people absolutely want change. The second one is, are we organized? Right? So I can tell you categorically right now that even though my polling tells me, I said this before at the beginning of the program, that over 90% of Nigerians want to see a new minimum wage.
Yes.
Will you find 90% of Nigerians in the streets if the Labour Congress called them out tomorrow? The answer is probably no. But does that mean they don't want change? No, it just means they probably don't believe the credibility of those who are calling them to the streets. So what it means is that those who, that a new generation of leaders have to emerge, that we have to go back to the grassroots. We have to relearn how to engage with our people, right? Having those feelings and expressions is not sufficient. When you watch the Arab Spring protests, because a lot of people actually thought, oh, Egypt can never change. Mubarak was going to be president for life. In Tunisia, everybody had given up that there would ever be change. But guess what? We all woke up and found that actually, no, you can never write a people off.
I agree.
That there are certain things that can spark off folks in society. But here's what we saw. When we were watching the Arab Spring, I was seeing placards and banners, very well written, typed out, printed. That doesn't happen overnight. That doesn't happen without planning. That doesn't happen without organization. I mean, I told you at the beginning of the program that when we were calling for protests in the 1990s, early 1990s, the protests didn't happen without us traveling to those campuses. I can't tell you how many times I went to places like Uniben. I went to Auchi, where the presidents would say, look, dude, our people are not yet fully mobilized. And we would call a rally and a congress there, right? And engage and bring people to the same level of consciousness that was existing on other campuses. We would go out, we would mobilize. So what you would see on the day of the protest might seem like magic, but the truth is, there were weeks of preparation. There was a lot of groundwork that went into that. There was pamphlets making, there was engagement, there was consciousness building, there was mobilization. We have lost that capacity.
I hear
And
you.
we have to go back to that.
I hear you. And you, thank you so much. I like the way you are, putting all the square pegs in the square holes. And you've touched a very important aspect I want to talk about a bit. You said you were a DG to one of the guys in the Labour Party, and you're also mentioning that you're also a very good ally of my friend and brother Shore, who is also a presidential candidate. What's your take on Shore's politics? And the one you still together with Shore, so that I'm trying to. I am one of those who support Shore. So let me put but today it's not about my view; it's all about you. So and I know that several other people will be looking and here and listening very properly. They want to see how you respond to this because all of a sudden, Shore leaves the government party, okay, and is attacking Peter Obi, who is a Labour leader, okay. So the question now be, are you still, also liaising with Shaure and also the Labour Party, or you are right now a neutral individual working for the good of the society?
So let me start by saying Shore is my friend and my brother. We have been in this struggle together for decades. I met Shore in 1990, and we met at a protest. If there are people you can vouch for. There are people who have a love of country that is undeniable. That is Shore. So this is somebody that I know, somebody that I have literally bled with. And so in 2019, when he ran the first time, I ran his campaign. I was Director General for the 2019 campaign. I was not involved in the 2023 campaign, but I was involved very actively in the 2019 campaign. So here's the thing. Shore believes he has a very clear view of what he wants for Nigeria. In fact, in the 2019 campaign, guess who we ran against? The people we ran against were Buhari and Osinbajo in APC, and Atiku and Peter Obi in PDP. Those were the people we ran against. So the vision, but so when you say Shore engaged, and attacked Obi in 2023, it's because Shore has a very clear vision of what he wants for Nigeria, right? So we cannot deny the man his vision. We can't deny him his views. We should allow him express himself. And, Shore, again, has always been very consistent. He's never joined a political party. When he decided to join a party, he formed his own party because he didn't want to deal with some of those other ones. So, but so that's what I would say. I would speak about the man in terms of his views about Nigeria. I think there's an opportunity. I think those of us who believe in moving Nigeria forward, there's something about Nigerian politics that is denying those of us who want change. That's what is costing us progress. We, rather than find ways to work together, we just create something new. And what we end up doing is we dissipate our energies. We just saw elections in Senegal. In the Senegalese elections, the guy who became president was in prison 3 or 4 months before the elections. But what happened in Senegal was that political parties, about 30 of them, came together and said, look, we must fight the opposition. Rather, we must fight the ruling party, right? Let those of us in opposition, let us come together. Because, look, at the end of the day, what does Shore want? What does Peter Obi want? What do many of these people that are not in the main political parties? They could certainly join the main political parties if they wanted to. There's nothing special about the APC or the PDP. I mean, everybody who is in the APC today was in PDP at one time. And those who are in the PDP today were in the APC at one time. There's no ideology. There's nothing special. If anything, many of these people would be welcomed with open arms. I mean, imagine if a Shore told you he wanted to go to PDP. They would welcome him with open arms. Those are the type of people that would bring credibility to their platform.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But they're choosing not to. So those of us that have said we don't want to play mainstream politics, we are denying the Nigerian people of the opportunity to coalesce our thoughts, because I don't think there's a difference between what do they want? We want a Nigeria that works for all Nigerians. We want corruption to be dealt with. We want a Nigeria that, where anyone, regardless of who their parents were, regardless of where they were born, regardless of what religion they believe in, where they can actually live, express themselves, and fully realize their potential. That's that Nigeria where we want. That Nigeria is not different from what Shore wants. It's not different from what Peter Obi wants. It's not different from what a Donald Duke wants. So I want to see a future where, rather than fight ourselves, we gather ourselves in a room and stop this nonsense, where every single time we split that vote that should be going to one block of people who are committed to a new Nigeria, period.
All right. Thank you so much. And viewers, guests, and our guest is a PhD holder. I mean, real PhD, not the one that is awarded. Yes, he's a real PhD holder in chemical engineering, and he has done a lot of work. I mean, I literally couldn't wrap my hands around what this guy has done in the short time he's been out, doing this work. And he's still a young man like any one of us here. So it's not like he's a 90 years old man. I'd like to welcome him again. And then I'll move exactly. I've been trying to avoid, I wanted people to come in before go into the main issue, which is that of the pollings. But so I want you to answer it in this way. How do we tackle the issue of corruption vis-a-vis salary and the devaluation of the Naira? If you can take them in that order, it will help us understand.
How do we tackle corruption vis-a-vis salaries and devaluation of the Naira?
I ask that because what is the required minimum living standard salary that can be paid to a Nigerian, okay, to be able to live a life that is at least what a human being? And is labor pursuing that course, or are they just engaging in wild goose chase? I think they're engaging in wild goose chase, if you ask me. But in this case, it's your opinion I'm looking for, sir.
So here's what I'll say. So I put that question to the Nigerian people. We do regular polling. I belong to an organization called the Governance Advancement Initiative for Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons why we set that up was, we like to do a lot of pepper soup joint analysis in Nigeria. You go to a pepper soup joint or any joint, and we would have these extended debates that are completely fact-free, no basis, but we're very passionate about them. But look, I'm a numbers person. I'm a scientist, right? I would, I would not design a plant without facts and basis. And if I use facts and numbers to design a petrochemical plant or to design, a fertilizer making plant, why would I not rely on facts and numbers for the most complicated and the most intricate thing we find in nature, which is society, right? How can you move a nation forward if you don't have numbers? So I put that question to the Nigerian people. How much do you think is a sustainable living wage? And we gave people several options. We said 442,000 Naira because when labor began, that was one of the first numbers they threw out, that they thought the minimum wage should be 452,000 Naira. We gave people the option of 300,000, 250,000, 150,000, 100,000, 75,000. 50,000, and then the current level, which is 30,000. Guess what? Nigerians did not go for 452,000 because we are reasonable people. Because we understand that at the end of the day, yes, you can set whatever minimum wage you want, but it is the same small business person that is borrowing at an interest rate of 30% that is going to pay you a salary. And if they are paying you 452,000, Nigerians understand that not many businesses will survive. Nigerians rejected. So only about 5% of the respondents wanted a minimum wage of 452,000. They rejected 30,000. They rejected 250,000. Wow. The majority coalesced around 100 to 150,000. Wow. So we're not unreasonable. We understand that businesses have to survive. We understand that the reason why we're even having a conversation about the minimum wage is because the government has fundamentally failed. Inflation is sky high, right? We're in a country where inflation is 30%. You know, what does that mean? It means without doing anything, you wake up, you know, something that cost 100 naira last year is costing you 130 30 naira today. Our currency has devalued by 100%. We were exchanging on the parallel market for this time last year for 750 naira to the dollar. You know, right now that value is, it's about 1400 to the dollar, which is, you know, that's a twofold devaluation. So what our people are basically saying is that that salary level that allows them to survive, allows them to maintain their livelihoods, allow them to support their families, but is also sustainable for business, is around the 100 to 150,000 naira range. That's number one. And then number two, with regards to devaluation, you know, unfortunately, you know, that's another completely different conversation. But my fundamental view is that this government has completely mishandled and mismanaged that exercise. I know that we're in a place where we're defending. I actually support the floating of the naira. I support it. But there's a way in which you can roll out policy that makes that policy have a negative and a detrimental effect. And that, I believe, is what has happened. They rolled out the policy. Look, when you float a currency, it basically means you want market forces to determine the value of the currency. But if you want market forces to determine the value of a currency, then there are many things you need to do. You need to make sure, first of all, that supply and demand, that you don't have people playing games with supply, right? That you don't take the currency supply and give it to banks, and instead of banks making it available to the people, they start round tripping it. You need to make sure demand is real, right? You need to make sure that speculators, governors that you are giving allocations to, instead of them using the funds for the people, they go and take those funds and purchase dollars, increasing artificially the demand. So you don't just float a currency without putting the safeguards in place to ensure that the market forces that you're saying you want to determine the value of this currency, you need to make sure those regimes are in place. I mean, there's something called the New York Stock Exchange, but the New York Stock Exchange has a management team that manages the New York Stock Exchange every single day. Because if you don't, then people will manipulate the process. And what I fundamentally believe is that this government, in the way it has rolled out the float, has actually completely damaged that currency. We should be doing much better than this. We should not be allowing banks to round trip. We should not be allowing speculators. We should not be handing trillions of naira to governors and other elected officials who then turn around and use that to buy up foreign exchange, making supply artificially limited and increasing demand in an artificial fashion. That's what has happened to the currency. There's no fundamental reason why the level of devaluation we have should be what we're seeing.
Yes, and so you don't think that corruption has some form of played a lot of part in that?
That's corruption.
Okay.
Right? Everything I've described is corruption. When I'm giving you allocations that you are using for something else, it's corruption.
Thank you. And so the Nigerian public, that's why I asked the question, how much is a livable wage that we should be looking at? Because you have analyzed
100,000.
100,000.
100,000 naira.
Yes, 100,000 naira with government being able to manage the corruption. You know why I said, because with government being able to manage the corruption, I'm looking at the fact that we were promised palliatives or buses. Sir, I don't know if you saw any of those buses that are electrically driven vehicles.
We asked that question. There was one of the surveys where we asked people, we said, look, we've been hearing about palliatives. Can you tell us if you know of anybody, if you personally have been a benefit of any of these palliatives, or if you know somebody that has benefited from it, right? We talk. I mean, Nigerians talk. Only 2% of our respondents basically said they had ever heard of or seen somebody who benefited from the palliative. So the truth of the matter is, palliatives are going to some people. but it's going to a very small minority. And my guess is the palliative regime is probably being used again as a tool for your political friends, right? For your political groups. So if any palliatives are going out, it would not surprise me if the people enjoying these palliatives are the limited number of people that are politically active in either the APC or the PDP. Because what we're fundamentally doing is where the routes through which these monies are being made available are through political structures. And therefore, my expectation is that it is those who are politically active that are benefiting from this. And that's a very tiny minority within our country.
Okay, do you think that government of Nigeria actually, because in the Western world, people who do what you do are highly, government is always with their eyes always on the dial, looking at those polls. Do you think that is the same thing with our own country? I mean, have government ever taken your polls and tried to implement what you've recommended, or even look at it, to say, okay, let us take this and do a debate amongst ourselves to see what these guys are saying and how can I help the society? Does your pollings or pollings in Nigeria help society?
The answer is no. In fact, the only thing that has happened in some cases is so they're looking at the polls because they come out and start complaining about some people are putting out polls that don't make any sense. So we have an unhealthy disregard for facts and numbers. We're very quick to dismiss numbers that we don't like and quick to embrace those that we like. But to your point, the reason why we poll is to make sure that policymakers, hopefully, have a pulse, understand what people are feeling, that they understand what is going on the streets, and that we're not making policy based on assumptions that are not real. So when we tell people, when Nigerians have been telling you, we've been polling on this minimum wage issue, for example, for over a year now since this administration came in. That sentiment hasn't changed. If anything, more people now, when we polled on minimum wage about 6-7 months ago, about 85% of the people were saying they supported it. Now it's 92%. There's nobody that's not feeling the pain in this economy. There's nobody that is not affected by inflation. Nobody that's not affected by currency devaluation. Nigerians are in pain. So when we come up with these numbers, what we're looking for is, we're trying to do two things. One is to let the government understand that there's a real desire here. Number two is to let people know that, look, Nigerians are not unreasonable. They don't support 450. Who would be offered 450 versus 100,000 and choose 100,000 instead of 450? Well, but that's what Nigerians did, because we're reasonable people. We understand that we want a higher wage, but we also know that we don't want businesses to die. So, but again, simple answer to your question, no. We have not seen the type of engagement we would have liked, where policymakers would take this polling seriously and work with it. The opposite is what we've seen, where we have seen situations where the numbers have been used to basically begin to come up with countermeasures, right, that would allow whatever that situation is that that is being fomented to continue. Because now the numbers. So if you know the numbers, you might think, oh, let me just target a few people here, and hopefully, maybe if I make them happy, maybe if I make the leaders of the labor movement happy, maybe they might not provide leadership to the Nigerian people who want change. But guess what? If they don't do that, Kenya might happen. Okay. Because in Kenya, it was not leaders who led what happened in Kenya, it was the people.
Yeah, so, that's going to be my next question to you. Okay. Is it possible that, I asked that question so I can just round that up. Because you see, the last debate between Donald Trump and President Biden, the team quickly looked at the polls, and they said, look, we are in trouble here. Let's quickly do something. And they went on to organize another debate to just try to prop up the guy. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Absolutely. So if you have a team that is working independently to help you see what the Nigerian people are thinking, it behoves on you to take that and thank them and work with it. But that's not what we see.
I agree with you completely.
So now that again brings us to the next polling, which you question that I'm looking at it now, trying to open it, which you ask them, um, you ask them, do you support the recent change of the national item? Can you speak to that, sir?
So, I was, it was, I think all of us were shocked about 3, 4 weeks ago when there was an announcement that there was a new national anthem. And I don't think anything has passed both houses, both the Senate and the House, and been signed by the president in the record time that it took for that change in the national anthem to be made. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe in the old anthem. In fact, as students' union activists, we never sang the new anthem. We always sang the old anthem. We held on to the old anthem. That was always our badge of honor. So I've been singing that old anthem for a long time. But what was shocking to me was how quickly it passed. But what it tells you, so I asked the people in the poll, like, how many of you support it? Less than 8% of Nigerians support the change. It took them 2 weeks to change the anthem. We have been talking about a minimum wage for a year, no progress. We've been talking about insecurity for over a year, no progress. We've been talking about housing for over a year, no progress. We've been talking about the educational system and the fact that it is underfunded, no progress. We've been talking about the fact that infrastructure is a challenge in Nigeria, no progress. We've been talking about the fact that we only have 5,000 megawatts for a country of 220 million people, no progress in over a year, in years. Yet it took 2 weeks for this change to happen. So the reality is people don't care about this. 92% of Nigerians think it's a waste of bloody time. And what it tells you is that we major in the minor and we minor in the major. We solve problems that don't exist, and then we ignore problems that actually do exist. Did anybody tell anyone that the biggest issue they had was a national anthem? No. And the Nigerian people in the polls basically came back and said, we don't know who sent them on that errand, but it certainly wasn't us.
Okay, because I see that 92% of them said it's not their problem. They don't
want it. So you're solving a problem that nobody cares about.
Yes. Okay. And then the other question I want to ask, okay, the other one, that one was about 92%. Now the other one is, do you support the demand for workers union for higher minimum wage? And you have already answered that, which means that 92% say they do support it. But what I find interesting in this poll is that you asked for the government officials or workers who has excelled in the last 1 year. And I see Wike's number coming in, I think in third place. Is it third place?
Yes, Wike was third.
Oti was first, Taju
Yes.
was second, Wike was third.
Yes.
Do you think that Wike is doing anything that's worth praise? Because I think, the guy has reduced the governance to Motor Park and, Alarenjo Theater, as you said those days.
So sometimes polling throws up some really interesting and curious things. So for this particular question, we basically just gave people it was an open-ended question. We said, look at all of your elected officials, as well as all your appointed officials, whether they are ministers or whether they're heads of parastatals. And you tell us if you think anybody is worth pointing out as somebody who is doing something. Oti was a complete shock to me. He turned up in all of the polling to be the highest rated and ranked official in the country. He's the governor of, I believe, Abia. And it was a complete surprise. In fact, it forced me to go back and ask myself, what has this man done that makes Nigerians, many of whom, so the poll is a random poll. So very few people in that poll, a proportionate number of people from Abia relative to the rest of us in Nigeria come. So it's not as if Abians just went on the poll and started voting for Oti. It wasn't. When you look at the spread, this man received a broad spread across the whole country. Well, it turns out that Nigerians they're an observant people. So the more the more we dug into it, well, yes, it looks like Aba is a great example of one place where the move towards the localization of authority with regards to the electrical system, what happened there with Aba basically going off grid,
Yeah.
I think was an excellent example for the rest of Nigeria about how that can work, the geometric power project there. There's some infrastructure things. The more I dug into it, because I was also trying to understand what was going on. In fact, I just came back from a trip to Nigeria where I went across the country to all these different places where people were I was hearing names that shocked me, right? Surprised me. The Tunji, so yes, so Oti was top because when you dig into it, people actually recognize some of the things that happened as things that they feel are the types of things they want to see in the country. So I think the metaphor there is, look, what Geometric did in Aba, can you do it? Can we replicate it in Lagos? Can we replicate it in Kaduna? Can we replicate it in Ibadan? Can we replicate it across the country? And the infrastructure projects that I understand are taking place. The Tuji Ojo guy, I think, who is the guy is the interior, is the minister for the interior. A lot of that primarily, when you dig into it, has to do with the transformation in the passport management system. It used to take a long time, months. It was corruption riddled. I think there have been some really interesting things that have happened that have been, impressive, quite frankly. My last trip to Nigeria, I think it took me all of 10 minutes to get from leaving the plane to being at customs. It's the fastest that I've ever been through immigrations in Nigeria.
Wow.
It happened to me. So
Wow.
I can tell you that, I've also, yes, it looks as if it is some of those efforts around, revamping, revitalizing that whole process of passports and immigrations. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I think Nigerians recognize that some progress is being made. And then I spent quite a bit of time in Abuja, over the last 2 weeks, and I kept asking people, what has Wike done? And they kept showing me infrastructure projects that were being completed. So Wike is an example of one of these characters. He's very clownish, but I think in that clownishness, I believe the man is a lawyer. The man is a strategic clown. So he understands the people he's dealing with. He understands the Nigerian psyche. I think he plays to it. He's not the buffoon that many people think he is. I think the man has learned the art of survival. I mean, this is a PDP governor that has one of the most significant positions in an APC government. So Wike is a character, is one of these, buffoon type characters that completely understands the political system within which they work. And I believe that he probably also understands that the only way that a PDP guy sits in a position that nobody wants him to be in within the ruling party is by doing things that perhaps make him a little indispensable. So it doesn't surprise me. So when you think about it from that context, it kind of begins to make sense.
Oh,
there
yeah.
were a number of other names that came up. There were that didn't, within the top 10, the usual suspects. Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. There was the guy in there's Makinde in Oyo. A number of northern governors turned up that were quite surprising to me as well. These were Zulum in Borno. There was Alia in Benue. Reverend Alia is a Catholic priest who is governor there. As we dug into it and tried to understand why people were giving him high marks, it turned out that the reason why it was very highly rated was actually because they were paying pensioners, they were paying workers. Wow. And apparently there was a backlog, for years from previous governments of not paying those people. I mean, they were the dispensables, but now they're being paid. Same thing with Fubara. Fubara turned up. I was quite surprised. The guy in Rivers that is having all these problems with Wike. It turns out that the Fubara's only claim to fame and the reason why people were indicating that they liked what he was doing was because he had done the same thing. He was paying workers on time and clearing backlogs. So what it tells me is Nigerians value, maybe three things. One, pay people for the work they do. So many of these people that were paying their workers on time, they were, people were celebrating them significantly. Number two, just work. Nobody, nobody would say all these guys are not corrupt.
Yeah.
There's no way you would look at a wiki, or no way you'd look at any of these characters. In fact, Tunji Ojo was caught up in the
Yeah.
recent
Yeah.
issues with the Ministry for Women, Affairs, where, or the intervention ministry, where a lady, the lady minister was recently suspended, right? He got caught up in those issues. So
Yeah.
people understand that. People understand that these guys have, not just skeletons, but live humans, decaying corpses in their cupboards. But people also can recognize activity and action where it is happening. And what it tells me is Nigerians are not asking for too much. That's what it tells me. We're not asking for too much.
I agree. I agree with you totally. Nigerians are very peaceful people. All we want is water, road, and electricity.
That's right.
Yeah, you can take all the money to your house. We don't care. If you just give them the opportunity to work for their livelihood, and they will take care of their children. I think
absolutely.
I think so. Okay, is there anything that I'm missing? Because I see people have populated the backstage, and before I bring them in, is there something that I have mixed out that will probably you want to touch before I bring them in?
No, let's engage with the people. Let's talk.
Let's have it. Doctor, it's been good discussing with you, and you bring a lot of. In fact, your delivery is it's entertaining. So I enjoyed the 1 hour we talked. I'm surprised it's 1 hour already. And I'm sure that our guests also, our audience will enjoy it. So let me bring them in the order they came in. The guy who is not me, if your camera is on, I'll bring you in, and I will have the righteous man. Forefather, please, can you put on your camera? And then we'll have Prince. We'll have, yes, sir, my brother and friend, the righteous man. Okay, you're all welcome. Yes, and we'll have Ferrari. You're welcome. You must have heard all the discussion so far. Our guest today is a doctor in chemical engineering. I have done a lot of work around the world, and really in Nigeria and here in the US. So you've had the polls of which we are talking about, the polls that was conducted in Nigeria, which turned out to have a lot of 90 almost 92% of Nigerians don't feel they will go with the 450,000 that Labour was proposing. They believe that cannot be workable, and his polls showed that, and they would prefer 100,000 or even less, but they want a system that will work. You have listened. Do you have any question for our guest? I will start with you, righteous man. Okay, righteous man, go on sit. Can we go to Mazi Prince?
Yes, KJ, good morning, and good morning, Dr. Fabiyi. Good to see you again.
It's a
You
pleasure, sir.
know, yeah, I have KJ, before I start, how many questions are we entitled to?
Right now, you only can ask. Okay, okay. We have 1 hour, so please ask 2 questions.
Two
And
questions.
if you
Okay,
don't go ahead to explain, just ask your question so you can answer.
good, good. So, just without wasting much time, I'm not the type of person that beats around the bush. Uh, for the poll that you took about the minimum wage and all that kind of a thing, what's the margin of error?
Yeah, so the margin of error it's a 95% confidence interval, plus minus 3% margin of error. We had about 1,460 respondents, assumed population to 20 million. That's where that margin of error value comes. So it's a very high confidence poll.
Stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because why I'm saying this is, as a matter of fact, I was just discussing with someone this morning, somebody who had just returned from Libya to Nigeria, and we were talking. First, what he or she was expecting is not what she's getting right now.
Mm,
And we talked about how, they just have to start afresh. I mean, when you talk about minimum wage, it's not supposed to be a monthly thing. It's supposed to be an hourly thing. I don't know why Nigeria they believe in minimum wage being that's a salary. If you talk about salary, it's different from minimum wage.
mhm.
you know. And in this aspect, what I'm saying this is, I feel they should be earning by hour. Let people be paid by hour, so that if they can do one or two jobs, then they can be able to meet up. Because even at 100, by the time the person a family that got maybe a driver that got about 3 kids buys a bag of rice, the money is gone. 15,000 left. What are they gonna buy with 15,000? And what about his own transportation and all that? But that's by the side. Another question I have is about Showere. In Showere's case, I always think about it this way: show me your friends, and I will tell you what you are. I was among the people who started supporting Showere in the beginning, but now I'm disappointed. The people he surrounds himself with and his utterances. You know, for me, his mode of comportment is not suitable for someone who wants to be a president. And I rest my case for now. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mazi, for those. The second, so let's go to, you make a very important point, and I think that point you made has actually also been made by very eloquently too by Fashola. And the argument was, why are we talking about a minimum wage? Wherever there's talk about a minimum wage, for example, here in the US, it's an hourly thing. So here's my response to that. I would say, let's get real. Nigeria, in the places where people talk about an hourly minimum wage, there is a 24/7 economy. You can leave, you can do one job in the morning and then do another one at night. So let me ask a question. Somebody lives in Ikeja, works in Aja, spends 2 hours every day to get to work, right? Then you do whatever number of hours you want to do in maybe you're working somewhere in the Lekki, Aja areas. You finish that work. You're caught up in traffic again before you get wherever you're going to. So the reality is that the things that you need in order to have the type of economy that supports hourly wages, we do not yet have. And those fundamental things, a 24/7 economy, so that people can reasonably and practically just spread out how they do the work. I mean, many of us we've done 2-3 jobs historically, but we also know how we did those jobs. We know we did some in the morning and then we did some at night. We know we were rocking school during the day and we were, managing, doing security some places at night and studying at the same time. The Nigerian economy is not like that, not yet. Hopefully, we're going to get there someday. But your point is important, which is, how do we make this work for the people? Well, we have some suggestions. So one suggestion could be, because the reason why we're all very concerned about this amount is we know there are many businesses that could die if we force them to pay this money. So maybe there are ways in which we can address those issues. One could be, well, if people are needing to pay more to their workers, then maybe there should be a set of incentives, because the reason why we're in this situation is because government fumbled. They took away, we're having this conversation because they took away petroleum subsidy. So you take away petroleum subsidy, it's one thing, it's a transportation related issue. We use the hammer instead of a scalpel to deal with a very specific problem. You said there was corruption in the system. Well, some Nigerians were benefiting. You took away the benefit. Now everything, exploded. You had to go to a place where you start saying people should turn up to work for only 3 days in a week. I mean, many states had to do that because people couldn't handle it. So we are where we are. But here is what I would suggest. So one would be that it should not be compulsory. It should be an indicative wage. We should not be requiring that everybody must do this because it will kill industry. It will have the effect over time of forcing wages upwards, but let's have it ease into that state. Number two, there should be incentives. If I have to pay my workers from 30,000, maybe 70,000 or 100,000, I should be able to write that off in my taxes. There should be some way, some type of incentive, fiscal benefits, some way in which we structure policy that allows this increase in wage that is borne by entrepreneurs to be offset. So some thinking needs to go into it, but it's also something that cannot be ignored. I mean, it's take 30,000 naira and enter into any Nigerian market space, and you will cry. It's ridiculous. So it's a real problem, right? Currency devaluation. So you're in a country where many of the things that we buy are dollar denominated. And if you were buying those things this time last year, you were paying $7.50 to the dollar for them. Today you are paying about $1,500, $1,400 to the dollar for them. Double. So even though our average inflation rate is like 30%. The truth is there are certain sectors of that economy, certain people who rely on goods because we have no options than to import them, where we're dealing with almost, twice or 100%, devaluation in the strength of the currency. It's a real issue. So people need a higher wage. And thankfully, the Nigerian people have shown that they have common sense. Common sense is not common, but our people have a lot of common sense. And I was really impressed. Every time I look at the numbers, people rejecting higher values and saying, no, it's not sustainable. I know anybody paying me. I know nobody's going to pay me $450. It makes no sense. But how do we make it work? How do we make sure there are incentive structures to make it happen? And how can you be telling us that, that we're asking for this increase in wages, we don't have any funds to do it, but we're buying new yachts, we're buying new planes, we're buying cars for every member of parliament, we're giving ourselves all these largesse, but the only people that are not deserving of any type of increase is the Nigerian worker. But again, Mazi, I recognize your point. We cannot just make these blanket statements and say, let's increase. No, it has to be targeted. We have to be thoughtful. We're doing this because we want Nigerian workers to benefit. We want them to be more productive at work. Well, guess what? If we kill the jobs that they would be more productive at, then there's no economy. So how do we walk and chew gum at the same time? That's the challenge. And that's my biggest concern, is that the people, this government has not shown in smaller things that don't require that much thought. They've not shown any thoughtfulness. So it concerns me that when it comes to this critical issue, because what is sustaining our economy are these small, medium enterprises. It concerns me that we probably don't have the people that are able to actually come up with the type of finely tuned policies that we need to address this issue. On the Sowore matter, I will pass on that. I think it was you've expressed your views, and I respect the fact that you have views that and you can express them.
Thank you. I appreciate you passing on that. Righteous man, your question. Please don't go ahead to elaborate. Just ask him the question.
Yeah, KJ. Good evening from here, and the doctor and all the panelists. I greet you from Lagos. It's pretty getting darker here, and we don't have light, band A, B, C, D, and the rest of it, So, doctor, I would want to ask you a few questions bordering on your position, your academic background, and some of the things you've mentioned here. Sir, as the Western world have been able to galvanize our, or some of our best brains to their countries, increasing their productivity and the rest of it. What is the hope of the Nigeria of today and the Nigeria of tomorrow? Because in this panel now, all the people that are present here are all based abroad. I'm the only Nigerian guy who is in Nigeria in this panel right now. And I know, having listened to so many of us in this panel, you are one of the best that this country have produced. And all of you based in abroad. So what is the hope of Nigeria today, tomorrow, and the next? Then my second question, sir, do you think that if the cost of governance in Nigeria is cut, that the government will not be able to pay a Nigerian worker a 250,000 naira as minimum wage? If the cost of governance is cut, just like what Ruto did in Kenya recently, after the protests or during the course of protests, in order to make sure that the protester goes back home and leave. He has been able to cut off a lot of things. So do you think that if the cost of governance is cut in Nigeria, that the government will not be able to pay 250,000 as minimum wage?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Righteous Man. Those are really, really, really important questions. So to the first one, you're right that, so I'll speak for myself, but I suspect I speak for many of those on this call as well, that what took us overseas is not the fact that we do not love our country. And I don't think there's a Nigerian that I've met overseas that does not desire some way, some form or some fashion to see Nigeria become what it is that they've left to go look for greener pastures elsewhere for. We want those greener pastures to be in Nigeria. And if those greener pastures were in Nigeria, I can assure you that many of us would not be here. And we've also seen periods. I mean, we saw during when Obasanjo was in office and Okonjo-Iweala was responsible for the economy, where it looked as if things were looking up. We had a reverse brain drain. People were actually starting to go back home. So what that tells us is that we're economic exiles. We're not cultural exiles. We're not political exiles. We're not leaving our nation because there are people who leave their nations and don't ever want to go back. I speak with Iranian immigrants. They don't ever want to go back wherever they came from. It's not the case with Nigerians. We want to go back. We want, and there's a frustration as you speak with a lot of us. In fact, why would anybody be spending 2-3 hours of their Sunday talking about the politics of a nation that they don't live in most of the time? It's love for country, right? So the truth is, the reason why I'm hopeful about Nigeria is because even the Nigerians who are not in Nigeria care significantly about what is happening within Nigeria. We think about it. We agonize over it. We debate it. That's why we're here. A bulk of our funds are not spent here. The bulk of our funds are going back to the country. In fact, right now, the fact that many Nigerians are overseas is also helping the country because, what do we make from Nigeria? Only has two sources of revenue. One is oil, $30 billion a year, of which 95% is already spoken for. They've actually borrowed against most of the oil money. So the 30 billion might be made every year, but that's not coming into the country. And then the rest of it are all these remittances that are coming back. So the reason why I'm hopeful is because we're here. Because those of us, yes, you're the only person who is based in Nigeria, but, out of the 7 people here, right, 6 are committed, Nigerians who are not in Nigeria, but completely 100% committed to Nigeria. And I believe that when we find a way to break through this frustrating situation we're in, where we know what should happen in our country, we know that our people want change, we know that our people are desirous of a new type of government, a responsive government. We know our people want leaders that care about them, that know what they're doing and can apply it. We know that's what we want, but we've not yet figured out a way to make it work. And I believe that these types of conversations and this type of engagements, between those that are overseas, those on the ground, as we keep talking and we keep working and we keep acting, we will eventually break through. We will be successful. So that's why I'm hopeful. If people left and they just forgot where they came from, I would be despondent. But that's not who we are. We believe in that country. We want it to work. We spend our time thinking about it. And I'm absolutely convinced that we're going to break through and we'll find a way. Right now, we just haven't found a way yet to be able to take all of these resources, all of this interest, all of this, intellectual capacity that we've not yet found a way to make it work in Nigeria, to evolve a system that truly works. But I believe it's just a matter of time before that happens. You talked about the cost of governance. So here's what I'll say. There are only 1 million people that work in the federal civil service. So all of these discussions, right, there are 2 levels of discussions taking place. The reality is that the minimum wage, only a small fraction applies to people who work for government. There are almost 100 million Nigerians who work. 1 million of them work for government. Of those who work for government, about 700,000 are in the range where their salaries are less, 30,000, are less than this 100,000. That might be the new minimum wage level, or the 250,000, right? There are only, so I don't know about the 250,000 level, but I know that of the 100,000 level, there are only about 700,000 federal workers that fall in that category. So the reality is that this debate is not really for government. This debate is for the rest of the small businesses, the small person who runs the hotel, the trader in Alaba that has 4 people in his shop that he's paying, the house owner in Ikeja that has 2 house helps and 1 security guard, the person who runs the small print shop that has 3 people sitting in that print shop, the guy who runs the local computer center. Those are the people that we're talking about, because those are the people who are going to pay the 99 million who don't work for government. So if we cut government in half, fantastic. Yes, the cost of governance is high. But the government is only 1 million out of 99 million people we need to deal with in this conversation. So we should cut the cost of governance. If nothing else, it is symbolic, because you can't ask the rest of us to cut our coat according to our cloth or our size, while you're not making any sacrifices. But the reality is, it is how we manage the 99 million who are out there in formal or informal jobs, being paid by small, medium enterprises. How do we manage this wage increase? Because as soon as the government says this is the new minimum wage, the pressures will now come down for all Nigerians who work to receive this minimum wage. That's the fundamental challenge.
Okay.
But yes.
Thank you so much for that question, that answer, and thank you, righteous man. Now, again, I want to say, let's go straight to asking our question. Let's not do preamble, so that enough people can come in and ask their own question also. We have done almost all our time we used. We have virtually little time left, so please just go straight to your question. Righteous man, man of prestige, you are next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, greeting to everybody, especially to Dr. Fabiyi. It's nice to have you on this platform, being our guest today. And the same goes to KJ. You know, you are doing a very good job. So I'm going to give you a salute for that. So I have, like I said, you know, we have to narrow our question to 2 questions, but I wanted to add one to the previous, question being asked by my brother here from California, Mazi Prince, in reference to the minimum wage. So what is the sample size that you, that's going to be my only question in that area. What's the sample size that was used in this poll, you all conducted?
1,460 people responded to the poll. So when you base that on the population, it gives you a 95% confidence interval plus minus 3% error.
Okay, that's a reasonable sample. Thank you very much. So here come my question. The first question is about what's happening in Kenya right now. And I heard you say something about NSAS and how it was, how it came about and how it was truncated by the government. So having said that, do you think, this new thing that is happening in Kenya will be a panacea for Nigeria? Maybe they can emulate. I know there has been a lot of incidents that happened. I think, depending on where you're coming from, there's about 20 or 150 people, died. And the police, the kind of role they are playing, I don't have the whole information. So let me just make it short. Do you think what's, transpiring in Kenya will be a panacea to Nigerian place in the future? Then my second question is about the present government, the Tinubu administration that we have. How do you think they have fared so far, with their policy, the implementation and so forth? I mean, some of the policy sounds good, but I think what I'm thinking, they may have the, do they have the brilliant mind in Nigeria, to polish his policies? So let me just leave it like that.
Okay, thank you. So Kenya, will it be a panacea? I think what Kenya will do is that it will remind those in leadership that even if things look calm, that anything can erupt at any time, especially when you're in a situation where people are really pushed to the wall. Nigerian politicians are very smart. What led to what happened in Kenya was an increase in taxes. Nigerian politicians don't mess with taxes. There's a reason why they don't. I mean, a few weeks ago, the government introduced a cybersecurity levy, 0.0 something percent. I'm sure everybody remembered that. And everybody screamed, what? You know what they did? What did the government do as soon as Nigerians pushed back?
Didn't they stop it?
They stopped it. They stopped it. Look, we've only had 2 revolutions in Nigeria. One was the Aba Women's Riot. The other one was the Agbekoya events that took place in the old Western region during the military regime there. Like true revolution, where people went and fought government and engaged and mobilized themselves. What were the 2 issues? Taxes. Nobody messes. Taxes are one of those few places where people really get enraged. In the US, when when somebody is taking 20 to 30% of your money, it's not an abstract concept. So the reason why corruption thrives in Nigeria is because it is abstract. In many instances, it's very abstract. Oh, it's oil money. And guess who is taking up arms because it's oil money? That's why you had MEND, right? You have people like MEND, organizations like MEND, that while the rest of us were theorizing about corruption, there were people in the Niger Delta that were like, no, this is my oil, right? This is what is being corruptly, this is what these corrupt politicians are using. So what Kenya, I think, demonstrates to everybody is that when you are in a society where there is injustice, what you have is a silence of the cemetery or the graveyard. It's not the type of silence you want. It's not a happy place. People might not be talking, but things can erupt at any time. And I'm pretty sure that people in this government are looking at what's happening there. But here's the difference. We are not organized in Nigeria. We're not. We're not organized politically. We don't have movements of any kind. We don't have labor unions that work. Our students' movements have completely collapsed. Who is going to move people to the streets? There's a reason why NSAS ended after only 2 weeks. Because as soon as government moved into the streets, what happened? Where's the leadership? You know, where are the roles of activists that came out of NSAS? We had millions of people on the streets. Why is it that all the protests we have called since NSAS have brought no more than at any one time 5,000 people out of 220 million people? Are Nigerians happy? No. Do we want change? Yes. But why is it that we cannot move people to the streets? It doesn't happen by chance. So here is the difference. Even in the last election, you know how many Nigerians voted? 20-something million Nigerians out of 220 million. Less than 10% of us. Senegal just radically changed their society. They routinely bring hundreds of thousands of people to the streets. You know how many people voted in Senegal? 60% of the population, somewhere in the 50 to 60% range. Many of us are here in the US. Routinely here, 150, 160 million people vote out of a population of 330 million. What does that represent? About 50%. So the truth is, we are completely disengaged politically, socially in Nigeria. And the reason why governments can do what they do with impunity is they know we are not organized. They know we cannot move anybody to the streets. They know we don't have the capacity. But many of these people, especially people like Tinubu, who also, you know, so when people like Tinubu came up, when I was a students' union president in the early 1990s, I knew Tinubu. Tinubu was a senator. He was one of the first members of NADECO, right? They were acting on the political, on the national level side, you know, fighting government at the national level. We were the ones, students and youth activists, that were the foot soldiers. So I know that man understands how protests work. In fact, in places like Kenya, it is the opposition that actually also helps protest movements to work. It's the opposition. And Tinubu did it. When Jonathan first removed fuel prices, I don't know if you guys remember, one of the people that actually helped organize, you know, that was one of the first organized protests that we had. I think it was in the 2012 timeframe when the Jonathan government actually had to pull back on the increase in fuel prices. Tinubu, as a politician then, in you know, I forget what the precursor, the ACN, also the precursor to the current to the APC. They came out and were some of the people who actually funded and supported the opposition against Jonathan at the time when he increased fuel prices. So when you see protests that are successful, like you had in Kenya, when you look behind the scenes, you will see political parties in opposition that support those movements. You will find actual movements, socially conscious movements, civil society groups, labor groups, students' union movements that are behind those protests. Unfortunately, right now in Nigeria, none of these are active. And to the question of does Tinubu have the capacity? Yes, I agree with you that there are some policies that they've done that make sense. Floating the naira, you know, we don't have any money. So why are you supporting a currency when you don't have you are borrowing to support a currency? But they've mismanaged everything that they've rolled out. They took, you know, yes, there were issues with fuel subsidy, but look at how they rolled it out. They've made matters worse. There are issues with the currency. You change, you know, you basically floated the currency, but now we're in a worse situation, not because the policy is bad, but because the implementation is poor. So their batting average is close to zero. I have zero confidence that anything else we're asking these people to do that they have the capacity to do in any serious fashion.
Thank you so much.
No. Hold on.
Two questions. No, two questions. Maybe we'll come back to you. You can take your other one. All right. Ferrari. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Two questions. Please go back.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, for being here. I appreciate you. My questions are two questions. One is going to focus on most of the statements you've made today, on emphasis, key one, on healthy disregard for facts, which is based on your poll. And the second one will be based on a question directed at you and me. I'm talking about our Aluta generation, because we both did Aluta about the same period in Nigerian space. First one, everything you have said about your poll, a guy called Lord Lugard put it in his letter in 1926. You understand? Unhealthy disregard for fact, and that we don't ask for too much. In his letter, he used the word, we will work for less incentive. That's one, that's what we Nigerians are. And that fact, unhealthy disregard for fact, he talked about how we have little sense of veracity. You know, we change. So, my question is this. We are clamoring for change, that our society is not functioning well. You understand? And the fact that from the beginning, we have an already disregard for fact because we've been calling the wrong things the wrong name.
I have to cut you in. What's the question? Go straight to the question. Don't go.
I believe that's where I was going. What's
Yeah,
wrong?
no, go straight to it, please.
That's where I'm going. I'm going straight to the question.
You're taking too long.
Can you, moderator, please let me ask the question, please? Yeah. So I was saying before I was interrupted that we've been clamoring for change in our system, but our problem has been how we recognize our problem. We've been calling what we have democracy. And to me, it's nothing but economic sabotage that we call democracy, and a permanent coup d'etat against the masses by the ruling elites, both educated ones and the military. Do you think our major problem in addressing our issues as a result of our vocabulary abuse or misuse, whereby we all keep saying we have democracy, and yet we are where we are? System is nothing but economic sabotage. Our so-called electoral process, from padding of budget to all the what you want to call corruption. That's number one question. Abuse, unhealthy disregard for fact. That's number one. Number two, I want to focus on our generation, you and me. We did a Luther way far. We were foot soldiers, according to you. And in part of your statement, you have also said that we don't agree, we tend to disagree on the right strategy. Do you think our progress forward is as a result of our wrong strategy? Because if the likes of Tinubu can reach the masses, and the likes of Malcolm Fabiyi or Showore cannot, with their lofty ideals, it's not what you have to sell or what I have to sell is far better than what Tinubu has to sell to Nigerians, but yet we can reach them. You don't have the number. You're a man of number, a man of science. So do you think?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I think your question is understood. Please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir, and answer the question. I think he has made it clear. No. You're taking too long. Thank you. Go ahead, doctor.
Okay. Ferreira, thank you for those observations. So you made a statement which is really important. I think those of us who want to see change in Nigeria, we have failed. We have failed woefully. We have failed in our capacity to engage with our people. We have failed in our capacity to excite them. We have failed to utilize the process that is available to us. And I do think we have a democracy. It's not perfect, but we are the ones who need to find a way to make this thing work for us. So there's something very interesting about the Nigerian political system. It's not a system that's working for the people yet, but it is also a system that lends itself to dynamism. I mean, where are Zikiwe's children today? Where are Awolowo's children? Where are Ojuku's children? Even where are Obasanjo's children? Where are Shagari's children? Where are the children of Jonathan himself? The reason why I'm mentioning these names is that the system is churning, right? We don't live in a place where there is an elite, where a few families produce all the leaders that ever exist, as happens in many countries. There is churn. So even though these parties are completely bereft of ideas and ideals and ideology. The truth is there's a churning, right? The Nigerian system is a dynamic system. You're right. Who is Tinubu? Who was Tinubu? I knew Tinubu when he was a senator. I mean, the guy can't even he can't tell any of us where he's really from, right? But he's our president. We had a guy who told all of us that he didn't have shoes growing up. Good luck, Jonathan. He became president of the country. So the truth is our system's dynamic. But why are we, who believe we have all these ideas and ideals, why do we fail? I think we have... So I think it's for a variety of reasons. Part of it is we divide ourselves too much. So many of us are in the US. Do you think all Democrats believe in the same thing? They don't. There are blue dog Democrats that are as conservative as any Republican on fiscal issues. Then on the other extreme, you have socially conscious Democrats that will sign on to anything that has XYZ attached to it. Then you have run-of-the-middle folks like a Gavin Newsom in California who can rumble with anybody to the left or to the right. There's no perfect system. On the Republican side, you have crazy people on the MAGA side who have very different views about how society would run, to people who you can only describe as, libertarians who don't think government should even exist, to people in the middle who actually believe in fiscal conservatism. Yet they're all part of one party. We can't do it. If I feel differently, if I talk differently to you, I look different to you, I form a new party. I mean, how many parties can we form? How many of us, the things we want, are they not the same thing? Are we not looking for a Nigeria that works? Are we not looking for a Nigeria where your tribe, your ethnicity, your religion doesn't matter? Are we not looking for a Nigeria that is devoid of corruption? We want the same damn thing. So why can't those of us who want... So if we cannot agree within the 10 to 18 parties that we think reflect the people, how on earth are we going to convince 220 million people to follow us? If we cannot leverage the system, right? Yes, elections are rigged, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? On election day, the only place where you can actually tell the real number of votes is in the polling unit. The 180,000 polling units, they will count the votes and they will announce them in each polling unit. So if you leverage that fact and you have agents in each unit and you announce those results in real time and leverage technology, there are ways in which we can break the backs of these people. They have the funds, we have the intellect, but unfortunately, we're not using it. So I think we have democracy. It is now up to us, me, you, to make sure that, we find a way to make this democracy work for us. And to your point, Ferreira, yes, when, I ask myself a lot of times, what was the difference between now and then? The difference between now and then, when we were young activists, was because then the fight was already clear. There was military rule. Nobody needed to convince any of us that military rule was bad. People were already conscientized. What we were looking for at the time were leaders, right? People who were bold enough to be ready to be rusticated, to be ready to be arrested, to be ready to be shot at. That's who we were looking for, leaders. The difference now is the issues are not clear. We want restructuring. How do you want to restructure? Well, guess what? I'm from Kogi State. I don't want anybody to leave me behind in the north because technically I'm a northerner. So when we're talking restructuring, we all come at it from slightly different angles, right? When we're talking about, so do we have a political system? The answer is yes. Do we have a democracy? Yes. What we're asking for is, how do we make sure that we don't have a democracy where our votes don't count? Where, people can be, no matter how much people support us, we can be easily rigged out of office. Those are nuanced issues. So it becomes a little difficult for, even when you talk about corruption. Right now, everybody's looking for Yaya Bello. His villagers are hiding him somewhere. This was the man who stole all types of funds and didn't benefit his people. So when it even comes to corruption, we're not united, because we start saying, why are you looking for my own corrupt guy? When your guy was there and he stole, nobody was looking for him, but now leave my own corrupt guy. And, the fact that you're chasing him means, there must be something about my ethnicity or my religion that you're after, for something as straightforward as this person is corrupt. So it's more nuanced. But I fundamentally believe that our task is to take all of these ideas and ideals that we have and begin to figure out how we coalesce, come together first at the level of organizations, and then begin to find ways of engaging with the people. We know the people want change. We need to figure it out.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on really quick. The Blackstone.
Good evening and greetings to you, Dr. Fabiyi. Thank you for your presentation, and I was able to listen to some of the statistics that you presented or you made, right? In your presentation, you talk about the liberalization of the exchange rate, right, and the market forces. So you said that definitely there's corruption in this exchange market issue, right? So my question is this, right? Why must we have 2 or 3 exchange rate, right? We have the central bank rate, we have the BDC, and we have the parallel market, black market, right? What is the reason, or why must we have different exchange rate, even when it has been liberalized, right? As they said, to be by market forces, but I don't think there's anything like market forces, because the federal government is still backing it up or trying to defend the exchange rate. So why is there such corruption within the exchange rate, the FS market, and why is there not? Why is the government not taking action to stop this corruption within this FS or this area? Because if the central bank give money to the bank, I think the bank sell it to their own agent, the Mala agent, and then they get that. So why is there this?
All right.
So the second question is this.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Why is there still the Malans by the street? Why is there two-tier kind of exchange rates? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. So my second question is this, right? So looking at Nigeria's situation today, what do you think is the single major factor that's actually killing Nigerian development?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to the first one, so actually I think the exchange rates have actually collapsed. This time last year, or let's say May 29 last year, there were 2 rates, really 2 rates. There was the 550 or 500 naira that the central bank was issuing at. Then there was the 750 naira per dollar in the streets. Today, both the central bank and the parallel market rates have less than, so imagine that change. The difference between what was in the parallel market and the official rate was about 200 on the 550 that the central bank was issuing at. So almost a 40% difference, right? So between those two rates. But today there is probably less than about a 10% difference. The federal government is issuing at about 1,300, 1,400. In the parallel markets is routinely about 1,400. So that was always what they wanted to do, was find a way to close those gaps. I don't know. I actually don't believe that they are able to support the Naira now, for a simple reason that they don't have any money. They were using $18 billion to support the Naira annually before. That's what the shortfall. So on an annual basis, Nigerians, so when you look at our trade balance, we import $70 billion of goods into Nigeria annually. Traditionally, so that is our demand, right? So we demand $70 billion to be able to bring those goods in. But what is our supply? Our supply traditionally was always about 50 to $60 billion. Where did that money come from? We had about $20 billion from oil and about $30 billion from remittances. So the dollars you and I would send home, joined with the monies from oil, provided the 50 billion, but our people needed 70 billion of imports. So that gap was what the government was supporting with $18 billion a year, so that there would be roughly $70 billion of demand for our imports being backed by about $70 billion of supply. The government has no money. They've spent it all. Now they are borrowing, right? They are borrowing. They're borrowing every day. So floating the naira, actually, they had no choice. But when you float a currency, when you leave a currency to market forces, then now you're saying the forces of demand and supply must be balanced. Unfortunately, if you don't, so where is supply from? Supply is what the central bank releases to the markets. So in your supply, you're sending it to banks, as you rightly said, that are not releasing it to people. The banks are round tripping. You have skewed the market. You have made supply artificially low because the people who should be pushing the supply out are keeping it tight. Then on the demand side, people who have no business. So we need 70 billion to import goods. But you know who is buying dollars? Governors with allocations, ministers with allocations. So instead of $70 billion of demand, only God knows what that demand is. Maybe it's over 100 billion. Why? Because people who have no business buying any currency are buying it. They are using it as a store of value. Think about it. If I invest in a business, why should I invest in a business that gives me 10 or 20% when inflation rate is 30%? It means I'm making less. You know, if I make 20% profit in Nigeria today, I have lost money because inflation is 30%. Would I not invest in dollars instead? If I invested in dollars in May 29 last year, guess how much I would have now? I would have made 100% returns. So people who have no business in buying Forex are buying it and using it as a store of value. The government should not be allowing those types of things to happen. They should be tracking supply. They should make sure the banks are not round tripping. They should look at who is purchasing dollars. They should look at domiciliary accounts and how some of those things are blowing up. But we're not doing any of that. That's part of why our currency is devaluing. And quite frankly, I have no confidence that these guys know what they're doing or have any way to manage this. In fact, at one level, because these things are so obvious, I mean, you and I are talking about it. These are the people who control the banks, that wants to control the central bank, they control policy. So at some level, you must wonder whether they benefit from it as well, right? They know the numbers, they know what they are putting out, they know what the allocations are. Who is to say they're not the ones playing games with the market? So it makes me wonder whether the benefits they are making is the reason why they continue to let things go the way they are. The Nigerian situation, why are we the way we are? Well, guess what? I think it's because we allow nonsense to happen in our society. The Kenyans, what did Ruto do in Kenya? Nothing. You know how many outrages we've had? Billions to renovate a VP's house that needed no renovation. A yacht that was obtained. New planes for the president. The last time I knew, we had functional planes that were working. I mean, the outrages are ridiculous. A car, new SUV, 160 million for every member of the Senate and the House of Assembly. We've had the things. The Kenyans have not experienced 1/100th of the things we've experienced. But the reason why nothing happens is because these politicians understand us. They know we talk too much. They know nothing is going to happen. They know we don't have the capacity to engage. They understand how to cut us off from beneath the legs. Labour started a protest. You know what they did immediately? Labour said people should go into the streets. They told the Labour leaders, let's go to the ILO conference in Austria. Who starts a demonstration and then leaves the next day to go to a conference in Austria? Have you heard of any protest again since they came back? We used to be activists. We know how people used to try to scuttle protest movements then. So the reality is our situation continues the way it is because those that are in government understand that we really don't have a capacity right now to engage. And it is up to us, those of us here who want to see change. It's up to us to start thinking and working in a different way. It's up to us to begin to organize. It's up to us to begin to unite. It's up to us to forget all these artificial barriers we set up for ourselves and recognize that the only thing we all want is a Nigeria that works. And if that is what we truly believe in, then we can make change. We can make it happen. So nothing works because they understand that they can get away with it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and you can see our audience totally appreciate what you are saying, and usually they will have come at you, but today we see that everybody seems to concur with what you are saying, and so I come to one man went to for your question.
Oh, all right. Thank you for having me, KJ, and good to meet you, Dr. Fabiyi. So, I was going to go straight to the questions, just as you have directed, KJ. But there was something Dr. Fabiyi said in an earlier submission that I just wanted to sort of touch on. He said that the words were, they have the funds and we have the intellect. So that struck me somewhat, because if that's the thinking, maybe you want to revisit that thinking and revise it. The people you are grappling with, the people you are contending with, a lot of people will contend that they have superior intellect to yours. A lot of people they don't go with this agbado. It's not agbado. You know better than the backdrop of these people is heavy intelligence, heavy education, vast funds, vast experience. So if you don't have a full understanding of who you are grappling with, then I'm not sure how you are going to contend with them. So that struck me somewhat. And the other thing that I wanted to, I've always been befuddled by your space, that space that you occupy, Showore occupies, and that people of that ilk. I've never really fully understood what the objective of your exercise is. Are you after power? Because if you're after power, then the approach seems somewhat wrong. Or are you after sensitization of the people to enlighten them to what their rights are and what their entitlements are? Because if you are after power, then you latch too far to the rest. Power only exchanges hands at the center ground. It's never at the extremes. Power only exchanges hands at the center ground. And your politics seems somewhat far left. So that all that alutaism. So I've never really understood if the contention is to govern the country in the manner that you feel that the country is best fit governed, or you are out to sensitize the populace as to their entitlements as citizens. So just the broad strokes of your politics. And just my second question, you were saying that the government in situation, they are never going to land at any port, but the direction of travel of the government in situation seems to be universally agreed, the direction of travel that the country has to follow. So the students' loan, the credit schemes you already agreed that the arbitrage should be removed from the forex space. Everybody is universal on the arbitrage being removed from the fuel subsidy. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe the administration of it is what you're contending with, but in terms of the policy thrust, are you saying that the policy thrust of this present administration that we have in situation is wrong and is the wrong direction for the country? So I hope that's clear, and I'd like your comments.
Okay. So thank you very much for those. So let's start with the intellect issue. So all these characters, we know them. We've been working with them for a very long time. There are none of these characters that are unknown to us. But when I say they have the resources and we have the intellect, I say that for a very simple, straightforward reason. If you do have the intellect, then when you manage an economy, that economy should not collapse. That economy should be improving. When you manage, when you do have the intellect, when you take a currency and you say you want to change policy around that currency, which I think is actually a positive thing, then you should make sure that all the necessary controls, making sure supply is streamlined, making sure demand is curtailed and managed, they need to be in place. What is the measure of success? The measure of success for any government is that the people live lives that are better than their lives were yesterday. So I'm sorry, but I make no apologies about it. If you take over leadership of a place and people are suffering today more than they were a year ago, if people's lives are worse now than it was a year or 2 years ago, you're a failure. So, but here's what they have. They do have resources, but at the end of the day, the reality is, what we need to do, I believe, is very straightforward. We have failed, and I've made this point several times already, that sometimes it is that intellect that is our problem, because all of us are experts and we never cede ground to anybody else, right? We're a collection of experts. It's like, there's a joke people make that, everybody wants to be a chief. Nobody wants to be an Indian, the Indians and their chiefs. We all want to be chiefs. We all know too much. We have to learn how to come together. And that is our biggest shortcoming. And until that issue is resolved, and until all of us recognize that we should all be on the same team, then we're going to be, at counter currents to one another. So that's one. Your second question was around, are we after power or are we after change? We're not after power. I'm certainly not after power. I'm after change. I want to see a Nigeria that works. I want to see a Nigeria of my dreams. I was a teenager when I started fighting for Nigeria. I was barely 19 when I went to my first prison cell for Nigeria. What drove me then was not power. I didn't even understand what power was. All I knew at the time was there was a certain way that I wanted this country to work. That hasn't changed. So I want a Nigeria that works. And if that Nigeria that works means we need to find space, we fought for this democracy. Right? We were shot for it. We were arrested for it. Some of us were rusticated for it because we demanded it. So, and why did we demand it? We didn't demand it because, under the military, yes, we certainly weren't seeing 30, 40% inflation under them, but we understood that it was important for us to have that, there are certain fundamental freedoms that people need to have. One is political freedom, to choose who you want to lead you, the way you want them to lead you, and if they start leading you in a direction you don't want, to have the right to remove them. And secondly, economic freedoms, to be able to go wherever I want to in the nation that I live in and express myself and hopefully reach my fullest potential. That's all I'm interested in. And if this government or any government provides that, I would be the first person to line up behind them. But we haven't seen that yet. What we're seeing are people who are in power for themselves, to corruptly enrich themselves. So until that day comes, when we see a government that works for the Nigerian people that we can support, what we have to do is, we've come to a place now, I certainly have come to a place where I recognize that, I need to find like-minded people who want to move this nation forward, that we can engage with and work with, and hopefully help birth the type of Nigeria that we are interested in and that we want to see emerge. With regards to your third point about the policy thrust of the administration, I've certainly been very clear. In fact, I've written about it that as far as floating the exchange rate, I've always been a supporter of that. We don't have the funds to support a currency, but you can implement a good policy in a bad way. And I think what this government has done is to implement a good policy in a bad way. I'll give you an example. In the West, when you have high inflation, what do? You jack up interest rates, right? Why do you jack up interest rates? I mean, that's the standard way you do it here in the US. You jack up interest rates because the theory is that the reason why you have high inflation is because there's too much money in circulation. And that too much money in circulation is chasing too few goods. And if it's chasing too few goods, then it's driving up inflation. If I make the interest rates higher, then, by the way, the banks are going to be giving higher interest rates. Therefore, people will pull their money out of the economy and save it in banks, and we will reduce the money supply, and therefore inflation will go down. theory. It works in the West because the average person has money. You think the average Nigerian has anything? The average Nigerian has no savings of any kind. So jacking up interest rates in Nigeria kills the economy. Why? Because it makes interest rates go up without changing the money supply. You know who controls the money supply? It's a few individuals. The governors who get the allocations, the ministers who sit on money, the banks who do round tripping. And there you are, taking policies that make no sense in an economy like Nigeria and applying it. And you tell me those people have intellect? That's nonsense. So we shouldn't be in a situation where we're just, and when you ask them, oh, we just changed, we just did a monetary policy hike. It doesn't make any sense in a place like Nigeria. So when we have people who are implementing policy in ways that make no sense, we have to come out and say, this makes no sense. So we can have good policy. Do we need to float the currency? Yes. Are there better ways to do it? Absolutely. Is inflation an issue? Yes. Are there better ways to tame inflation than this nonsensical copycat approach where you are taking, principles from economies that don't look anywhere like ours and applying it? Absolutely. So they failed in implementing the policies. The policies make sense, but they've completely failed in how they would implement it. And I think we need to call them out for that.
Thank you so much. I think that question was well answered. Yeah, if you want me to highlight what you're saying, maybe you need to monetize it. Then that's for Ferrari. Then I'll probably do that. But right now, I think the debate so far, or the guest so far, has distinguished whatever theories they put on ground, and that we're all satisfied with that. Yes, the next person will be Desire. Desire, please go straight to your question. You've heard what we have been discussing. Go on, ask, please. I'm trying as much as possible to cut off, so many commentary that will not, make any change. The question is, ask your question, let the guest answer. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Your turn. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, the host, and Dr. Fabiyi. Nice to see you once again after the 2019 vigorous campaign that you did with Showere. We really appreciate you. But my question is this, sir. How do you feel? Just this question. How do you feel when you see Nigerians who openly said to you and Showere during 2019 that you guys have no experience to govern, and turn around in 2024 giving kudos to the Senegal elected president? How do you feel when you see those kind of things?
So I think in a political system, it is the duty of those who are making themselves and offering themselves as alternatives to identify the challenges that their people have with maybe their candidacies and address them. And I think it's a legitimate, it's a legitimate, I think it was legitimate at the time, right? So remember something about Senegal. Senegal is a very different place. Senegal is the place that elected Wade. Wade was a guy whose only claim to fame was for 20 years he was running against the ruling party in Senegal. I think Wade became president maybe in the early 2000s, if I recall correctly. But Senegal has a history of electing poets. Senghor, the first president of Senegal, was a poet. These guys have a history of electing artists and poets and people who don't have a traditional link to politics into office. I mean, the guy who is president now was a tax collector like 10 years ago, right? That's the reality. So, but that's the Senegalese system. The Nigerian system is one in which we have convinced ourselves that, experience matters. But the reality is what we have failed to ask ourselves, and I think what those of us who are seeking to be alternatives have not also done convincingly is to demonstrate ways in which it's a different type of experience that matters. If people say they have experience, then we should ask them what is the relevant experience. Being a governor means nothing when you didn't pay your people for 8 years, when there's no road, there's no infrastructure where you come from, when there are no hospitals, there's nothing. Education is in shambles. What does that count for in terms of experience? If you tell us you were a senator, we should be asking you, what policies did you enact? What bills did you move forward? Right? What did you move forward that has benefited the people? So we've actually failed. So I actually don't blame the Nigerian people. I think if you want to sell something, it's on you to come up and describe the attributes. And if there are attributes you don't have, then you should demonstrate to the people that you can engage them. In fact, I remember in the US, for example, when Obama first came out, for those of us that are in the States, he was accused of having no experience. And the truth is, he didn't have a lot of experience. But you know where people started respecting him? When they watched the way he ran his campaign. And when they watched the way he ran his campaign, this man that had no experience ran one of the most disciplined political campaigns I had ever seen. In fact, when that campaign started, I was not supporting Obama. I was supporting the Clintons. I was supporting Clinton. But the man's campaign, the way he ran it, the discipline with which he ran it, the single-mindedness of purpose, the fact that there were no leaks. I mean, which campaign did you ever know of where there were no leaks every day? This man ran an experienced campaign. And part of what that showed us was, wow, this guy might not have had a history of being a governor. He might not have been in the US Senate for decades, but this man has what it takes. He has the mental capacity, the organizational capacity to actually corral something as challenging, as intricate, as delicate, and as consequential as a US presidential election. So have we demonstrated that? My argument would be probably not. If we had the capacity to bring hundreds of thousands of people to the streets, I don't need to be president or governor to be able to encourage people to fight for their rights. We were doing that as students. Have we successfully done that in the last 10 to 20 years? The answer is no. So why should anybody trust us with anything? We've failed. We've completely failed. We've not demonstrated a capacity to lead or corral people in any serious way. So I don't blame the Nigerian people. I think it just tells us we have work to do. I have been involved in the system and the process. There's always, in the last 33 decades, there's been no decade, no period, no time that I've ever relented. But I will also be one of the first people to tell you that there are things I know that we should do that we have not yet done. So there's more work to be done, is all I will say.
Okay, thank you so much. Doctor, your time that you gave us is finished. But if you don't mind, I still have just two very important members of the team who are just coming. If you still have more time, we can ask more questions. But if not, I don't know. It's left to you. What do you say?
Sure. Yes, I can make myself available for.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So, Mr. James, let's go from you. Then we'll go to Forefather, and then Christ Embassy. All right. So, Mr. James, your question.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask a question. I just want to make a statement. Although not all revolutions bring about the desired changes, they will never be, the Nigerian situation will never be resolved without a revolution. That is all I've got to say. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. James. That was short and direct. He said the Nigerian situation has gone to a point where it will need some form of force to force those who are leading or even the followers to get to the point where we can turn around our situation. You may agree, you may not, but the guests have so far been able to distinguish, or rather have been able to make that clear that we need some kind of coming together with a desire in mind to achieve an aim. Be them being driven by the youths or by students or whatever. The question is, we need some form of driver to get us to where we desire to be as a nation. Oh, Father, your turn, sir.
I think you're muted, forefathers. You're muted. You are still muted. You are
We
still
can't
muted.
hear you, forefather. We can't hear you.
It was my audio, it was playing up.
All
Can you
right.
hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Fabiyi, for coming in. And thank you for having me, KJ. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. My question is regarding the exchange rate, because I believe it was a sabotage to the economy. What happened to it? Because they took off the fuel subsidies, and because of what happened to the exchange rate, the fuel subsidy has to return. Otherwise, petrol prices will go up to 1,000 naira or so. And so the point you were making was that we didn't have much of a choice than to float the currency, because we had a demand of 70 billion US dollars, while we only had exports of or foreign earnings of $50 billion, which was a $20 billion shortfall. But we all know governments can control demand. I often give this example about a family. When you don't have the resources to buy something, is it not common sense that the family reins in the demand for certain items that they cannot afford? So why is it that our government and economists are not advising our government to rein in the demand for the foreign currency? Like you said, you also admitted that there were people in the country that were basically stocking up the foreign currency in order to increase the value of that currency. In other words, sabotaging the Nigerian economy again. So don't you think that that is where the government should have headed for, to remove that demand and reduce our imports? Because we are importing so many useless things that are not needed for the economy. Because I'm looking at other economies, including South Korea, all the way in the 60s. They started doing the import substitution, as they call it. If you don't need it, don't buy it. But right now we are importing, I think we are spending $5 billion importing fairly used cars. So don't you think that is the direction they should have gone, instead of increasing devaluing the currency in the way that they did? Thank you.
So, Forfad, I completely agree with you. If you float a currency, then you're relying on the forces of demand and supply. It means you are not supporting it in any way. The only way you're supporting it is through policy. What the previous regime was one where they were actually injecting funds. So if you want supply and demand to support a currency, then there are many things you needed to have done before announcing the policy. In fact, on probably the second day, the day after Tinubu was sworn in, I wrote an article called Strategic Moves or Shooting from the Hips. I mean, who announces policy before they even get into office? When you've not had an opportunity to have a team in place that will bring out the policy structure and framework that will implement what you want to do. Because the markets will respond. If you tell me you're going to remove fuel subsidy, you don't need to remove it first before the markets respond to that statement. So I think what has happened is that we have completely failed. So your point is exactly right. $70 billion of demand. You know what is on that list? We import dairy. We import some meats. We import food. We import steel and iron. We have, there's Ajaokuta, an entire mountains of iron ore that we have completely ignored and just left there to with the infrastructure just rotting away, right? If you want to do these things, then what you're saying is exactly the way you would do it. You would look at supply. Supply is always limited. What is our supply? Supply is what you sell. Supply is remittances. If I was, if you know, the government might have tried to find ways of encouraging Nigerians overseas that, look, you guys are only sending $30 billion a year. We'll give you investment opportunities. You know, please find us another $10 billion, and we promise you we're going to put it into a housing fund, and you can own a house in Nigeria, and you know we can allow you pay off a mortgage in so many ways. But you know, please bring $10 billion more and convince people that there is a place to put it in. That's how you you shore up supply, right? And you shore up supply by providing an enabling environment that allows businesses to make things that we can sell to the outside world. None of that. Demand, you're right. Why are we importing toothpicks? Why are we importing textiles? Why are we importing all these things? But if you ban them without making sure that there are industries already existing that can provide you substitutes, then all that happens is that now you are going to increase the prices because supply locally is going to be limited. And now you're going to have inflation for those areas where you have banned imports, but you have not stood up the capacity locally. So if I'm going to ban those things, then part of what I would do as a reasonable government is 1 or 2 years before, even months before, we would have started encouraging the farmers, encouraging the people that will go and start making the toothpick, because it's ridiculous to be bringing toothpick from China. We would have gone to China to tell those manufacturers, look, Nigerians, we buy all your stuff. Why don't you come and put that factory in Aba? Put it in, and we will give you 10 years. We'll make it tax-free for 10 years. Build it in our country. Do it in our country. Create those jobs in our country. You do nothing like that. You just throw policy out and you cause chaos and confusion, and markets that are driven by supply and demand. We don't understand the supply situation. The demand situation is crazy. We haven't controlled it. Why are we surprised? I agree with you. The failure, there's something called dereliction of duty in the military. Sometimes doing nothing or failing to do what you are supposed to do is the offense, not what you did. In this case, the sabotage is the dereliction of duty, not putting in place the policies needed to make sure, as you rightly stated, that the demand situation is taken care of, supply situation is taken care of, before introducing a policy that has such consequential impacts on the economy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that answer. And we have said many times that, one of the challenges that we have in Nigeria is that fire brigade approach, always a knee jerk, where put out the fire, and then that's all. I mean, you just make careless statement and everywhere gets on fire. And, I don't want to ask, but, maybe when everybody has spoken, I'll probably come back to that. Yes, Mr. Christ Embassy. Can you ask your question?
Thank you, KJ. I'm just joining. I miss a lot. I only met when Wama was answering his question. But from the comment section so far, I think you are doing exceptionally well. Well, you are a journalist, so maybe I don't praise you too much. You're just doing your work. Anyway, to our guests, thank you for coming here again. I remember the first time you were here, we had a very interesting conversation. But since I did not get exactly what you talked about, but I heard you through your response to some question and to Wama in particular. It's as if you're on the opposite side of those in power right now, or this particular government, which is rightly so. And for the past going to 5 years now, I've been looking at problem and solution via class and generations. And from you look, right? My question is two in one, please. From your look, I know you are not a Gen Z or a millennial, but at the same time, you are not there. So you belong to those groups who are actually looking forward to getting to power now. And I appreciate when one man asks you, are you looking for power or change? But that is by the case. And again, not to downplay you. From looking at you, you are individually you are very successful. But generational wise, I think you guys have failed. Now, yeah, this is where I'm coming from. I say you guys have failed because for the past 2 years, especially the Gen Zs, they have actually demonstrated what they can do, what is expected of them. The raw energy that they possess, they are showing it in out every day, every week, every month. Yes, the intellectuals and every other person come hard at them, that they're not organized, they're very disrespectful and all that. That's accepted. Again, responding to one man question, you made mention of that you are not after power but change, that spark came in you when you were 19, that you want it. So you had experience in terms of agitation and all that. And by the look of it, that I want to believe that you're economically
Sorry, you're breaking.
so
You're breaking. We can't hear all you're saying.
goes.
Hello.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Can you
Yeah,
hear me now?
ask the question. Yes, because just ask the question so you
Yes.
can respond to it.
So what is wrong? Why is it so hard that your generation could not put that experience and the economy power that you guys have to mobilize the energy on the streets now to take the fight to the top? Because that's exactly where your problem is. Then the second one is with the diasporas. For the past 2 years, I've been crossing the length and breadth of America, city to city, state by state, event by event. I put Christ Embassy for a reason because I'm actually just coming for Christ Embassy. I've not been to church for the past, I don't know, 5, 10 years, but I went there for a reason. I am testing the pulse of the Nigerian diasporas. If actually they have a solution, or they actually mean well for the country that gave them so much. But I'll put it to you today. 2 out of every 3 Nigerian diaspora don't care about Nigeria. Why? Because they are not encouraging their kids or educating their kids to either go back tomorrow to do something about that because they are failed. So that's my question. Your generation and we in diaspora, what's our problem? The young
Thank you
people
so
need us to
Thank
get
you
things
so
done.
All right. Sir, your response.
So yes, we have failed, but it's not just my generation. So I'm in my early 50s. My generation has failed. The 40-year-olds have failed. The 30-year-olds have failed. The 20 to 30-year-olds showed us in 2 weeks in October 2020 that they have a capacity, the same capacity that Nigeria's young people have had for decades, the same capacity we showed about 3 decades ago when we were their age. So we've all demonstrated that we still have it within us to bring fire to the streets if fire is what is needed. But you made an important point, which is we have failed. Why is it that everybody wants change, yet for some reason we've not been able to encourage to kind of mobilize this change? For all of the noise we made in the 2023 elections, only 22 million people voted. Only 22 million. Let's forget who rigged. Let's forget who didn't rig. 22 million people voted out of 220 million people, 10%. The average across most countries worldwide is about 50-60%. And I know people will say, oh, people were afraid that their votes would not count. So freaking what? So what? The fact that I think a woman is going to turn me down, is it going to stop me from going ahead and talking to somebody that I like? The fact that I had a car accident, does it mean I'll never drive a car again? So we use all these silly excuses, these things that make no sense. My votes won't count. Then you make your damn vote count. We make it count. You think they don't rig elections in Senegal? They don't rig elections in Ghana? Is Trump not claiming elections were rigged here? Yet, just 12 hours, standing in a line for 12 hours for a country you love, 90% of us can't do it. We're not serious. We're not. So what is the difference? I think this is part of the difference. I think it was easy in our time. We did a lot of protest in our time. NSAS happened almost every 3 months in our time. I am proud that I wear battle scars. I have been tortured. I have spent 30 days straight in a detention. I have been rusticated, all that stuff. We experienced it. But you know what? It was easier in our time. You know why? Because we did not need to mobilize that much. Because people were already mobilized. And I made the case earlier that at the time, what people were looking for in our time were leaders. They were not looking for people to tell them that there was something wrong in society. They were looking for people to lead them. Now, we do not have the same understanding of the pain that is happening in this country. So mobilization is needed. We no longer know how to mobilize. We started with the question of polling. 92% of Nigerians think there should be something should be done about a minimum wage. Labor called protests. You know how many people came out? Not up to 5,000 nationwide. Yet, talk to any Nigerian that is in Nigeria and ask them. What they are saying, you know, it's reflective of what the polling is. Is corruption an issue? Yes. Tell Nigerians, call a protest tomorrow on the issue of corruption and tell me whether you find 5,000 people. So the reality is that it is not enough for people to feel a certain way. Is that we, those of us who think, you know, who believe, and look, at the end of the day, you don't need, so there's no spontaneity to change. Everybody might feel like they want change, but you need somebody who is going to bail the cat. You need some people that are going to go out and remind people of why, you know, we need to do something about this, why we need to come out of our comfort zones, why we need to be on the streets, why we need to be leafleteering, why we need to engage, why we need to come out, why we need to vote, even if we think our votes may not count, right? Why we need to make those sacrifices, right? Why 6 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours of your day standing in line, if to do nothing other than to demonstrate that, look, there are more of us than there are of you. We have to learn how to do that. It's not everything that must be, this is the cost and this is the benefit. Is it too much to ask that you stand in line for 12 hours, even if your vote won't count? You think if people see 50% of Nigerians lining up behind somebody, you think they will be bold enough to try to take that away from the people? No. So we have failed. My generation has failed. The one before me failed. The young people we've all failed. But now we have an opportunity to come to the table and find ways of ensuring that we have an intergenerational conversation, that the energy of NSAS, the dynamism of our young people, you know, the way in which they are breaking barriers globally, making us proud on the global stage, the memories that we have of a Nigeria that once worked, let us bring all of that together and let us find a way to move forward. I don't have the answers, right? I'm also still struggling to find the answers, but you know, let's start working together. Let's move these conversations to the streets. And at the end of the day, you know, maybe we end up with 10 people the first time, 100 people the next time, 1,000 people the next time, but that is how things grow. That is how movements emerge. They start with a trickle, and then they begin, you know, people, you know, when people see action, they gravitate towards it. We haven't done anything yet. We're just verbalizing. So let's stop. Let's move these conversations, beautiful as they are. Let's begin to engage with our people. Let's begin to show and demonstrate what this Nigeria is that we think is possible. And I believe that once we do that, we will be able to then encourage our people to follow these paths that we're recommending for them.
Thank you so much. That was well thought of after answer, and I think you covered every area that was asked. I come to Kulata. Kulata, you giving your Pansat gave you his turn, so please go ahead.
Pansat, thanks for being in the spot. I'll return it. You know where we do. So, Dr. Malcolm, great guest. I've been enjoying what you've been saying. But let me just get straight to it. We've been talking about Forex, right? And in Yoruba, there's something called Enudun Rufo. So you put yourself in a situation where you find a country, we have backlog, currency backlog. People that needed to finance LCs could not raise LCs. Our finance situation was so bad that nobody was willing to even continue to borrow us money. And if we got any loan, it was going to be ridiculously high interest rate. And I love the fact that you acknowledge that we needed to float. But you tell me, as an engineer, fellow engineering background and business background, both of us, and of similar generations too. And I don't think our generation has failed because we've not been given any chance to lead anyway. So let me put it this way. So you tell me in the short and medium term framework, how you will reduce demand without stifling the economy, how you will not float the currency and maintain that $1.5 billion we're borrowing every single month, and think somehow there was some elegant way to do all this, fix all this demand equation that we've been struggling to do import substitution since the 70s. So if you can give me a concise response, because I know you support the policy, but you lost me when you were going over. Oh no, we needed to have done this, needed to have done that. That's Enudunro for. You are in the position. You are faced with all those situations. Tell me how you will act.
Okay, so I'll be yes. A great question, and I'm a great believer in. It's not sufficient to criticize. You should also bring solutions to the table. So I'll tell you a number of things I would have done very differently. The first one is this policy was rolled out practically by June 1st of 2023. Do you know when the first circular came out that banks should not round trip? In 2024. 6 months after banks were round tripping. Do you know? You remember at one time this currency, we thought the dollar was going to about 2,000. This 1,400 is actually a pullback, right? The currency was on its way up. I think it had actually slightly gone past the 1,500 mark before the government then did several things. Only in the last 3 months, let me tell you the 3 things they did. One is they went to the banks and they said, you need to stop this. Whatever funds we give you, those funds must end up in the markets. They could have done that on day one. Number 2, banks were using dollar-denominated currencies as the basis, as collateral, right? They were starting to use the dollar as a store of value. You should never put yourself in a situation where your currency becomes a store of value, where your currency becomes something that is equivalent, almost the same thing as a stock. It shouldn't be. Because if my currency is the store of value, this is what I would do. The concept of a market, when I go to buy bread, nobody expects that I'm hoarding the bread. I give them naira, they give me a loaf of bread. I eat the loaf of bread, they take the naira that I give them, they use it to make
Sorry, is it a short term? Because I said short term frame in the short term and in the medium term.
I'm telling you short term now. So short term, I would have made sure that no banks were round tripping, no banks were artificially making supply more difficult. I'm giving the banks and I'm telling the banks, you're the one that will be pushing it out. People are going to come to you to raise LCs, give them funds. That's what they do. That's short term. But the banks were not doing that. They were not giving legitimate business people the monies. They were using the money. They were basically round tripping, playing games with Forex. Number 2, why would I take 2 trillion, give it to governors, tell them this is for federal allocations, and then do nothing when those governors turn around, take 2 trillion and use it to buy Forex? It means you have created a demand that did not exist. You've now increased this is short term. I'm talking short term. I've not even gotten to medium term now. So 1, on the supply side, I would not let banks play the games they played. 2, I would not take fiscal policy, fiscal incentives like FAC allocations and allow governors and ministers to do what they did. Because
how could you have stopped governors though?
You could have stopped them. You could have simply said,
how?
So here's what you could have done. I would not give you $2 trillion. 2 trillion naira, sorry. What I would do is I would not even make any actual monies available. Bring the projects you want to pay for, and we will pay for the projects directly.
But that's not constitutional. That's not constitutional.
No, there's nothing in the constitution.
It's not.
But the point you are making, so you are asking me to give you measures. I'm telling you those measures. These are emergency measures. Your economy is about to collapse. So you're going to sit down having conversations about, is it constitutional? A lot of the things that this government is doing, are there constitutional basis for some of it? So the bottom line is you are bringing in a new policy that is fundamentally reshaping the economy. It's affecting supply, it's affecting demand. There are many things they could have done. Many things they didn't do. They allowed the naira to be a store of value. They did not stop banks from basically doing round tripping. They allowed all types of people, both, allocations, people were playing up games with allocations, the domiciliary accounts. I'm sure you know that in the last year alone, the amount of dollars in domiciliary accounts increased by 30 billion. Where do you think that comes from? It is from people buying up dollars and refusing to do anything with it because they believe the dollar is a store of value. And it makes sense because a year ago, the naira to the dollar was 750. If I invested 100, if I put in money into dollars last year, guess what? I would have made 100% profit as of today. And that's what people were doing. Nigerians are not fools. Why would I invest in agricultural produce that might rot? Why would I invest in trucking where my trucks might have an accident? Why would I invest in anything where 10-20% profit is all I would get in an economy that has a 30% inflation rate? It means I'm losing money. So you need to make sure when you're floating a currency that you don't create conditions where people start seeing it as just another, stock exchange. They did nothing. But you know why? You know why I blame them even more? Because they then started doing those things. Why do you think they went and started raiding the guys in the Binance, right? The cryptocurrency people. Because when they started closing down the outlets through banks, people now started finding alternative ways to start trading currencies on some of these unregulated platforms. That's the reason why we arrested the Binance people. So the fact that they came with these policies only in the last 6 to 9 months makes me wonder, did you not think about all these things in month 1 and month 2 and month 3 and month 4? And I give them, I hold them responsible because people like me who are not in government were saying these things 12 months ago. Why should I know more than your central bank governor? Why? There were many people, not just me. There were many people saying the same things, and the government ended up doing it only 6 to 9 months after you implemented the program. Next time, before you roll out a program, sit down, think about it. In the US, where most of us live, there's something called the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office. No policy ever gets rolled out without the implications of that policy, first of all, being assessed, evaluated, analyzed, and the impact provided. And the CBO is staffed by both Republicans and Democrats. We did nothing. The president came out on his inauguration day and said, my advisors told me not to say this, but something inside me said I should announce that there's this policy I want to change. You don't run a nation of 220 million people as if you are running a Kalo Bet King company. Even Bet King doesn't play such games. They have strategy. This is a nation. These are people. These are lives. We're an economy that is import dependent. There are things they should have done that they didn't do. And I hold them responsible for that because they did them later, but sometimes it might be too late. They could have done them from day one. There's nothing spectacular about any of these moves. They failed. They absolutely failed.
Okay, so second follow-up question.
Oh.
So you did not acknowledge.
Maintain the protocol. We are not supposed to interrupt or interject when the speaker responds, please.
Yes. You guys asked 2 questions though, so let me just ask my second question. Prestige, calm down.
Hold on, Kulata, hold on.
Sir.
You've been just ask the question, please. Don't go.
No, I'm going straight to the question. So while a lot of what you did is Monday morning quarterbacking, you did not acknowledge the urgency and what was on ground, what you met, the mess that was met. Yes, things could have been done better. Everybody acknowledges that. But I was quite specific in terms of this is what is on ground. Inflation, high inflation, both the cost push, the food inflation, the supply side, excess money printed and all that stuff, it's on ground. And of course, with the Nigerian factor, and even the implementation of it started with Emefiele. That was not, it should have waited for his Cardoso guy before he even started it. So all that stuff looking back, yes, but from the question is, from the immediate urgency where we're almost insolvent, how would you have done it better when we didn't have the luxury of time or the luxury of borrowing more money?
But I just told you what I would have done.
Simple.
Yeah,
it was very simple. I told you I would float. I would have floated.
So we could have kept the fixed rate for how long before you did it? Anyway,
No.
Hold on. It's not a. So hold on, doctor. It's not a. Well, it's not a debate. He has given that answer.
So, but KJ, let me answer because I think it's important.
Okay.
When did Tinubu become president?
May.
When did he win? When did he win the election?
February.
February. When was he sworn in?
May.
How many months between February and May?
Well, I can't even calculate. Is it 3 months?
3 to 4 months. A serious person who knows what is. There was nothing. Nigeria was not in any situation on May 29th that was different from what Nigeria was going through on February 23rd or whatever the date was that Tinubu won the election. So you know, you want to be president. You know what the nation is going through. You know what the issues are. You know you can't float. It was already saying Nigeria was insolvent. He knew that. There was nothing on May 29th that was not happening in Nigeria on February 16th or February 23rd, whatever the date was when Tinubu won the election. You had 3 months to get the best brains in the world, to get the best Nigerians, to throw people in a room and come up with policies. And they did nothing. And how do I know they did nothing? Because again, 6 to 9 months after, they did come up with some things. But those things you could have done on day one. So I'm telling you, go look. Less than a week after the president was sworn in, I wrote an article called Strategic Moves or Shooting from the Hips. Google it, it's online. Where I took many of these things that were done, I questioned them and said I would have done it differently. He had 3 months. Any serious administration puts together a committee, a group of people that will think through different aspects of the economy. I'm sorry, but I cannot concede any, there's no way Nigeria was in an emergency. The man ran for office on the basis of the fact that he understands how to deal with these emergencies. And whoever voted for him, those who did, supported him on that basis. So why apply for something that you're not prepared for?
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I think that's answered very satisfactorily. I will also say that there's what you call a transition committee when you win that you put into place to assess situation you are going to meet and provide solution even before you get to the office. So what were those transition committee doing that they didn't fully brief the man who is going to take over the saddle that these are things that need to be done immediately and until we got to this point? And I think so. I think it was just they dropped the ball. That's all. He dropped the ball, and nobody, Yeah. Fansat, it's your turn. Please. I know you are going to just go straight to your question because
I beg to. First of all, let me say hello to everybody, including the guests. I don't want to go straight to my point, so let me first then politely ask that in respect of the guest, that he be given time to be vetted and to elucidate on why we're here. We're not here for for time. We're here for results, for opinion, right? So I want you to cool your horses. A lot of people will say you're doing great, and I concur. So don't mess it up. Let me say hello to the guest again and to everybody on the panel and those on the comment section. That there's this aura that I have falsely that I come to Dabaru a session or something. No, my spirit, it's usually dependent on the guest. Right now we have an intellectual, a scientist, verifiable. Therefore, we're going to have to get down to the nitty-gritty. So I looked at some of your work. A lot of them is in climate, water, waste, things like that, environment. Is that correct?
You've already said you looked at it, so that's correct. So you go and ask a question.
Okay, so the two areas that I'm going to be questioning you, because you are the guest, you have a lot of time to answer. You're not timed, but we are. So I beg your indulgence to let me elucidate, give the contours of what I want to ask you a question about. First of all, I'm going to ask you about Showere. then I'm going to ask you about Tinubu, who you've, I think, inadvertently, however erroneously said he won, and you gave some dates. He never won the election. I know you concur with that. So now let me start with Showore, who we all loved at some point, and who is an associate of yours. I've seen you defend him a lot. The way I look at Showore was somebody who was vehemently against corruption. And he was shaping up to be a hero of ours because of his age. He certainly has courage. But there are a lot more qualities to courage, to heroism: selflessness, honesty, integrity, resilience, compassion, humility, integrity, things like that. But we always judge him by his courage. He sacrifices himself for us. Sometimes he's manhandled by the Nigerian government. But I find that he lacks judgment. So my first question to you would be, if you've found the same problem, where if there's a binary choice at some time, in elections, you give your best, but at some point the system makes it to where there's a hard choice not to be made. You don't have a chance to win, but then somebody like, say, Peter Obi or Jonathan, let's use Jonathan, since Peter Obi is incendiary to some. In the case of Jonathan versus Buhari, there was a time when every Nigerian then is limited to choose between those two. And Showore makes the case that there's no difference between the two. First, let me ask you, if you go back to that 2015 election, do you think there's no difference between Buhari and Jonathan? Even in retrospect, but especially placed at that time, space and time. Do you find a difference between a Jonathan and a Buhari?
So let me make this recommendation. We were talking about Showore, and I presume the question you are asking is the question you are going to is about Showore and Peter Obi and the last elections. Let's not go as far back as 2015. Let's ask the question you want to ask, and I will provide you with as straightforward an answer as I can.
Okay.
So
thank you very much. It's just I already know that you're intellectually sound, but we have people who are watching us, and you have platforms where this is debated ad nauseum, and we're here to elucidate and educate people. But I will oblige you. We don't have all day. Let's go then to this last election, because the same phenomenon obtains, right? Showore is free to run. Even though he had problems, the government leveled all kinds of accusations on him, serious crimes, right? But he also was confined to a city, the Federal Capital Territory, but he was allowed to run. And all of us welcomed his indulgence in running. But he didn't catch fire. You had Peter Obi come emerge as the people's favorite, the people's choice in that election. So at some point, Showore should have known with sound judgment that he's not going to win. So he refused to choose sides between Tinubu, Buhari, and Peter Obi. And when pressed, said, why? But why? He says, because Peter Obi used to belong in the PDP.
Okay.
As his main reason. That is the same people that they want to take away from. And then that's where now I ask you.
Okay.
Do you agree with that? Do you see that as a flaw in judgment? I don't know if you understand.
Okay, so yeah. I hear you. Is it a flaw in Showore's judgment that he did not support Peter Obi when it appeared that Peter Obi had the momentum, and therefore it just made sense that if you want change, then you should have supported Peter Obi? I guess that's your question.
Yeah, with emphasis on the fact that his reason for it. Now, if he
was that
Peter
Obi used to be in the PDP.
Right.
Okay, so you need to understand the man Showore. I told you one thing. I made it very clear in the beginning that I ran his campaign in 2019. I was not involved in the campaign in 2023, but I ran it in 2019. And I've known Sowore for close to 30 plus years, going on 40 years now. Sowore is not somebody who moves with popular opinion. It did not start today. That is who the guy is. Yes, many of us youth and students were involved in the struggle for democracy. But if there's one person that I think ranks above all of us, you know, we all suffered for it. I spent a month in detention on that issue. Sowore probably more than anybody else, at least for my generation, in terms of we were fighting for democracy. We took the June 12. When June 12 happened, Sowore was president of the University of Lagos Students Union. The first union that responded to June 12 was the University of Lagos Students Union. The fight for June 12, with all respect to all other parts of the country, we shut Lagos down. And we made sure the Lagos, you know, the University of Lagos Students Union was at the forefront, at the epicenter of the continuance of the National Organization of Nigerian Students, National Association, NANS, continuing the struggle. We know what we did in order for NANS to continue. Everybody who was an activist in Lagos, from folks like Rewane to people like people like Kokori, we know how we ensured that they were supported, protected, and the demonstrations we made, putting our lives on the line. So Sowore has put his life on the line. He does not believe in popular trends. Sowore believes in what Sowore believes in. It didn't start today. So the fact that Sowore did not join a bandwagon on somebody else, that's who he is. And guess what? In 2019, when we ran, the people we were running against on the PDP side was Atiku and Peter Obi. So let me ask you, when Atiku was running in 2019, I know that what we were against at the time was Atiku could not even visit the US. He needed a special permission to come to the US because he was accused of fraud here. Would you say Peter Obi, hold on, would you say Peter had that his judgment was faulty for agreeing to be Atiku's VP? So let's not argue. Let's not argue about this. Let me tell you this. So here's what I'll say. What I'll say. There is enough to go around. If what we want to start saying is somebody has an error of judgment or somebody did this or somebody did that. Sowore has two simple principles. Sometimes I agree with them, sometimes I don't. Part of why I didn't run his election and was not involved in 2023 was even he and I, that are friends, also disagree.
Okay,
but
great.
So let's leave those issues.
No, hold on, please.
Enough to go around.
No, I understand. By the way, as you know, we have limited time on this side, right? But first of all, you actually went to what I wanted to know. You do find that his judgment is not perfect. You know, bearing in mind that perfection is achieved not just when there is nothing more to add to somebody, right? In this case, but when there's nothing left to take away, you have made the point that there's something to be taken away from his stuff, right? He needs to be a little bit more able to working with others, and I bet you that's one of the things you may find here.
It's an issue we have in the movement.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay.
And one of the reasons why we have not been successful, and we've had conversations about that, we have to learn to work together. And if we're working together, there is no perfect person, there's no perfect individual. We just have to ask ourselves fundamental questions.
Right.
How can we work together to ensure that we birth this Nigeria we all want? And it might mean that there are certain things that we would, ordinarily not do if everything relied on only one person and only one idea. We have to learn to work together. And that is a fundamental challenge, a fundamental issue. It's the reason why we have not been successful. We have to crack that issue.
Exactly. And by the way, like I said, you're an intellectual and cognitive, as you just said, you're rational here, conceptual. And I want you to take that back to him. What's inflated too much gets to burst into fragments when it's too inflated, it's including ego. I would say that Peter Obi, now let me say why I'm saying that. Peter Obi is probably the best we've produced in Africa. the best by far. He's a humble man. He's not corrupt. Even in the colloquial sense that we talk about corruption, you begin to floor yourself when you even grimace at that statement. It's an absolute statement. It's a humble man. He's not corruptible. Not only is he not corrupt, he's incorruptible. And he studied Nigeria. He knows what the issues are, what the problems are. He put himself in the ring. He's accessible. If Shore cannot work with P2B, then he's absolutely no good. Something is the matter. It goes beyond the judgment thing that I was talking about in 2015, right? And to some degree 2019, because the reason you're giving now this is not to you, sir, Mr. Fabiyi. Here's the problem I find with your comments so far. You said that Peter Obi ran with Atiku. The nature of our political system for journalists such as KJ here, Showore, who are not really, in the case of Showore, he's not trained to be a journalist. He's a digital journalist, and that's acceptable to me. The law, the constitution determines who is eligible to run. That post, president and the vice president, is bifurcated, but they each stand on their own. They're to be elected. It is the role of our shambolic INEC to qualify somebody to run. If INEC qualifies Atiku and Peter Obi to run in that PDP, it's not up to Peter Obi to say, hey, look, Atiku, I'm not going to run with you. It's not his role. It's not the role of a journalist, which is another mistake that Showore makes, is to determine who's guilty or not guilty. That's not the role of a journalist. Even if you see somebody take $100 and put in their pocket from the public till, you're supposed to allege it. You're not supposed to say for sure he did it.
All right, sir.
So you have to have somebody convicted beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty before you make those hard choices. I really wanted to get in to more substantive issues with Dr. Fabiyi.
I think we have endorsed you.
When we come around again, then we're going to talk about the real issues.
Right.
I haven't talked about Tinubu. As I said, I'm going to talk about Showore and Tinubu. And now, what kind of platform is it that's going to talk about Showore and not talk about Tinubu? We have to talk about the president.
Not a problem. We just beginning, Mr. Fansad, and I thank you for the question you've asked and your contribution also. I just wanted that to be, to be in, so that many of your admirers are just harassing me that I should let you talk. So, and it's okay. You done, your contributions are well valid. Sir, your time is fast spent. Are you still on with us, or do we take? Because I have one more guest. But it depends on what you want to do.
So let's take one more guest, and then unfortunately I would have to.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you. Etc. That
Century Cast.
Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. here, 12:28 in Washington State. Mr. Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. Yeah, I see your name correctly. Dr. Malcolm. Yeah, I have a question. You said something about the round tripping by financial institutions, and I want to know, like, how do financial institutions do round tripping? I understand round tripping in corporations, like big corporations, sending money out and then getting it back, to create an illusion of transactions, right? But I don't know, how does financial institutions do round tripping? How is that possible with the financial institutions?
I am the CBN. I want to put $1 billion into the economy.
Yeah.
And I make $100 million available to 10 banks. In theory, legitimate business people, companies, people who want to raise LCs, come to the bank. And the bank then takes that $100 million and gives it to legitimate people wanting to make legitimate purchases. But that doesn't happen. So what would happen is, I give $100 million to the bank. The bank, the MD and everybody else in the bank find their friends, because they know. So the government is giving you these funds at what everybody understands is a reasonable market rate, right? They're giving it to you, the expectation. You're buying it from the government at a certain price. Let's say 1,000 naira to the dollar. So you get so you give the dollars not to legitimate business people. You actually take those dollars and you give it to your cronies, you give it to your friends, you give it to your, to people within your control. They are working for you. And then you take those funds, you use that to, so you basically turn around with those funds. You know what it sells for in the main market. So I buy up the dollars, I hold up the dollars, I distribute it to these folks. It never gets to the market. They own it. They give me the 1,000 or 1,100 naira, right? My expectation is that someday this exchange rate might get to maybe 2,000, or that it might get to 1,500. But I have been given the funds. They give me the equivalent of 1,100. I'm the bank. I just turn monies that I already own. I make it available to these guys. They buy it with my own funds. They've just nothing leaves the bank, right? Nothing goes out. All the funds are just moved from one account to the other. But guess who suffers? The business people who needed to raise LCs, the people who needed to get the dollars to buy funds, to go pay for their children's school fees and things like that. That money never leaves. So how does it affect our economy? Well, our assumption about dollar supply was that there was $1 billion that was entering into the market that people could go buy. It turns out there is no $1 billion. It turns out maybe only $200 million would end up in the market space. I have now artificially reduced supply, and I have also artificially increased demand because the people who bought the dollars have no intention of selling those things to anybody for a long period of time. It is for them, it's an investment. They're going to hold on to it and wait for the currency to rise. And if it takes them 6 months or a year, it is 6 months to 1 year that this money could have been moving within the economy, that it isn't. So that's how the round tripping works. It's the funds get released. It's not theirs to begin with. They find ways to buy it up at a lower rate and hold on to it, expecting that rate to increase.
Okay, so I mean, your explanation it's really good, but it doesn't complete the round tripping, because in a round trip situation, right, the money needs to come back to the bank. Perhaps they will sell it to the bank at the original rate. That will complete the round tripping. I mean, what you described.
Maybe all they do is a trip. So maybe they don't round trip.
It's a single trip.
It's a trip, right?
That's right. That's right.
But So, but the notion. So maybe the use of the word round tripping is
actually that's the word we call it in Nigeria, round tripping.
So that's the way we describe these things in the country. But the notion really is it's transactions that support no transactions.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Thanks for clearing that up for me.
Okay.
And also, like, what I want to say is, like, a few days ago, because my dad is still in Nigeria, right? And he has asthma, right? And he's asthmatic. So he was complaining about the pollution, the air quality in the city where he lives. He lives in Aba, right? And I was telling him that, due to the scarcity with electricity there, a lot of people are using generators, and that generator is creating fumes that actually pollutes the air and messing up the air quality, right? And this will create a problem health-wise, especially for children, for little kids growing up. They might, grow up with respiratory problems, and these type of problems. I was thinking, what can we do to mitigate this type of problem? We don't have to go through the government. For instance, I proposed, like, we need seeing like climate change issues. We need to meet nature where it's at. Like most of the cities in Nigeria, we don't have greeneries, right? I mean, you live in the United States here in Washington State. If you come into my area, there's a lot of green environment. There's a lot of trees everywhere. In cities like Aba, right, they don't have those greeneries, and I think it has to do with our people not being educated on how these things work, right? If we have trees in our cities, it could help take out this carbon dioxide, right, from the air, and actually help cleanse our air. Since the need, the electrical need requires that they use generators, so they can't help it, but they need to find a way to mitigate the after effect, the side effects of using excessive generators and creating excess carbon, right?
All right.
So let me actually, it's actually a topic that's very dear to my heart. So I'm glad you raised the issue. But I think there are actually certain things happening now in Nigeria that might be encouraging. So we know we have significant issues with power. We have 5,000 megawatts. It's a country of 220 million people. South Africa has 50 million people. They have 50,000 megawatts, right? So 50 million people, 50,000 megawatts, 200 million people, 5,000 megawatts. We have issues. However, one of the things that's actually happening now is that because of this, move, because of the increase in the top rate on the electricity tariff side to 220 naira per kilowatt hour from the 66 naira per kilowatt hour, one of the things I'm starting to see, because I look quite closely at the Nigerian energy market, is a move towards more renewable energy. So firstly, the government's policy is centered around gas, not coal, not diesel, for power. And the government is significantly incentivizing it. You can never trust the Nigerian government for anything, but even individuals themselves. So if I use diesel to generate power, you actually spend about 400 to 500 naira per kilowatt hour. That is like 30 cents a kilowatt hour. That's crazy. It's extremely expensive. If I used gas based on current prices in Nigeria to generate power, the prices would be more like 15 cents to about 20 cents. So gas, which is a cleaner fuel, natural gas actually produces only half the emissions that diesel, petrol, and coal would. So it's a cleaner burning fuel. The economics make a lot more sense. It's easier to move around. It's more available. And so that's part of the future. And then I'm also seeing a lot more investments in solar energy. So right now, if you were to put a solar installation in place in Nigeria, and I'm involved in that space actually, the effective cost would be somewhere in the 100 to 150 naira per kilowatt hour range, way lower than it would be if I was running a diesel generator. So if I was running a generator, I need 0.4 liters of diesel for every kilowatt hour, right? It's 1,100 naira per liter of diesel. That's 440 naira per kilowatt hour. Again, close to about 35 to 40 cents. So it's actually cheaper. Renewables are becoming cheaper than some of these alternatives that we've been using that cause pollution. So the move towards gas as the central fuel of choice, and then the fact that the cost of things like solar, if you install solar, the only challenge with solar is there's such a high investment cost to start with. Like unlike diesel, you pay everything up front, and it's difficult. So that's where we need incentives. That's where we need policy. But we're now in a place where renewables actually are starting to look much more attractive than these polluting fossil fuels. And my hope, a lot of what we're doing is to try to push for policies and start trying to get governments and policymakers to really think about leaning in, especially in this era of climate change, leaning into renewables much more significantly.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I guess that brings it to a close for today. We've been listening for the past 3 hours and 8 minutes to Dr. Fabiyi, who invariably has a first degree, first class. By the way, I'm looking at your this. Yeah, you are just a great man, great Nigerian. He has a first class in chemistry engineering, has a PhD from University of Lagos, and also went to your PhD is from Cambridge, right? Yes, from Cambridge. From Cambridge, and then also a BA as a master's in business administration from Chicago Booth School. So he's been everywhere. He is an expert in waste management, and that's why when we started the program, we said, why is Nigeria not tapping to this resource that we have, our own who can help us mobilize all the waste in Nigeria and turn it to wealth. And so these are the calibers of Nigerians that we have all around the world. The government knows they are there. People know they are there. I don't know what's holding us from using them. You see, so thank you very much, sir. We've truly had a good time. And we pray that you come again. We'll be able to touch other areas we're not able to reach today. But I think everyone had enjoyed, or have so far enjoyed your explanations and discussion. We thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, KJ, for hosting, and my thanks to everybody, all the folks in the room here, and all the folks that were listening. And my hope and aspiration is that we find ways to move that nation forward, and let's join hands to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate it. So we will let Doctor go, and we'll all come back to discuss. And so after the commercial, we'll come back, and then we can have more discussion. Thank you very much, sir, and God be with you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa mwilo chiyo biko rapuzoro, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulaga dori biazigo mo ulaga dori biazigo abamba wilo chilo bigora buzoro ona wazia. Mazi weko odogu no kwerezu nka onyomo ni gadele mo mazi ni mazi ibugo with melody.
Come on, master, bro, you know one dance. A lot of people want dance. Master know the dance.
Go with your phone. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo no. Mo olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Anabaze. Say.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We are back. Yeah, can you hear me all?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can hear me still. We are back, and let's look at what we heard. You all heard what Dr. Fabiyi was able to distinguish every of his point, and I think I enjoyed the discussion so much. I don't know what's your take, in the area, and I think one of the things he was able to make very clear is that he wasn't arguing from the point of being a politician, but from the point of someone who wants to see a better Nigeria, a better country, and so I think he was able to put that properly, on the table. So, but I want to hear Mazi Prince, your views.
Thank you, KJ. For me, he spoke well, and especially when it comes to the fact that, you see, that we want Nigeria to work. It's also to the benefit of every one of us, and both our children and our children, because from what I understand, we are all visitors in this world, and we're gonna leave this world one day. You know, um, I love his assessment, his analysis, and the fact that he didn't come here to defend. He's clearly stated it. He's not in the position to start defending Shore. Shore is his own man. You know, and like I always tell people, um, for me, the only, what puts me off from Show is his utterances, and I still remain. He's entitled to, to run for an office as much as he wants, and I'm entitled to also have my own opinion about him. Um, the fact remains that Nigeria is in trouble. I'm just seeing, I was seeing somewhere where they said, I don't know, I think it was, I don't know if it was online or on the TV, that I'm just seeing that they've just approved ECOWAS money, which is gonna be called ECO. And I'm like, what does that mean? Would Ghanaians love to see the currency depreciate the way Nigerian money is? I don't know how, the fundamentals. So let me just say it's speculation, another kind of a thing, until it comes to limelight what it is all about. But for the guest, he was a top notch, and I really docked my heart. Those are the kind of people I love as friends, and all that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ex ex. Sorry, can you call the name again, sir?
Centric.
Eccentric. I'll remember the next time. I can't see some of the words. Okay, Mr. Eccentric, what do you say, sir?
I think he made some great points. Especially about the round tripping, and he had a lot of good suggestions. And at the beginning, I didn't know he was a politician. Like, he was involved in politics. He didn't talk like he was a politician. Seeking for votes or whatnot. I enjoyed his the conversation that you guys had, and the questions that were asked by the panel. They were pretty great, and I learned a lot about him, and about what's going on in Nigeria. But I think personally, I was thinking to myself, like, I think we can do something, especially those in the diaspora, right? Someone mentioned that, I think it was Righteous Man. He actually made a good point about how, how all most of our intellectuals are overseas, right? Or in the States, United States of America or Europe, right? All this knowledge, right, can be used to actually further the country and to push the country forward, country like Nigeria, right? But we are using that to help, our colonialists, right? Brain drain is an issue, right? That cannot be overstated. Brain drain is it's a big issue in Nigeria, right? Most of us, right? If we all come back, right? Like me, my expertise is in quality assurance, right? Quality technician. I know how to use a lot of equipments to make sure a part adheres to international standards, right? AS 9100s, ISOs. You know, all this knowledge can be used to actually bring Nigeria to the forefront, right? You know, we have people. It's just that, you know, brain drain is killing us, and this is I mean, you know, it's a problem. It's a form of colonialism, right? Colonialism, the first one was, you know, to steal resources. Now they're stealing out the best people, the best brains from our country and using it to develop their own countries. And there should be a way for us to, like, you know, organize, come back and create policies. Like I was thinking, like some things like locally, like I was thinking maybe doing an event for maybe a math or physics event for like students. And
you initially said your dad is there, right?
My dad, yeah, he's there.
So do you think that the condition he tells you that he is back in Nigeria is going to allow you to be able to achieve some of these things you're talking about?
I mean, those things can be achieved without me going there, right? Like we can come up with a program. You know, it could be to encourage intellectualism. Like personally, I like sciences, right? I like physics, math. I was thinking, you know, maybe, you know, do like a competition event or for all schools, and I can put money down. It could be 500,000 naira. I mean, 500,000 naira for us is not a lot of money. That's a few $100s, right? And, you know, the best students in the schools can do math competition, and we can use that to encourage, you know, the best people to. And I think education is very important. It's crucial, right, for any country's development. And I think we can play a role in that, right? I know we do a lot, right? Money down there like personally, I probably send money every week. You know, I send money over there every week, and I think, you know, we can do more, right? We can help our various communities, right? Right. It mustn't be a nationwide thing, you know.
I hear you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Mr. Ferrari, what's your view?
Well, I'm glad you brought Malcolm Fabiyi to today, but I was disappointed at you for not focusing on the church section and raising some opposing positions that were raised, and you totally ignored it, which you're free to do. But the question of Nigeria is very simple. Personally, I'm tired of listening to intellectuals come here and regurgitate the problem. It's the same thing we do. It's the same thing Obi did when he came here. We all know the problem. The key thing is, what's the solution and what's my role in that solution? Well, if we disagree on that, if anybody on the panel disagree on that with me, you can let me know. You see, when you come here, spend 3 hours repeating what I already know, I don't know. I'd say it again. The question is, what is the solution and what's my role in that solution? The Soyinka generation is the wasted generation. They messed up the country. They left it for my generation, the Fabiyi generation. And what did we do? We are the foolish generation. That's the Showore generation. That's what I call us, my opinion, not that of this panel. You understand? And then we're going to hand it over to Mr. Eccentric generation, or I don't know if it's younger than that, you know, whatever generation is available now. What are we handing over to these kids? We're handing over what we should not be handing over. Nigeria is not heading in the right direction. The trajectory is not right. So the issue, now when Mr. Fabiyi spoke, it made me now clearly understand why there is no traction for the progressives in that country. It makes me clearly understand why the likes of Tinubu and Atiku have the masses and they don't. It clearly puts it for me. Nigeria for me is like a damaged vehicle with 3 wheels out or the engine gone. But most intellectual I have encountered are always discussing who is going to drive that damaged vehicle. I think that is always the wrong question. The right question is, how do we replace the tires? How do we replace the engine before we start discussing who drives? when I asked Mr. Fabiyi my question, it was important for me to understand his perspective of how he sees the Nigerian problem. I asked him, do you believe we have a democracy? He said, point blank, we do. Very good. Then one man went to Mo, came back on a follow-up. I don't know whether he heard my question, and asked him another very vital and important question to this discourse. Okay, if that's the case, what are you fighting for? Are you fighting for power or you're fighting for change? Because if I believe we don't have a democracy, then we should have been marching like we march against the military for a change so that our people's vote will count. And the first revolution in any society is the fact that their votes count. They can effect a change, no matter how weak they are. But Mr. Fabiyi doesn't share that. He shares that we have a democracy, just have a few flaws that need to be adjusted. Then why are you criticizing Tinubu? What has Tinubu done wrong? The system works. It works for the elites. It works for those making it. It works. So if you're criticizing Tinubu, it's because you are not in power. But if you're criticizing because the system is flawed, then what's your role in fixing the system? These are vital, deep questions. We shouldn't sugarcoat praise and all these things we do as Nigerians. Go back, read Lord Lugard's letter, reflect on what that man wrote about us. His polling did not say anything new we don't know. The question is, what's the way forward? And one man went to Mo, asked the most important question. Is it the system that is bad or the people that is bad? If the system is bad, then we need to be talking about how to change the system. If the people that is bad, how are we sure the next person we put is not going to be good? If thinkers don't ask these deep questions and assess themselves on where they stand on Nigerian problem, we will be like that yeye wind wey Fela described, like one yeye ball, wey one yeye wind, they blow from one yeye and parabolating. Parabolation is not movement. Movement is moving close to where we ought to be. At 64 years old, we ought to be a producing nation. We ought to be a nation whose the voice of our people counts. At 64 years old, we need not be going back into slavery, whereby our system is turning our people into slaves and criminals.
Okay.
That's my submission there.
Thank you so much, Ferrari. I just want to draw attention that when I sit on this to host, I have no opinion and I'm not biased towards anybody and I don't have a favorite. So I try to be as fair as possible to everyone. So your conclusion of what the guests think, I think I'm a bit too slow to call somebody who has been out there. You see, that's why even the guy who is in Finland, I can't find myself using certain words, because to be a freedom fighter is not a day's job. They are putting everything they have on, and this guy today, I think all of that, in time past, and he is now on the other part. He's not looking for elective position. He is somebody who has distinguished himself in the international field. He's an expert in waste management. In other words, if Nigeria wanted to make use of our waste, it's well positioned to be able to give us a very concrete blueprint on how to go about our waste. So I will not say, I will say that he was able to distinguish the fact that he is not a politician, but is able to make comments on political, make comments on political grounds. And he said it first and foremost, before he even went further, to say, in the 2019, yes, he campaigned and he was the DG of Showere's campaign group. But after that, he didn't go on to do that. He distinguished himself in those two variables. And he didn't in any way say contrary. I find it a bit, I'm taking my time to address it because you have said that so many times and maybe some people begin to think it's correct. I find it a bit worrying when you say we are a failed generation. How are we failed? You have two things. Either we accept to gradually make a change, or we go take up arms against the system. And we don't, if you don't have arms, how do you take up arms? Okay, so invariably, for those people who have been in the streets, and I have been in the streets, I've been in the streets with these people. Okay, I don't know if any of you have been have had time to be arrested in a protest. If you have, and sometimes when these people are talking, you give them some, you cut them some slack. And I think the man distinguished himself very well. That's my take. I think he distinguished himself very well. He's saying that yes, we have a system of politics, which is the system we have used to change our leaders so far for the past 25 years. Whether it is working properly the way it should or not, he has been able to canvass his own idea. And that is left for us now to take it and run with it, or say we don't agree with him. Okay, just to try to, tear down what he's saying. And that's what I try to stop when I'm the one moderating. You doesn't agree with the person's view, but you can hear him out. And if you have an opportunity, you put what you believe, but not to. This guy has done a lot of work. We shouldn't look at it and just throw it. In fact, if I read his credentials out for you, you'll be amazed. It's not. So I think he has what it takes. You may not agree with him, but that is who he is, and that's what he has done in the international stage. He is so needed that even the US is holding on to him. So I mean, bros, look, we don't accept when somebody is good. Say the person is good. You may not agree with his view. Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
KJ, I love Malcolm. Me and him went to school around the same time. We both did Aluda together. I have no problem with the man. I'm saying that for all of us, as long as that our system is not fixed, the best of us cannot help that country. Even Malcolm himself, with all his qualification, I'm not against the man. Don't link me as not liking the man. I'm saying it's our views, because when we keep, all of us who know better, all we do is complain and blame Nigerians, traumatize Nigerians for their problem and ask for solution from them. We are the privileged ones. We are the ones who have to diagnose the problem properly. But when we play as if it's not that bad or it's okay, it's just some minor problem, that's why we don't have traction. That's why the activism in Nigeria has failed, because of conclusions like that. I question his conclusion and I question his strategy. That's all, not the man. Great man. Please don't mix it up. Wonderful man, excellent Nigerian, that we still need his contribution to get us to greater heights.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you. Ovie.
Thank you. As I said, I miss his. Went to church today, but the few I was able to gather, I asked him a question along those lines. Two questions. One is pretty much centered at what Alaba is talking about, and which is his generation. And I think KJ, you are missing the point. Make I no go hard on you today because they said you did a good job. They say, oh, I know, Siam. But no, you are missing the point that Alaba is trying to make. And I think even the guests admitted the fact that they have failed. Even though that was not my question to him, because my question to him is that I put it directly that they have failed. He admitted it. What I wanted from him is what is now the way forward. Now, this is where I say you are missing the point. It is not about him. I actually admitted before him that him is an individual, is a successful man. There's no doubt about that. But their generation, their group, right? I use that word failure so that he will get the picture and he gets it. And I don't think Alaba is criticizing him per se, right? He just, at least, I told him myself, because I heard him saying that it's been the way it is, trying to see change is when you're 17 years old. If I want to go back to you too, KJ, the same thing, right? You guys have experience. You understand? Experience of raw agitation at every level. The military, whatever, you guys have that experience. Yes, maybe you guys did not achieve your result, but that experience should count for something. And this is where, and now we are asking you guys for that experience. Put your differences aside. Show worry. I had about 4 hours discussion with Prince Adebayo. The same thing I put to him. Put your bias. All of them agree that there's a problem, and they know the problem. So what is the problem here? Is within you guys. Even the guys admit that the raw energy on the streets should not go wasted. We don't have the minute. Now, let me even take myself out. The young people out there on the street don't have the resources. Of course, rightly so. You guys have it by picture of your work experience. They don't have the experience of organizing and empowerment. That's where you guys need to come in. But you guys cannot help us without you guys working together to know the differences. Whether we like it or not, there's something we should learn from the people that we say they are in charge of our problem. They work together regardless of their differences. They have one goal. Let's hold on to the power. My second question to him was about we in diaspora. Again, KJ, if I get going, I don't promote you. Again, Mr. Eccentric was actually getting to where I need all of us to be. Solution. How something, regardless of if you don't understand the solution, you don't agree with it, let that person go ahead and do what they believe in. This man is proposing, is scratching his brain. How do we make change? Your response to him was, say your father is in Nigeria, with everything that is going on, he will allow you. I am sorry. If this young man doesn't know that there's a problem, he will not be looking for a solution. He knows that there's a problem. We all know there's a problem. You trying to scare him away. It's ridiculous. That's my problem with the diasporas. We forget easily what we used to be yesterday. How do you expect people who want to hope on us if we keep discouraging people who want to prefer solutions? Nigeria is bad. We all know that.
Hold on. I think you're making a mistake. I'm a moderator. I asked a pertinent question. Both to and from.
I understand. KJ, I know. That's why I said. That's why I started by saying I forgot out on you. I know what I'm saying. I'm just using you as an example. You understand? Because I asked the man the question to you. I just use that as an example. I'm not the only one in diaspora. I go around every day. Guess what? When I go church today, from the beginning to the end, I know they do like that. I study what makes Christ Embassy successful. Because the idea that I have is studied around young people. Christ Embassy started from campus. When the democracy came to us, those are the beneficiaries of Obasanjo regime. That's where it started from campus. It targeted young people. Christ Embassy roll with the lifestyle of young people. You know that there's no dress like this, no do like this. Come as you are. And it was a success. And I see them listen to them today. How they have to even villages in India, they have people, leaders, from the streets to the top. So when I hear Pastor Chris the distorted information, I was marveled. And the same thing again. My question to Century, right? Do you intend to join any political organization or movement? Because that is the only way. You talk about policy, your knowledge, how you can put it to use. You can form a think tank along a political party, a political movement, a political line. That is why your brain, your idea can be put to use. You cannot distinguish. That's the mistake we are making. And I think that's where we all have to actually question ourselves. If we really mean to actually fix the problem that we have, because we all know it, the ability for us to actually put our differences together, whatever that is where our problem is. And that's why I keep holding KJ. Not you now, not you, but your generation at that, because you guys have suffered. Use the experience, we're not getting energy again. We're not getting energy again, but we not get experience and money. So what is wrong? The Gen Z don't know what to be Fulani, Yoruba, Hausa. They don't know all those things. So some extent I can say that. But one thing they lack is the experience, history. History, they lack it. And that is what differentiates between the Kenyans and us. Because when I was listening to Prince Adebayo yesterday, he gave the history of Kenya. They have history. And it goes to exactly what in Nigeria they always talk about. And I engaged him on that if you actually believe in it. The Kenyans did not negotiate their independence. They fought for it. So you guys should use your experience. I don't fight bullets, I don't fight villages, I don't fight everybody. Organize us. That's all we organize us. Put your differences aside, organize us. Let's go to war, politically speaking.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I think your point is well taken. Maska.
All right, thank you, Mr. KJ. I used to say that you are a journalist. I used to take it with a pinch of salt. but I can see the journalistic tendencies come out. You know, I may not agree with your style, but I can see that, yes, I take it or I leave it. There are journalistic tendencies in you. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. I'm shocked that I will agree with Ovi, because anytime he speaks, I ask myself, this guy, what nonsense is he talking about? But I totally agree with him. I totally agree with him on the 3 counts he has raised. And by extension, I also agree with the speaker. Bottom line, the reality is that people have to work together. And like Ovie said, all we have to do is look at the people we are always complaining about. We sound as if we are the good people, they are the bad people. We say they are stupid people, they are nonsense, they are this, but check it. It is the same Tinubu that sat with Buhari. They sat down and devised a strategy. A Fulani man, a Yoruba man sitting down together to see how they can lord over us. What kind of people are we that we can't see that, okay, if you're going to fight these people, sometimes you need to take a part of the playbook, even from your enemy. I may not like Pansat, for instance, okay? But certainly if I believe that he's a progressive, he wants to see progress, I should put away my difference and my dislike for him, work for a while with him, at least to a point where we can deal with the common enemy. And thereafter, everybody can go his way. But as it is, the true enemies of the country are always sitting down together. Just go to a political wedding, you will be shocked. In fact, you don't need to go to the wedding. Go to the airport, a major, let's say there is a wedding in Kano, just go to the airport. The kind of jets you will see is all over, from all over the country. Whether it's in Yola, whether it is, where was this man's wedding, this Davido, for instance. Everywhere there is a major political guy, you see everybody from all walks of life, they will all sit together and talk. Tribe is not an issue for them. Religion is not an issue for them. Why is it so much of a problem for we that we are the downtrodden? Why? So I totally agree with Ovi. The first point, we need to understand that people of all these multiple political parties not going to take anybody anywhere. It's not going to take anybody anywhere. We are not going to agree with each other in total. I have kids. I don't agree with some of their worldview, but they are my kids. I'm not going to send them out of my house. I cannot call a family meeting and say, oh, this is my son, I don't like him, so I'm not going to call him for that meeting. It's a family meeting. We will all sit together and discuss. And I think this is the leaf that Nigerians should take. We have to work together. Look, you cannot like everybody, but the reality is that across the country, if there are lots, the downtrodden are more than the people that we're complaining about. Let's try and see how we can work together, sincerely speaking. I think I will stop here, rather so that I will not sound like a broken record. But again, sorry, KJ, I mean, I would like to repeat and repeat and repeat again. For me, one thing that I also continue to canvass is that there's always an opportunity. In terms of building a nation, it doesn't happen overnight. You do one block at a time. The first block, all Nigerians should really be focused. This coming election, what is it that we can do differently? Rather than to complain about the last election, let's look at the coming election. What is it that we can do differently, either individually or collectively? There has to be something. I always believe that there has to be something I can do. Even if I'm not the one to do it, there has to be somebody I can go and sit with and get him to do something different. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question before you
No, I'm not going to answer your question, Pansat, please. Okay. I won't give you that respect.
All right. Thank you, guys. Janaba, your turn.
Good afternoon, everybody. KJ, say good job. Your tie fits you well. The shirt is oversized, but you are good.
It's not oversized. Look at this.
It's oversized, my brother. Take it.
No, today I begin wear shirt. I don't they wear oversized. Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll just messing with you. You are a good host. I worry more about us here. The guy is brilliant. He did his own and continued to do his own. I worry more about us, especially the regular participant in this, and also you guys, the host, especially my brother, my friend Ferrari. You do not have to criticize everybody, but if that is your nature and that is what you want to bring to the table, it's okay. I think you've grown up enough to make your own case, but it's just in the way of life. I think I'll put it behind me and you will talk. I'll find your way so I can conduct a deliverance for you in the good way. So it's okay. And my uncle Pansat, I always, whenever I will host, I'm working on it. Me and Ovie have been to so many places looking for the perfect time and date to host Dr. Rudy and many of you that will be chance to come. I would like to have you, Pansat, here so we can see ourselves in person. I don't agree with you in many things, but you are not that dangerous. I think Ferrari is more dangerous than you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you for bringing that humor in. You are always have a way of making everything very light. Okay. Sorry. Mazi Prince, please wait for Fansat. We'll come back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me say hello again in case there are new entrants into the comment section who didn't get to enjoy my original protocol. Wouldn't it be nice when we can finally come out here and these two Northerners and they're going to crack jokes and we're going to laugh about it? I'm not amused because I believe that our problems are deliberate. There's nothing that's being done in that country that is by chance. It's consciously done, willfully, wantonly, intentionally. They're calculated. And it's about time that we got serious here. I was gonna ask Maska a question. Not that I particularly care, but I want to bounce it off. Master, can you sit up a little bit and be serious when I'm talking? You just laying back. What I'm saying is that in the last election, I recall you and Ovie and John Abba, disagreeing with the youth, the progressive forces in our country who were trying to bring change. So my question to you, and I'm not trying to do this to belittle you or disgrace or even intimidate you. I'm saying, have you learned anything? If that election is held today, if you don't mind, tell me who you voted for the last time and who you will vote for now.
Can I
Could you
respond
tell
to
me?
him to mention my name?
Yeah, let me first get Amaska to decline or to answer because I have limited time. I'm going somewhere. Just
answer very.
I'm going to come to you. Hold on. Maska, if that election is held today, would you vote for who you voted for the last time? Would you support Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed? Would you today? Yes or no?
Okay, so yes, the answer is yes. And let me tell you why. That Baba Ahmed is somebody who I know very well and I do respect. Okay? Try as hard as you may, I'm not a bigot. I'm beyond that. So I voted Peter Obi, yes, but not because of the reasons you think. But if there is another election, I'm not going to vote. Most likely, I'm not going to vote for these people. I'm probably going to vote for somebody different. But
Thank you. What
yes,
about you, John? What about you?
You mean me,
is
Abidjan?
it John Abba or Ove you
John
talked
Abba.
about?
John Abba.
No, I thought it's Ove
Oh,
you spoke about.
I know.
You mentioned Ove, not John Abba. Unless if the age is catching up with you now, Pansat.
I'm not here to laugh, so don't try to be funny.
It's KJ
John,
that is
would
laughing,
you?
not me. I'm not laughing with you.
Okay, John, would you today consider voting for Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed today?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Ovi, what about you?
Voting for Obi is voting for IMF. Obi is their first son in Nigeria and Obasanjo is their grand patron. No, I will not vote for him. And I will
No,
never
okay. So
vote.
thank you. That's what I wanted to get. And thanks for being sincere about it, because what I want to deal with here, it's removing all this mantra that we come here and we repeat, you know, the slogan there in Shibboleth, catch what, as if we have actually changed. We have right now, you know, you have the answer. You know that this APC is no good. So we keep wasting our time populating this place with people who have no
But
intention.
sorry, Pansat, sorry, just a minute. Ove, I think the question that you should ask Ove is who did he vote for the last election?
We know he voted.
I vote for another progressive.
Connivingly, he said he
No,
was supporting and so right. Will you be quiet, Ovie? Please be quiet. But he was doing what people who support who were supporting. KJ, do you have ability to mute here? Because when Ferrari,
go ahead. I'm not talking over you. Go ahead.
He didn't have ability to mute anybody or to remove him from the
Okay,
platform.
I have ability
so
to mute, and I have ability to take people backstage, but I wanted.
Pastor, it's also important to know Obi is not the only progressive. There are many
haven't
progressives
landed
in
here.
Nigeria who ran for president. Obi is just one of the progressives.
You're right. He's not just one of them. He's the best Africa has put forth.
According to you,
listen. It's something that is calculable. We could calculate it, right? When we look at leadership qualities, right? If we look at leadership qualities, participation, somebody who's accountable, somebody who's available, somebody who's selfless, somebody who has integrity, patience, who's resilient, who's determined, who's honest, compassionate.
You've done this before, Pansat. I think, in fairness, Pansat.
Let him keep going. Let him finish.
No, Obi. You see, all these things he's saying, half of it is in the public domain. Peter Obi himself has campaigned for himself.
That's what I say. You should let him finish. We all have the right to respond.
I know you wanna rack up accolades as a good host, right? But it has to be a balance. You're gonna have to push the button once in a while. If you're gonna be a good host in my book, I cannot be interrupted any further until I land. Let me at least land. And then we'll have a discussion, right?
You are the one calling them to your studio. You are the one.
Let him go. Let him finish. Yeah. But you are going to also allow us to respond, Pastor, without interrupting.
That's fine. That's
a good conversation.
Hold on. Let Fansat finish, please. And you have 2 minutes more, sir.
Okay. Let me ask for a unanimous consent that I'll be able to land, right? No matter how, let me use as much time as I may consume. I've waited here patiently. So, haven't heard no objection. What I'm saying is that...
No, I have an objection. I won't give you all the time you need.
I too have an objection for more than 2 minutes.
Okay. Yes. I'm not here so that we'll be doing what we're doing right now. I'm very serious about what we have to do. I said earlier that the stuff is deliberate. It's intended and planned. It's purposeful. It's wantonly planned for us to be in the position we're in today. And all of you know that. All of you know that. So what I don't want to do is to waste my time trying to change anybody. I just said it. Ovie, Maska, Janaba had a binary choice, clear choice between good and evil in this case. It came down to good and evil. Peter Obi against Tinubu. That's what it came down to. And these people were recalcitrant. Up till now, after they've seen the inflation rate, 30-something%, virtually no virtue. Masker, let me ask you, since I see a little repentance in you, but I gotta tell you, I don't trust you. When the first day you wore that hat during the election, you didn't wear that hat. The first day you wear that hat, I'm from the southeast. When I see that hat, when I see people who don't go to school, people who wear their religion on their sleeves, people who want to cover the whole country without what it takes, there's nothing wrong with you. At least good. You cannot run a country. You're not going to school. You're violent. You're suppressing women.
Is that a question, or is that a question, Pastor?
No, it's not a question
yet.
I'm
going to ask you to respond.
I asked you a question and
Because
you were candid. You out of the three, you were candid, and it's not. You can't avoid the fact that I've been beating you over the head whenever I come on this platform, and it's working in your case. You're moving in the right direction, but you don't want to go all the way. You don't want to go all the way. But you said if the election is held today, you're not going to do what you did the last time. And I'm very proud of you for that.
Okay, so maybe you're not a listening person. I voted Peter Obi last time. This time around, I will not make that mistake.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. Why?
Now,
why? Hold on. Why?
All right.
Why?
Okay, so you will never be satisfied with his reasoning.
Let him answer that. KJ, let him answer with my time. Go ahead. Why wouldn't you vote for Peter? What was the mistake you made the last time? Why?
Well, I won't discuss this thing publicly. If I would not derogate somebody publicly like that. It's okay. I voted for him, but I think it was a mistake. If I want to speak, I will speak positively for people publicly. If I'm going to say anything negatively, either I write a letter to Peter Obi, which is well within my right, or I just keep quiet.
Let me take my time back. That's what I thought. We're just playing here. KJ, I may not be here much longer because I'm not really in the mood to play. Right? He said that because he wanted to be funny, right? He wanted to be funny. But I gotta tell you something. This platform, when I first came on this platform, my admonishment to Dr. Damages was that he's gonna have to grow a pair of balls here. We should not be harboring people like Masker here, people like
because of my cap.
Ovie, John Abba, right? There were a lot of them. Unless he doesn't want to be serious, you put on your shirt and tie, KJ, right? You're a serious guy, and when you submit things here, you're doing it as a patriot about Nigeria, but it's totally wasted. If you let it continue on this platform, right? You're gonna have to take off that shirt and tie.
Give us enough time to respond.
What is it?
Because we need to respond. Because what Pastor is saying is right to say that it's true. Because a lot of people, especially Obi followers, I'm not against Obi followers. But let me respond. Let me respond. The obedience need to know.
Hold on. Please, I am the one moderating. I don't know other moderators behind. Please, if I didn't remove him, don't remove him. I have my own style of moderating. Please, I don't know who removed him. I didn't do that. I beg you guys. If I'm sitting,
I like Nigeria.
Thank you.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Why I'm saying that?
They want to overtake. Be that KJ.
That's Nigeria for you. You know.
I will not do to be done.
We're not going to take time.
Hold on, everybody. I will not like to do to you what I will not want people to do to me. If I move from the platform, I don't feel happy about it. So if somebody is being, cannot be controlled, you try to control the person, and you can mute the mic, okay? But if you go to a serious, web programs, you don't see people being yanked off the program because they are not cooperating. You try to stop them from, and then you can mute their mic. And then when you have done that once or twice or twice, and the person doesn't want to stop, then you can yank him off. I don't like people, everybody's here. You are spending your time and your money. It's not for any other purpose. You are not going to be elected Nigerian president tomorrow. No matter how much your contribution is worth, nobody's going, you know, most people won't even listen to it. So let's calm down. Nobody is an enemy here sitting on this table. Nobody. All of us are looking for a way Nigeria can be good. So let's calm down. Let's tone it down. Okay. You can criticize me. You can criticize, but do it. I mean, the way that the people can accept it. Look. I have no dog in the race. That's the truth. All right. So please, let's calm down and cooperate, brothers. I beg now. Thank you.
Sorry, KJ, can I make 2 statements, please? Is it possible?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So we are very hypocritical sometimes. Seriously speaking, for a guy to sit here because of the person, you a legitimate Nigerian, because of the people you voted for somebody to say you shouldn't even be on a panel, and you're still making justifications. How incendiary, what kind of statements should we say, no, we as Nigerians people should not be making? Because somebody voted somebody, you are saying he shouldn't be on this panel, and we're making excuses for him. And we want people to see us as serious people. It's amazing.
Okay.
The thing, if I can just jump in real quick.
No.
In support of you, KJ.
Yeah.
You see, when Pansat has just disappeared like that, I thought it was you. And now that you're saying it's not you, this is a direct position. I like what you just said. It's a direct point the finger at the administration of this platform. How dare anybody remove somebody from this platform if it's not the adjudicator himself? I mean, it's pathetic. What kind of behavior is this? If that's not the most Nigerian of behaviors, that somebody outside, we don't even see the person, had just taken somebody out. I might feel all kinds of things about anybody on this platform. Pansat is an individual that is highly criticized, and a lot of it may be justified. However, that kind of action that I just saw, it's called impunity. If you don't recognize, that's what it's called.
I agree. I agree with Jagun. And hey, Masker, I'm not in support of whatever anybody has said, but you see, I cannot control what people say, and they own their views as long as they're using their own mouth to say it. And if it becomes something that will be of a threat to this channel, I will probably take the person or shut the person down or take the person off. But on this case, on this incident or situation right now, it is Pascal who is saying what, and we all have listened to Pascal over the years. We know how he goes about these things. All right. Having said that, I'm still saying again that what he said, the view that he holds are his views. Okay. And it's not the views of the damages platform. You know, I didn't remove him. I don't know who's asking me to bring him back. I didn't remove him, so I wasn't the one who removed him. And I think he has left the platform.
Don't do it now. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Jonaba. Sorry, I'm going to you, Mazi Prince.
So, first and foremost, I wanted to respond to.
Wait now, we need to respond to the names where he called now. Call us out. We deserve
now that it's a waste of time. Honestly, you don't have to argue.
No. He made 2 very important points that we should take serious, because I think it's about the younger Obedience. He said 2 things. 1, Obi is the best in Africa. I agree with him.
I'm talking.
No, but you didn't have the platform now, Obi. Come on, guys.
Jesus Christ. I'm talking. And you went to church today. Is that what they taught you in your church?
He never mentioned your name. I'm only responding to the fact that he mentioned my name. So I know what I'm doing.
I raised my finger and I was supposed to speak.
All of us raised our hand. All of us raised our hand. So sorry if I jump on you. Go ahead.
I know I know where I didn't get you, but that one,
why would you like it? Go ahead.
Can we move on? We have new. So why you guys are trying to pull
So the first thing I wanted to say to Jonaba Janaba, when you are inviting us, I hope the favorite barbecue place will be invited. That tells us, I love you guys barbecue, and I'm looking forward to that time. I'll be one of the 10 persons to buy my flight ticket. And then for Maska, I understand where you're coming from, but if you really listen to Pansat, even when he said it, I kind of like, if you were really looking, you see that I wasn't happy with what he said. However, there was a comment he said. He said, to make him laugh. He said to make him laugh, which means he's just, joking. I don't know when he's serious and all that, but whatever he said, it's his own opinion, and we've said it time and time again. You are very much welcome to come to this platform. If it's not Dr. Damages, I don't think any of us have any right to take anybody out of the platform. That's all I can say. But thank you guys, though. Thank you, team. Welcome on board.
Masker, again, as I say it again, nobody can ask you. I grew up in the north. I mean, look, let me tell you something. Well, I don't want to mention his name, but one of the prominent emirs of Bauchi is my close friend. We still talk till tomorrow. I don't want to call his name because you will know him. So I don't know.
KJ, look, you are a good man. It's fine. Don't worry. Look, you people are not giving money on the platform, so that even if somebody yank me up, no Allah.
No, so it's not the view of this platform. Please, nobody can yank off
Okay,
anybody.
so the point I'm making, all I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Obviously, I know that nobody will take me off, certainly. Okay? But all I'm saying is, as a people, as Nigerians, we need to do what is called boundary. In my own opinion, we need to be working, we need to be bringing each other close. And we talk about the government. If today here on this panel, we are saying that because you vote another person, you shouldn't be here. We are just talking from all our sides of the mouth. Let's be logical also. I have to respond to him and I have to say it. That's all I'm doing. It's not that I take any offense. Pansat has done worse than because of my car. Pansat has said worse things. That's okay. I'm not, but I need to also respond. This is how we build societies. When you see something that is wrong, you should talk about it. Because if you keep allowing it to slide, this is what is happening to Nigeria. Government will do something wrong, we keep quiet. The next thing, they will do another level. You keep quiet. No, it's not my character. As I'm here, if I see something I don't agree with, I strongly disagree with, I will speak about it. There are a lot of things that I said I don't agree with, but I let it slide. But some things I would point it out. We shouldn't keep quiet, or at least I will not keep quiet. You are a good man, KJ. I love everybody here. No Allah. Sorry, KJ. Kim, the other day you are talking about a land sale. How did you get to know that?
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you properly.
You said if I sell the land, you want your commission.
Yes, so I'm happy you admitted. Please, when you finish selling that land, try and send me. I will send my account to the private chat. Please. I beg all of us need that money now.
But it's okay. I fear you now.
Nice speaking with you, sir.
Okay. Again, like I said, let's try and be very civil because a lot of people are watching this and we to expand our viewership. That's what we are trying to do. We are trying to expand our viewership. So the more we are able to operate in a more decent way, the more we will gain audience. So please, yes, who is next to speak? Okay, yes, right. Sorry, not you, Faris, Jonaba.
Let first go. No, I'm a senior citizen. I think twice before.
No worry. Go. When it's my time, I'll speak.
Go. You have something to say. Just go, please.
I will say it during my time. Go
ahead. Thank you once again. To be honest with you, I don't have problem with Pansat. is not that important. And to be honest, I don't try to demean anybody. There's nothing here that is very important that anybody should not go to bed, worry about it. But we have to know his personality. Did it mean that whatever I say is welcome? No. I think over the years we have come to know that he will say that, and he have choose who are his enemy. And personally, I will not create enemy from here. I don't come here to mess around with that. But then, having said all of this, why I go around that I don't want to say so much because I'm not having any topic that I want to talk about. The only person I feel for Masker now, they can see him. I don't know the internet that I can refer to righteous man. We used to see righteous man. Now we can't see him again. It was Masker that will come and go in a minute. We will be shouting, Masker. Masker is like he's fainting. Now he's a righteous man waiting for Benway Yam in the bedroom. And I don't know why. Go ahead.
So it's my turn, right?
Yes,
you are just speaking on Nigerians. We will come for you, John Abba. We Nigerians will come for you. Don't...
No, him.
What is the question?
Yes,
me. So,
go ahead.
Well, I forgot his name. Malcolm, Dr. Malcolm. And he said something about.
No, am I to speak?
He did not.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I think Eccentric Cast is speaking.
Yeah, he did not like the proposed minimum wage of 450,000 naira. And he said it was that small businesses won't be able to pay it. But I thought the minimum wage is for federal government workers and state government workers, right? I think wages should be increased to meet inflation, right? I think 450,000 naira a month, it's not that bad, considering the cost of goods in Nigeria. That's the area where I disagree with him on. I think also the government, how they can deal with this issue, right, of inflation is by putting caps and prices, right? This guy, I forgot his name, one of the presidents of the United States, he did a price freeze, right? He did a price freeze, and I was thinking the Nigerian government can do that, but I don't know how they can implement, do a price freeze on goods produced in Nigeria, and also like on the rent, they can do a price freeze and then cut wage prices that way, right? Cut the salaries that way, right? If they don't do price freeze on essential goods, then it's they should be able to pay people to meet the inflation, right? Inflation rate in the country. But the guy, he was against that, and I was going to ask him about that. Like, why was he against that? I think, living standard in Nigeria is it's pretty high considering the rate of poverty in the country, right? Like 50,000 naira it's not even enough for someone to survive like in 1 week. It's pretty dire, and it's a dire situation. But let me go back to my earlier point, right? I was thinking most of us in the diaspora, right? I was thinking how we can mitigate the issue of brain drain. Most of us can go back, right, to bring our expertise back to the country. But I think we can all come up with a problem, a solution, right? In certain areas. Like personally, I think in the area where we can invest our money on, our resources on, it's in education, right? Not necessarily by building schools or whatnot. What I propose is we can do some kind of contests, right? Where we can encourage schools. We can pick 2 schools and do like math or physics contests for them. And I think something like 200,000 naira can pay for the logistics and actually pay the prices for like the person that comes first, the winner, and the runner-ups, right?
Okay,
we can do that, and I think we can do that if we can do that to use it to encourage education in our country, right? I think if kids see stuff like that, they'll want to study sciences. They want to take math serious, and I think the more intellectuals that we have in our country, the more we'll be able to actually evolve our, our productions, right? Our manufacturing and all that.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
and
So,
yeah.
Okay, I think you made your point. I just want to say something. He wasn't discussing from the point of suggesting a minimum wage. He did a poll, and by the scores of the poll, he was discussing at what and how. I can put it online for people who want to check it out to see. Okay, but having said that, let's move on. I can see Jabun. Yeah, Jabun. Then we'll come
Thank
to.
you. I just wanted to, obviously, this is the first time I've spoken today. I want to say good evening to everybody, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I want us not to miss what Eccentric last omitted. I many times have put ideas forward as to solutions. And ideas are very difficult. I'm understanding ideas aren't easy to fathom, from just the small idea to bringing it out into a viable, understandable, communicatable point. What I find very illuminating as to what Eccentric was saying, especially in the terms of education and in terms of the diaspora and in terms of how do we fit into working towards a solution. I really don't want us to drop ideas that are spoken. There may be a seed, but I think many of the ideas that come through, we need to tap into it and feed and water that seed in order for an idea really to emerge before all of us. So when speaking about things like teaching and education, and the fact that the diaspora can't just pick itself up and plonk itself in Nigeria and create a solution, I've many times put to the panel that we in the diaspora are actually the key, and we are not doing enough outside of Nigeria. And it would be nice for us to find ourselves fighting from inside Nigeria. Me personally, that's my feeling, and that's my planning. In terms of education, and I know I've just jumped in, it's really, I don't want us to miss what Eccentric just said. That's why I'm jumping in. The idea of communicating education to our country can happen through the internet. And there are really many practices that it doesn't matter what you know. What you know and what you've experienced, what you have expertise in is teachable. It's transferable. And we can do it over the net. It depends on us. I don't like to be frank, and you've heard me say this many times. When we come here simply to complain, simply to rehash all of the hegemony that's going on in our country that oppresses everybody, to talk about our pain, and our pain is real. However, the ideas are more, they're more expensive to us, they're more useful to us. The ideas, we have to start examining ideas. What my man has just said, we can't, I don't think we can just flip over it. If we flip over it, we miss the context of why we're here speaking. So I really implore everybody. I know many of us have doubtful minds. Many of us have too much fear and suspicion in our spirit. But if that's your position, it's fair enough, and I understand it. But we should all allow people who have ideas to begin to expand on it, and for people to buy in and share in it. What Ovie has said earlier, I was listening before coming on board, and I came on board because I've seen heavy hitters. I'm seeing heavy hitters on the stage, Shamo. You know, I'm seeing man like Masca, I'm seeing man like Ovie, I'm seeing man like Ferreira. You know what I mean? And we've been hosted by the prince himself, KJ. What the hell? Make how they come on board now. Make how they share my, because these are the kind of audience I enjoy. These are the kind of panelists I enjoy. These are the people that I believe if we knock heads off and we knock heads properly, something will come out. And me, I'm waiting for the day for a seed to open and appear with a green shoot and begin to expand itself. That's my hope here. I'm not here to just receive all the barrage of complaints. Me, I just have to phone my mum and I would have all the complaints in the world about Nigeria that I need. I don't need any of you to tell me about anything that's going on in Nigeria at all. No, let me, okay. I'll come back. I'll come back. Thank you, my brother. I've never met you before. I'm glad to meet you. Eccentric. You say a lot.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That idea we'll probably discuss further, but let's just hear everybody's thoughts. Bumi is backstage, so Bumi, I can see you. As soon as I get an opportunity, I'll bring you in.
Put me in backstage so that she can come in.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Hemen, can you go ahead?
All right. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yes. And greetings to the people on the comment section. Actually, I think what brought me to the platform today is because of I heard what Ovie said while he was giving his heartfelt opinion, his hearty opinion about the use of the youths, the coming together of the youths, and also demanding the older generation to be the brain work based on their experience in order to put the youths together and drive the good narrative forward. And I think that is just where we just have to start. Because the only way, because if we continue to say we want to take over, how can we change the system? How can we make Nigeria better? The truth is, we just have to develop a new generation of people. And the best generation of people are the people who think now, henceforth, is their future and not their graves. And then these are the set of people that also have the power, the physicality, and also that can be trained, one way or the other. They might have their opinions made, but they are still malleable. They are trainable, they are coachable. These are the set of people that we need to move the nation forward. But if you look at the way, the last time, there was this last meeting we had that we asked to suggest what solution would we want to see to solve this Nigerian problem. And I said, for me as a person, I would have appreciated a Peter Obi to have a new set of mindset, to see how he can, from within himself, because the youth have vested a lot of power to him, kind of distrusted him based on his approach, based on his story, and they feel lucky from where perhaps he can grow forth. Not from Labour Party. This is not a party issue, but an ideology issue. But that is exactly what I am trying to say. It might not necessarily be a Peter Obi. It could be, but the thing is, I will need somebody. The youth will need somebody that one way they will trust, and who is also someone who understands the power, who have tasted it, and who also have the mind, a futuristic mind. So for me as a person, I agree totally with Ovie. Just that I have an issue with him. When it was time for politics, he always say, all not politics. And those period, because as at that time, I became antagonistic to every of his opinion because of those things they always say. Why? Whenever people come with their hearty opinions, and there's somehow, if you feel passionate about this country, there is a way you express it and emotions will take over. He will always find a way to water it down and dilute it and make you feel like, oh, no. But this is just to him anyway. I'm only asking him that now. I hope he can see why people can be emotional and passionate about whatever they believe in. So, but henceforth, I think, and as we have suggested, the ideas, that is just what the youth needs. Eccentric said, maybe it's like, he suggested that if people can put in monies together and then perhaps begin to sponsor some good meritable programs in the country that will foster the youth to also gear towards the ideology of labor, of merit, of work, of study, things that are positive. Now, look at if it even means some universities, for example, they are first-class students, or just those kind of a thing. Because if you look at what is happening right now, even in the university system, for example, you realize that those who score who get the first class, they are even their gifts, for example, it is not even encouraging. You hear some gift, you hear maybe 50,000 first class, or they just give you a piece of paper, and that is all you hear, all these things. So this is where we need to correct the mindset and make the young feel like, if you put in the work, there is higher chance that you get a good answer, that you will be favored, that you have the good connections to even the plethora of diasporans, Nigerians who are doing well everywhere they are, and they can network.
Okay,
I think this is just also
can I ask a question? Hold on.
Yes.
I like what you said. The youth now should look. Can you say that any young person now who is about to enter a secondary school, or leaving a secondary school or going to university in Nigeria, I haven't seen his brother or sister or uncle haven't graduated for the past 5-6 years, is in the street walking and looking for a job, doesn't even have a job, can't do it. That person will be encouraged to get to the point where this educational excellence will be showing. You think it's possible in that society?
Sincerely speaking, I know it is difficult. It's practically impossible because that is the mindset that the system has already wired into everybody now. And the ease of even
I'm coming, sir. And then just suppose that also with a person who you see who just went to sing one song, and then the millions are following. Who will you and he didn't go to school, and he's jumping up and down half naked everywhere, whether it's a man or woman, doesn't really bother. Do you think education can get that leverage you're thinking about in Nigeria?
The thing is, it's not going to be, all our solutions won't solve a problem even in 5 years. But gradually, they are going to, it's just like water on the rock. You won't see the path in the next 10 years. But after 20-30 years, you begin to see, this thing is doing a serious damage. And you can see its path on that particular rock.
Okay.
So that is my suggestion. We need to do the right thing
steadfastly. Thank you.
Let me say something real quick. So my dad, hold on. My dad told me, right? My dad told me there was a time some Europeans, right, came to his city in Abat, right, and they gave people money to bring polythene bags, right, all the polythene bags, right, and the garbages anywhere they can find them. So people were bringing those and they were giving them money. The goal was to kind of sanitize the environment, to remove those, those polythene bags, because they create a problem environmentally. And this was done by Europeans that came into that city. And I think we can do this. We can do something like this, right? We can do something as simple as that, because we know the effects that it's going to have on the environment. Right, we could do something like that. That's the idea, and also we could do something like community gardens, right? Encourage people to create community garden in their cities, in their various communities, small communities over there. We have it here, right? These ideas, we can bring it there. We can tell, hey, create community gardens where you can plant your crops, like your tomatoes. They have nice weathers there. They can plant their tomatoes. Anyone can have access to it. Every street in Nigeria, every street in every city should have a community garden where people can plant crops and be able to harvest whenever they want, right?
Okay.
Thank you. We can bring these ideas over.
Hold on. And Chim, what's your view?
KJ, good afternoon. Sorry, and compliments to everybody in the panel. I came in late, so I wasn't sure exactly where you guys started. So I like to always put that out. So. But following from what I heard from both is that eccentric or something, and then amen. If you ask me, I would think my views have always been that the issue of the mind, you know, the value system that we have as Nigerians, that's one of the places we need to start changing. I'm very high on if we have a government that is sincere and genuinely wants to do something constructive, that the office of the national orientation has a pivotal role to play. So I think it was Ehime, or was it you that asked this question now, and it triggered something, which triggered something earlier in the week on Friday for me, and I'll share that here. I have worked for brands that have sponsored some of these events that you're talking about, where, you know, to put it in a mild form, somebody wears pants and becomes and gets 5 billion. I know what you're saying, so I just wanted to put it up in that way, and I hopefully people understand what I'm saying. Versus somebody who was the best student in WAEC, or junior engineers and technicians. You know, you win something and you get $200. Sorry, you get less than ₦1 million compensation or encouragement. I get it, but you see, these things, these reward systems are a function of our society. Don't forget this. Now, that brings me to what I said struck me in the week. I was walking somewhere in the week and I was observing something, and my consciousness just said, Chim, what do you see? And I said, people who are not aspirational. I said, exactly. Can you see how they are happy doing this thing that for you as a Nigerian and other Nigerians, you people will not want to do? I said, yes. He said, they are so contented doing it. They will do it, they will take their vacation and they will go to Scotland or go to Germany to go and watch Euros. But we back home, we're very aspirational. We are not satisfied cleaning the streets. We're not satisfied being janitors. And there's nothing wrong in it. That's nothing wrong in it. For the person in the society who feels after grade 12, which is basically WAEC, go and find a job, they're satisfied doing the job. I attended lots of grade 12 graduations this past May, June. And I know the things I listened to. You know, in some of those places, we had Nigerian children graduating grade 12, and they were the ones going to the university. You would hear things like, Jack Smith doesn't exactly know what he wants to do yet. Jack Smith is taking a year off. Jack Smith will be going to help his father in the farm before deciding whether he wants to go to college or university. You will hear Mary Jane wants to take the time off to travel the world because she's not sure what she wants to do. Then you will hear Olugbenga Adesami. Olugbenga just gained admission to the University of Waterloo, where he's going to study microengineering. I'm just making up things, but you guys understand what I'm saying. But this is the system they grow into. Their system tells them that there is time. You can take your time and go do what you do. So there's a value system. Our value system is different. And that because of that value system, that's why you see those who have skills, musical skills, might, in the pursuant of that musical skill, decide to throw away the moral part. They'll go to Big Brother Nigeria, Big Brother Africa, and the likes of those events that some of us feel is just a useless thing. You understand? But that's where the money is, because the value system speaks to money. The value system doesn't speak to creativity per se in 100% and encourage people to reflect on what they're going to give back to society. So we need to start looking at how do we change our people's mindset. I shared a bit of it yesterday. I wish I had spent more time on the channel yesterday when they were talking about, I think it was a forefather brought up the idea of how to change this whole idea of our military men and police calling other people bloody civilians. And I said, it is not those military people that are the problem. It is our political class that is the problem. They're the ones who created those things. It's not even the military boys. And I give an instance. When somebody wants to settle quarrel between his fellow civilian, and he knows he has a brother in the army who can give him soldiers to go and harass someone. So that's where this whole "you know who I be" thing came from. We're not far away from the values we've inculcated in our system. I've lived in Nairobi. I've lived in Kenya.
And so I can appreciate what is going on in their country because I've lived in their society. But you know one thing, the average Kenyan is more politically, civically educated than Nigeria. Nigerians are very illiterate when it comes to civic and political education. Very illiterate. We don't even understand our left from our right. Forget what you see us do. Even our politicians in the house don't understand civic responsibility. But the average Kenyan knows his civic responsibilities. So it's not only, and that is why you can see that their police, to an extent, can afford to even submit. Yes, there were some breaches when they battered their people. I agree. I'm not, but on a large scale, they know the rights of their citizens. Their judges can take decisions on behalf of the society and damn the political group. And they will take that decision in the best interest of their country. So the average Nigerian needs to go back. We need to go back and start learning a lot of things, unlearn and then relearn. Until we unlearn some of the things we've learned. I listened to a whole Senate president talking at a function where he should have been talking to the minister to say, Minister, if the senator representing FCT is complaining, I would like two of you to go have a sit down together and resolve it. What did you hear from the Senate president's mouth? For those of you who have watched it, go and listen to the man. And I was asking, is this guy the Senate president of Nigeria or what? So you see, the point is, without rambling all over and over, we need to go and unlearn and relearn. There's a lot of garbage we Nigerians have packed in our brains with respect to how things should be done that we need to go and remove and start learning the proper things. So I think that's where we need to start, KJ.
Thank you so much, Chim. The case of the Senate president is like when you carry a jester to go and follow you to go and ask for the hand of a girl in marriage. Of course, you know what a jester is going to do. So he will not leave his character. He will display it there when the food is offered. So I think, you see, Nigeria lost it when Akpabio emerged as Senate president. I mean, I would say that without, any apology to anybody. We don't know what the Senate is all about. To make it worse, we brought in a jester to come and be the Senate president. Yeah, Righteous Man, are you there? Or should we do Bumi before you come? All right, yeah, there. You go ahead, sir.
No, let me allow Bumi. After Bumi, then I will go.
Okay. Bumi, you've been listening to us. You follow the discussion so far. We want your touch on it. Oh, Bumi disappeared. Okay. Okay, maybe that something went wrong with her. All right, so we've been able to go around, talk about these issues.
So
now, move to
so do I need to beg? Do I need to beg first before you get to my turn?
Since
I don't understand.
Since Bumi is no longer there,
yeah, go ahead.
KJ,
go ahead, Righteous Man. I'm coming to
you.
Can
I take my shot?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what the doctor said, his analysis, submissions, I think we have a long way to go in Nigeria. A very long way, because when you listen to his analysis, though there are some area that he gave hope, but that hope is a tiny hope. When the larger percentage of the society are not politically aware, then it means there is no hope. If you look at what Chim said now, Chim's submission is that I think he said he lived briefly or somewhere in Kenya, and they are socially and politically aware. But back here, the larger percentage of Nigerian masses are not politically aware. And then Chim made a submission that I agree with. All this why I've been saying it. Our value system differs. And I can tell you, it is creating a fundamental problem in the Nigerian setting. You see this value system. Any society that does not have a value system cannot make progress. Honestly, but if I want to analyze it the way I want to analyze it, it will not look as if I'm a tribal bigot or religious bigot. You see, the value system, I was born, and before we left River State, you know, and then stayed a little while in the East, and then migrated to Lagos. I never knew a public, I never knew there was something called a winch. When I was in the East, I never knew there was something called a winch until I came to Lagos and I began to hear about Yaje, you know. Then I started asking, they now said there's a way we winch and thereabout. So because while in the East, we were not exposed to those negative aspects of life in calling somebody a winch or a wizard, you know. So the system, the value system of each of the region or each of the tribe in Nigeria is so, it differs so much that we need a leader who can bring all Nigerians together and let them see themselves as one family of a black man, you know, then begin to rearrange the systems that have been working against us. Because I was asking one person question on radio, I think last week. The president set up a committee to enhance his economic policies. And the people he brought into this group, one of them was the person who was crying a few weeks ago that his refinery, his oil business had been sabotaged, that we have great mafians in the oil industry than anywhere else you can think of. And then he happens to be one of those called upon by the president to, you know, to pilot the affairs of the economic policies of this present government. Now, when you look at the money, 2 trillion that was budgeted, you look at how that 2 trillion were shared among different sectors, you begin to ask yourself a question. This regime, do they actually have a vision for Nigerians, for a better tomorrow? Now, for example, they allocated 550 billion naira for support of threat, say, is this threat support or whatever? Okay, general threat support. General threat support have no identity. It's just like trader money they were sharing during Buhari regime. You know, going to market, giving people 5,000 naira and thereabout. Now you are budgeting 650 billion as general trade support. To who? Who will share it? How will they get the money? Then on security, I mean on agriculture, you budgeted about 350 billion. So you can see that the readiness to alleviate and change the country from the present condition and situation of things is far from the present regime. And so Nigeria is in a really big time crisis that I don't know if I call the Nigerians in diaspora to engender the move that will lead to the liberation of the state captured by the few elites and politicians in Nigeria. I don't know whether I'll be making a mistake by saying so, but I think.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Thank you so much. Ovie.
By saying,
sorry, Ovie, are you happy for me to go ahead of you, just so I can bounce?
There you go. Go ahead.
Oh, brilliant. So thank you, Ovie. I just couldn't help. I wouldn't normally come in this later, but I was just listening to all these psychedelic thoughts on how you're going to change the world, this revolutionary zeal and all that. So, all quite amusing, you know. As I was saying to your guest, power only changes hands at the center. That's how power changes hands. Power changes hands at the center. You know, you will cite Arab Springs, the goings on in Kenya, those are anomalous situations. Power only really, you know, all this left of center, kumbayaism, and let's rally together and go get them. It's all very cute, you know, but power really only changes at the center. And if you are coming from the far left, that's fine. But you have to gravitate to the center stage, still holding on to the ideal of your leftist zeal in order for you to seize power. So if you are looking to effect a change, if you are looking to pressure the center stage by educating the populace so that they are more aware, and then using that as a baseline to effect better governance from the center stage, that's good. But if you are actually looking for power, then power only changes hands. It's a century-old count. It's never been any different, so I'm not quite sure. It's all very cute. Oh, let's get together and go and get them and all of that. It's all cute, but power only really changes hands at the center, and that is how it works. So I just wanted to infuse that. I wouldn't normally come on this late, but I was a little more than
let me help you with that. Don't go bed.
I'll ask you a question.
Don't leave. Let me respond to that. Don't leave. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't you. We was at the conversation. I think.
No. No. What you make a point. I'm not saying what you said is wrong, but it's not complete.
It's not complete.
Yes.
Well, what's the missing bit?
Power only change at the center. You're 100% correct. Competition only happen at the center too. That's what you don't know. So when competition happen at the center, guess what? They have to come and look for allegiance with the majority, which is the public, right? So the power changes hands via competition. Somebody has to win at the center, and the only way you can win is to ally with the people. And the only way the people will gain is for them to come together and actually put their own bid forward. As simple as that. So I agree with you.
I don't understand any of that.
Power only change at the center.
Hold on. I heard what you said. Don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that. Power has nothing to do with the people, so that's the first thing. So
you are not getting my point. That's not what I said. I agree with you. Power only change at the center.
Yes.
Through competition. So competition only happen at the center. Forget what we do at ground. Doesn't matter.
One man to more. You really believe power has nothing to do with the people for real?
No.
Explain further. Explain.
Everybody knows that.
I don't agree with him. Oh my. Okay. When is my thought? I'll tell.
You want me to explain to you that power has nothing to do with the people?
I would like to hear it.
Power has nothing to do with. You are presented choices that are not your choices to make decisions that you have no effect on, and ultimately it's gentlemen in oak-paneled rooms that make the decision on who governs you. In America, in the United Kingdom, in Nigeria, globally. So the Kumbayaism from Che Guevara all the way through is never really affected. It's very good for the optics, and that rallying call and hoopla. It's just you know, I wouldn't really come in, but I couldn't really believe what I was hearing. You know, this
one man, hold on. The Kumbayaism they're talking about was all brought about the military leaving the office in 2019.
No.
1999. You know, 19,
no.
To leave off. I'm coming, sir. Let me talk.
No, you're wrong in that assertion.
The Kumbayaism that I'm referring to here is that they were student activists, they were lawyers, they were civil society organizations that converged in different parts of Nigeria and brought enormous pressure on the government to leave.
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong. Please correct me.
You are. What affected
my battery won't die, I beg. Let me tell you.
All right, let me hand back to you. Thank you for yielding the spot, but you are wrong in that. Maybe in future conversations I'll expand on that, but it has nothing to do with let me just say this. What led to 1999 was essentially the fact that the Yorubas were hard done by, and the Yorubas were nucleus to the Nigerian paradigm, And the risk of losing that nucleus was what affected that. It was nothing to do with anybody rolling on the street. It was essentially about the Yoruba State had done by. But let me leave it there. It opens up a wider conversation, which hopefully we'll have in the course of time. Excellent job, KJ, as always. Thank you, V, for using your spot.
Thanks, man. My battery is running down, so let me just go. Let me start by where one man actually stopped. I agree with one man. Power only change hands at the center. But what he also doesn't understand is that
can you explain that? I was going to ask him, but he has left.
I'm going there.
I want to ask you a question that you will help me answer, because since he has left. So you say you agree with his assertion that power changes hand at the center. I'm trying to understand what center we're talking about. What exactly is this center? And how this center is the only place where power changes hands. If you would like to elaborate.
Sorry, Chim, I want to add, I want to give baby to your question also. This center we are talking about, is it Nigerian center or is it power general center we are talking about? Let's also understand that.
And that fact that it has nothing to do with the people, I'm interested in that.
My battery go die, yo. When I allow me to respond. You guys are asking one question. Yes, where is the center? In every society, from time immemorial, right, is governed by few group of people. It's run by few group of people. It changes as human beings evolve. You understand? It clearly see with that those that live in America or Western world, now corporation they run people now. There are specific group of interests that run America. So that's what it means.
Sorry, Ovik. Mr. KJ, are you okay with a pushback, or we should keep quiet and let him finish?
Let me finish. When I finish,
let him explain himself. Since he has follow-up.
No. Let Ovik speak, because he's about to go. Let Ovik speak.
Hold on. One man, I'm happy you're back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming back. Please,
yeah,
I would like to ask you a question later on. Let Ovie finish.
Okay, just hold on.
Well, thank you that is here to explain what center means. Yes, let me just go straight to it. Power change at the center. What happened started at the center. Everything started at the center. That's why I said even the votes that we talk about, even the selection also happened at the center. But when we are in a quote-unquote democracy where majority quote-unquote rules, what happened is that when that competition starts at the center, whoever aligns with the majority on the street wins.
No.
That's what Tinubu. Hold on. No. That's what Tinubu is the president. He won with the majority, whether we like it or not.
No, Tinubu won at the center. Oh my God. No, hold on. So, apologies, everyone. Ovie, one microsecond.
Okay, right. Let me just explain your center. Go ahead.
What you're saying is wrong. You said Tinubu won at the center. You said Tinubu won because he had more votes, but no. Tinubu won because he won. Tinubu became the president of Nigeria when he got that APC ticket, that infamous day when everybody aligned behind him. So that was when the center shifted.
Tinubu is part of the center. The competition started from the center.
What do you mean? Talking in abstracts, talking specifics.
No, okay. What do you mean? Power begins at the center. What do you mean by then?
All right. Let me explain. So the power paradigm never really shifts. So there are certain set of people that hold the sway of power in Nigeria, everywhere else, universally, and then consequently globally. So
did I spoke Yoruba? Sorry, did I spoke Yoruba? Isn't that exactly what I said?
No, you are talking about some competition. Maybe I'm not at your
Hold on. You are taking our time. I said every society, anywhere in this world is governed by a group of people or interest. That's what I said. That's what you just explained.
Right. You speak, and then when you're done, maybe I'll just have a microsecond and then I'll leave. It was only really I was still listening.
Before you leave, I want to take you on the people and power sheet. I got my own facts here, and I want to take you on that.
Yeah, but let Ovie speak first.
You live in England. You have the command of the Oyibo more than me, but we are saying the same thing.
Go ahead.
The same thing with the talk. So Tinubu is also part of that center. So the competition actually begins at the center.
Your time
at the center. Now, but who align with the majority wins.
Your time is up. Time is up. It's okay.
What do you mean? So my time is up. Are you serious?
One man you want to respond to
Are you
who align
serious?
with majority
Let Ovie expand a little bit more. Ovie, expand a bit more. Let Ovie expand a bit more. Ovie.
Yes,
Let me talk to KJ. KJ, you say my time is up. Can you please explain to me? Because I was supposed to be the second person on the row. I waited. Somebody even pointed out to you on the comment section that it's as if you pissed off and you knew it. So tell me how many minutes I spent, and I will tell you how many minutes everybody spoke.
It's okay, Ovie.
So what do you mean?
Ovie, there's no.
I did not even make a point. You guys keep interjecting me, and you say my time is up. Why?
Hey, your audio is not coming out very well. We are trying to hear you, and you are still shouting, and other people are talking at the same time. We can't even make a sense of what you are saying. So I'm trying to.
Because you guys are not supposed to interject when I'm speaking. It is my turn.
Calm down. Calm down, please.
Go on.
Now, you can go ahead and talk.
Calme-toi, monsieur Ovie. Calme-toi.
You know, you guys can't go, man.
No, Ovie, carry on. I think Ovie has a point to make. So let's hear it, Ovie.
Goodness me, man. This is protracting.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay.
One man wants to, or Ferrari, you want to ask a question?
Yeah. I want to take one man on the power at the center and has nothing to do with the people concept that he pushed. This is the belief of Nigerian elites, and this concept is absolutely wrong. It is true power happens at the center.
It's a global phenomenon.
You say, well, let me
make my point.
So one man, sorry, hold on. Ferrari,
no, let me
hold on, I'm with you.
I'm with you. One man, please. You're going to have to listen. Don't interject. Let people speak.
Okay.
All right.
So you alluded that power happens at the center. It's true. Those who are in the corridors of power, and that is the concept is globally, but in Nigeria, power happens in the center, but conflict starts in the center. And whoever has the majority, I can give you an example, will now eventually have that power. Now, let me start with the Roman Empire. The dispute between, I got my examples here, it's only 4. The dispute between...
I only have about 5 minutes, so don't take time at longer.
The dispute between Caesar and Caesar and Brutus were involving Mark Antony. At the stage of the coup, Brutus had power. But the moment Mark Antony addressed the crowd at Caesar's
no need for all this
power
now.
immediately switched. Okay, that's
just
one.
Just listen.
Second example.
He listened to you. Why can't you listen to him?
It's going on a long and winding road.
It doesn't matter. All you have to do is listen.
Jagun, please be quiet. Please, thank you. A second example, apartheid. You understand? The people were there waiting for the center to have a fracture. And as soon as the center had a fracture, power switch. The second example, the Russian Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution. There is no power without the people. So don't come here and push that Nigerian ideology of the Nigerian
ideology.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
And the Glorious Revolution also.
In Nigeria.
Hold on now. Ferrari,
hold on. I'm about to finish my sentence. Who is that?
You're asking your question. Let
KJ. Okay, KJ. Yeah, it is only in Nigeria that the elite foolishly believe that all power is centered on them. But they will find out.
Listen, just give it up, my friend, man. You're not making sense.
Out as soon as the people are enlightened enough.
Why don't you just let it be a conversation? Don't do thumping or
okay, I'm done.
Don't do hooplas and hoo-ha. Don't hoo-ha.
You haven't been listening. You haven't afraid there, one man. I don't like talking to you because you're a fucking idiot. However, in this, I like to keep quiet. And you haven't been listening to what's been said. And then you're telling him how to speak. That's not for you. All you have to do is hear what he's saying, and then you respond. The rest is rubbish.
All right. I thought we were going to have
There we go. Commentary. You're going to make all kinds of commentary that don't speak to the subject. Speak to the subject.
Soji, I'm going to need you to moderate your language and don't use that.
As I said, we don't need your clarification on how to speak. All you have to do is speak your own. Speak your own. Fucking asshole.
No. Don't do that. Please. So let me go to what Ferrari is saying, and then I bounce after that. I thought we were going to have like a
no, don't bounce after
no,
that.
Let him bounce as quickly as possible.
Appeals from this guy. What's led to that? We led from having a conversation. Very high on weed.
I'm going to shut you guys down. You're going to force me to remove people to backstage. I don't want to do that. Please, let's control ourselves. Ferrari, one man, the question has been put to you and you clearly heard it. Please go ahead and give us your response.
Yes, all of those, because I was only really trying to pause Alaba only because it was going to go on a prose. So deliver it in sonnets, not in prose. We don't need the long verse. Yeah, so because I get the thrust of where you are. All those XYZ that you listed from Rome to all the way through to your travels through Europe and wherever else.
Junior.
What's that?
I say you're Pastor Junior.
Go ahead.
No, that's the biggest insult of Maska, I'm a big fan of yours, so I'm not quite sure why.
I'm not here for fun, so I don't suffer fools gladly. Go and write it down. My fan or not my fan, I will not suffer fools gladly.
All right. If the language gets a bit too colorful, then I might have to, you can disagree with that.
You can disappear if you want to disappear, but just make your point.
Guys, allow him now. Allow him.
Let him make his point instead of commentary.
But allow him. We can't keep doing this.
One man, can I quickly ask you a question and then
no, don't ask him any question yet. One man, I still have a question to ask him. One man, please address Ferrari. Then we can each ask you a question.
I will address Ferrari, but let me just say this first. All this I think I cannot say somebody that's a youth here, so they're all grown-up adults. So let's keep the language to the level of our maturity. So
what about not commenting on how people speak? What about giving people their license to speak their own, and then you speak?
No.
Thank you. So let me just go to what Ferrari was saying. I was only really trying to pause you. I was only really trying to pause you because you were going on a long and winding. You were going to start listing examples after examples when the essence.
No, it's because you don't have patience to listen. That's why.
Jagun, come on.
Let him speak. Jagun, let him speak.
No, it's the weed, isn't it?
Why should I let him speak when he's speaking rubbish?
I know. Just let him speak for now.
I've not said anything yet for you to establish that it is rubbish.
Well, that's what I said. Imagine how much time you've taken, and we haven't heard anything. So I complicate that. And speak to the
point. You moderate this platform so that we can have orderliness.
I'm going to be forced to move.
Please.
Let me just. There's still a question. Your question, Alaba, I was only really trying to pause you because you were going on a long and winding, and I already had the essence of what you were saying. So all of those examples that you cited, they are anomalous to how power changes. So those are anomalous to how power changes. Power, as I said, it changes at the center, and the decision on the control of power is decided by very few people, not the Nigerian example, the global example. So that's how power changes hands. In the real world, that's how power changes hands. So in spike situations like this Bolshevik revolution, etc., that you were citing, yes, that's a force of mass to effect change. But those instances are often few and far between, and ultimately, globally, or overwhelmingly, the way power changes hands is at the center. It is the decisions of the jostling within that center space that changes power. I hope it's not too vague to be understood, but I think it's clear enough.
One man. Can I then ask? What?
No, Olumide, no. Some of us have been here. I actually triggered him coming back. He left, and I said I wanted to ask him a question. Unfortunately, he has left. Then I'm sure he heard it and he came back. So you're going to let's
ask question. Let's allow him to talk now.
One man. My question is, and I'm still not very clear. I want to understand what this center really means, and I'll tell you why I'm asking that question. While I understand the other context you put around it is making sense to me now, I want to really understand this center properly. That's why. So I don't know if you understand my question.
I do.
Okay, so please, if you can educate me, I want to understand who is this center? Where is this center?
All right. Let's use Nigeria as an. You see, power has always been. There always has to be somebody in power. So that's the first thing we establish. So, however it goes back, somebody ultimately gets in power, and then when that person gets in power, there's a power structure around that power, and that power structure around that power never lets go of power, irrespective of the leanings within that power structure that power gravitates to. So that's to abstract the concept. So let me narrate down. If you go
I disagree.
With what?
No, please let the sentence come to an end, please.
All right.
Right. If we go to the Nigerian example, the Nigerian example, for instance, there are power structures within the north, there are power structures within the southwest, there's some power structures in the southeast, but the southeastern power structures does not really affect the power. This is not an ethnic something. I'm just speaking to the realities as I understand it. I may be wrong, but there are power structures. We saw that play out in Abiola. We saw it play out again with Tinubu. So those structures are there. There are power structures within those spaces that control the Nigerian.
Sorry, one man. Jim's question was to the point. Where is this center? You are rambling yourself. Where is this center?
The fact that you do not understand it does not mean that I'm rambling.
Jim, do you understand? Jim, you understand?
Is an educated person. Why can't he understand what you're saying? If you can't understand what you're saying you're rambling.
Doesn't mean that rambling is more to your limitations than anything else.
It's how you communicate. The way you communicate needs to be well versed and audible. So if you're communicating and somebody's telling you that he doesn't understand, it's for you to perfect your information, my friend. Don't make things upside down because you live in an educated world.
Thank you. I want to move on.
Yeah, man, move on.
KJ, please. The only contribution I want.
We're not enough. That's not. We're not here.
That's my only contribution.
No. We're not enough of it. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's contribution, and we're not here to discuss power. Another day we can discuss the issue of power and power base in Nigeria. I quite understand all those. The power in the north, I know where it is west in the Sokoto Caliphate. We all know that. So please let's move on.
Why is he always stammering? Tell me, why does he always stammer when he doesn't? He's not a stammering person. And then why does he, when he speaks, why is he speaking like he's singing? Why did they have to? Audibly, he's awful. Hearing him is disgraceful. His pontification of education and of authority, it's all pank. I don't even know why we accept him on the show. He's got nothing to do with us.
All right.
He's a smart child. No, I've never met how they talk because normally when he comes on, I don't speak at all. But in this time when he's coming on the platform to direct everybody how they should speak and what things mean, I mean, it's a slap in the face. He's supposed to. Anyway,
when you go on that way, you make it difficult for me to be able to take a stand.
I apologize, my brother.
Of anybody from the platform, please. Okay, we have had a very useful discussion today. Well, I have about 10 minutes to round up this broadcast. So we have other things lined up, but I don't think we can get into all that today. So we may probably just end in the next 10 minutes. So I would like to take everybody's final comments. Master, starting from you.
Okay, thank you, my brother Kechi. And I'm so happy that you have lost your power to take my mic. You know? Yes. I think it's been a wonderful discussion. All I will say is that I'll go back to my point. We need to understand that we need to come together across the divide. And when I say across the divide, I mean Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, Muslims, Christians. We need to understand that there are people who are oppressed and that there are a set of people who are oppressing us. The set of people that are oppressing us, it's so evident that they sit and meet together. If you go to the National Assembly, it's across the board. And they sit and share money without fighting, without saying that we'll give only Igbo or we'll give only... Yeah. Look, they are smart enough to say that, okay, president will come from this place, Senate president will come from this place, and they will have a way. Of course, they do their small wrangling, but they don't let it get out of hand. If you start going too much, they say, off your mic. We all know that in Nigeria. They say, off your mic. Off your mic. So we need to, and another thing I would like to say, we keep saying government should consent. No, I think each one of us should begin to talk to each other. The same way I'm preaching to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the same way I'm preaching to 7 people now. That in my opinion, I think we need to band together. We need to come together. It doesn't mean that we all see things the same or we have the same objective. But we need to understand that if we want to achieve anything substantial in the country, we must shelve our differences for now. That does not mean that we are not different. We are. I may have some and by all ramifications. I'm proud of it. Okay? But that does not mean that I can't talk to KJ if he's an Igbo man. Yes, I said Pansad, I will not answer his question, not because he's an Igbo man or because it's simply because I want to also use my small power to teach lesson to people. It's not just because we're on the same panel, you talk to me anyhow. It's not every time I'll give you that opportunity. So, but at the end of the day, all I'm saying, let's work together, please, gentlemen and lady. Well done, Bumi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man.
Can we let it just continue? I'm still trying to gather my thoughts.
Okay.
Master, can I ask you a question?
No, no question. No question.
I beg, KJ, I want to talk to Righteous Man. I beg. Yes, ask Righteous Man.
This is going to derail us. So.
Yes.
We are not on any rail. That's the truth.
We are on 10 minutes rail now.
That is KJ's 10 minutes. It can be 30 minutes. You know all this. KJ is a Nigerian, pure Nigerian. You will see. We'll be here for the next 30 minutes. Go ahead, Righteous Man, quick.
Master, good evening.
Well done, sir.
Jonathan said about us. So, me about how we're going to handle Jonathan.
Okay, let's talk. You have my number now. Let's talk. Let's plan for him. Don't worry. We'll plan for his downfall.
Thank you. Let's move on. Janaba is not on the
like to go next, KJ, please.
About him. Thank you. Thank you. Righteous
KJ,
man.
I would like to go next, please, because of
no.
I'm calling.
No.
I beg. They won't drag me.
No. Righteous man.
So,
final comment.
Yeah, KJ, you will pay for my divorce because.
No.
It's really a fruitful. It has been a very fruitful Sunday, and the submissions made have been very quite big and very relevant. My prayer is that charity begins at home. Those who are in this platform, they should begin to practice all these solutions they are dishing out. If we come here to talk without a plan to make our talkings to be effective and to, manifest in our own relationship and standard, then it means we're just wasting time. Let's not begin to blame our politicians all the time. Sometimes we have to look inwards, look here. How have we been able to articulate things and have a common goal that we're pursuing? I know it's have your say, but have your say. We must have a direction we're going because we are concerned citizens of this country. So I just pray that all of us will have that mind of building a prosperous nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, Ferrari.
No, thank you. Two things. First of all, two things came out of today. The one is the panel, and two, Nigeria. But first of all, before I talk about those two things, I want to thank you very much, KJ. You did a great job today, except for highlighting my comment, but you did a wonderful, great job. And so the two things that came out from today as a summary for me, because I don't like just coming for 3 hours, not learn anything. Number one, this panel, what happened today to you by people removing Panzat without your authority goes to mirror the Nigerian situation on how we abuse power, but we don't see it. And I keep telling people this panel is a total reflection of the Nigerian community. That's number one. That came out today and you yourself felt it, although I'm always the troublemaker, but now we could go backstage and talk to each other as moderators so we can see our flaws. So that, like you said, we want to attract people, not drive them away. That's done on the panel. On Nigeria, you all might want to beat down one man today as much as you want to. But today, he asked the most important question. Before I go to what he did, let me praise the effort of Malcolm Fabiyi, a great man, a great Nigerian, educated Nigerian, an elite, a well-to-do, a professional, a good man. Don't get me wrong, for Malcolm. Thank him for coming today. But Malcolm today made me learn a lesson that have been bugging me for years. Why are the Nigerian progressives not making traction? Why? And that I got my answer today. Now, it's not against Malcolm. I got my answer. We're not making traction because, one man tried to argue, power is indeed at the center, whatever that center is. But there has to be fracture at that center, and whoever can move the people would win power. That's when you're going to have a power change. You understand? So what I realize is that even the so-called progressives in Nigeria are in one party. I don't want to use the word party. One accord with the ruling class in terms of thinking. So I learned that today from today's conversation. The ruling elites are together, even though they are in opposition or opposed. You understand? And that's why we're not getting traction. So until there is fracture at that center, and it will only happen among the elites, because the elites are the ones who push political ideology. If Malcolm believes our democracy is okay, I believe we shouldn't be criticizing Tinubu. That's why I want to end it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Jim.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll try and make it quick. One, so the whole idea of power being at the center and changing Nigeria, it's like I'll go back again to what I said, and I'm not going to shift from that. We need to do a shift in our minds. Now, while I understand that a few of the things that Ferrari mentioned that what's his name, one man was agreeing with, might be occasional things that happen. See, that center he's talking about, where I think he was missing it, and unfortunately, because of the way we got a bit disruptive, we didn't let him. I was going to ask him with this question. Yes, power might be at the center. Look at the Arab nations that are stable. UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and which one am I missing? You know what is helping those guys maintain power? They know that if they don't keep these people happy, then they will create chaos that pushes them out. The people don't necessarily care where the power structure lies, especially if there is food, they can feed, they can go about their normal lives peacefully, and whatever they need and aspire to, they accomplish it. Once those things are provided, people really don't care where the power structure lies. People will start getting interested in where the power structure lies and want to make a change when the leadership of that power structure is insensitive to them. And those examples that Ferrari mentioned, that's what led to those people, you know, one person will identify it and steer the people to push that power, to help him push that power out, and then he consolidates on the power. But you see, the moment you start taking care of the people, at the American side is even that way too. If we see, you see that the average American who is not necessarily leaning left or right, and we call him independent, they are the power structure. The moment some of these things, the economy is no longer favoring them, or there's some policies they don't like, guess what? They swing towards the next other person who seems to be closer to what their ideals are. That's what I wanted him to break down for me. Unfortunately, we didn't get him. So the last thing I want to say is this, guys. I keep repeating this, not because I'm a peaceful man, but because I'm trying to be reasonable. We can disagree with people without using a barrage of negative names and all those things for them. I learned something. KJ is the only person who probably will identify this because we come from the same location. They say when you want to, what's the word? You want to expose someone, you know, you take him through his father's land, expose him there, and then show his shame, literally. You know, I would have loved to interpret it in Igbo language. Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. The point I'm trying to make is this. When people who are not typically used to our group come, let's let them. Even if the person is idiotic in the way you perceive him to be idiotic, let him land on that idiocy. The moment you start cutting him in, it's like throwing a stone. A madman throws a stone and you throw a stone at him. People will start wondering who exactly is the madman between you and the mad person. So I think we need to start learning some of these things. Like I said in the morning, there was a short program that Show and Electricity did, and I said something. I said our problem as a people is not just our leaders; it is us. But the issue is this: because we're not taught how to negotiate, we're not taught how to discuss. The average Nigerian is always into a fight, constantly, rather than listening. You understand? Other people sometimes, even when they are fighting, you see them, they are jaw-jawing. They will disagree. We all saw how Sunak respected the new incoming prime minister. I mean, I watched that video where he called him. He says, even though we may share different perspectives, he said he's a decent man. This is a person who has just knocked him off prime ministership. He called the man a decent man. He said, yes, he's fighting for the same thing, maybe in a different way. Let's begin to realize this. When we start realizing this, our politics will get an elevation. Right now, what we're doing here is what is symptomatic, is what we're seeing our politicians do. That's why it's a cutthroat. That's why it's a dagger kill. That's why people send assassins to eliminate their opponents. It's because of some of the things we're doing here. People take certain things too deeply to heart. It's not necessary. Disagree with somebody, see the person tomorrow, drink beer with him in peace. Once you're not able to put your hand in the same dish with somebody you don't share views with, then there's a problem. There's a big problem there. I want to be able to sit down with somebody I don't share views with, and we drink and we eat. I want to be able to go to the north and see somebody that, oh, maybe he's Muslim, I'm a Christian, and he welcomes me into his house, and I go and eat in his house peacefully. He comes to the south and I reciprocate it. But man, we can still disagree. I can still belong to APC and he belongs to PDP and all those kinds of things. That is where our politics has not grown yet. That's my perception. It's my perception. Our people are not taught the decency of having a conversation. We take everything an extreme. And I end here, which is why an uncle of ours comes here, I don't want to mention anybody's name, and takes things out of context. The day I say what he likes, I'm an Igbo man. The day I say the thing he doesn't like, then I'm an Epulefu. I'm not an Igbo man enough and all those things. It's because of all this. You know, it's the truth. People don't see beyond, okay, these are his views. They differ from mine. My views will differ. There will be a day our views will coalesce, travel the same streets. I'm not going to always be at a different point from you. That's not the way life works. So I think that's one of the things I want to leave with us. That's one of the things I'm learning every day. Let's learn this give and take is necessary. Hold someone's view, say, okay, you know what, I don't agree with you. And I don't agree means I don't agree with you. And that's fair enough.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Jim, does he has connection with value system?
No. That's nothing. That you're finished. You're talking. You're ended. No more question. Thank you. Now, what?
My turn.
Yes, I know it's your turn. What Jim said is very correct, and that's what we should take. One of the things we should take home. Learn to disagree, but not be disagreeable. You can disagree, but not being disagreeable. It's two different things. If we learn that, we'll be able to converse to anybody and still not, get overboard. Yeah, Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you. That was a long, repetitive to some large extent speech from Chim, and a lot of it I don't disagree with. Having said that, people may get me wrong or get me right. I don't know. I'm a man of much respect. I respect people, and I like people. I like to be afforded the same respect. When somebody comes on our platform and comes on saying that I'm only coming on to laugh at everyone with their suggestions as the kumbaya and all the rest of it, we continue listen. If you remember, the last time that one man was on, when I was on, I didn't speak to him, but I defended that he should be allowed to speak because people were blocking him worse than I was just then, or worse than it was perceived. The reason why I was asking, because he came on, one mocking the whole platform. All these seem to have gone over everybody's head, but you're there, lying down, receiving slaps for free. You continue. That's the first thing. Secondly, he then began to lecture people on how they should speak. I mean, are you accepting this? Is that acceptable to you? Are you not an adult? Does somebody have to teach you how to speak? You see, when people have objections and they voice their objections, and that voiced objection should be made clear, I don't think we should see that as an interruption. These are ways that we protect ourselves and this platform, the integrity of this platform. This platform has many issues and problems. Now, all of us know. The backstage yesterday, many of people weren't there, but there was a queue at the backstage last night. And we stayed here until 8 a.m. UK time. And we went deep. We went deep. The depth that we reached is that people who have angst to grind with one another on this platform, they opened up, said what their issues were, and apologized to each other and came together in a large way. Now, for me, this is a way towards progression of how we communicate. Communication is what we're here for. And for those of us who know how to communicate, many of us don't know how to communicate. We may think we do, but we don't. People may, you see, I do clearly more listening than I do. I speak a lot, don't get me wrong, but I do much more listening than I speak. And in my listening, sometimes I am let down by the way people communicate and miscommunicate. But it's not to say that we pick them up on every angle, but we should be encouraging. And I think we should be rather protective of the intellectual value that this platform has. If you go to other platforms, you're either hearing a monotone, which is one man speaking to everybody, or you're hearing the most controlling environment that you've ever come across, or you're just hearing rubbish being spoken. Now, that's my take on things. I'm only on this platform. I show my face on this platform. I'm as true as I possibly can be on this platform. You see my face, you all know my name, you all know who I am. The way I give of myself, if you met me in the street, I'm the same person that you're seeing here. And that's rare, because the way I operate in my life, there are different positions that I have. And in those positions, I manufacture a new jargon to deal with this particular arena that I'm in. On here, you're getting my full self. And I believe that many people are giving their full selves on this channel. And I believe that that needs to be upheld and applauded for those who come on board and be themselves and can be themselves on this platform. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, some minutes ago I saw. Maybe he's coming in for the backstage talk. Is there anybody who have not made contribution or final thoughts so far? Everybody have spoken.
I think I have not spoken.
Oh, all right. Please go ahead, sir.
Thanks for the submission, everybody. And I think there's no more better way to end the show than these submissions. As I said, respect is the first step to civility. If you can't respect my opinion, even though you think it is stupid, and if you think it's stupid, I think I deserve that respect to my opinion. And that should also mean it should show in your attitude or you're receiving it. So, and on this platform, we have different opinion, which is normal. That is one of the reasons why we are where we are in Nigeria as well. It's one of the reasons why I call for a kind of regional system, in my own opinion. But it's just basically to let everybody understand that we all have our differences and it should be respected. Until we respect that differences, we can't come together as a person. We can't come together as one. Until we understand the Yoruba man respects the Hausa man respects the Igbo man respects the Yoruba. Everybody must respect one another. The way they do their things is different from the way you do your own things. But that doesn't mean yours is better than theirs. Empirically, it might be better off, yes. But let them do it the way they are doing it. And if you're going to make a suggestion, or you correct suggestively, not you come as if you are the authority to that. So I appreciate Jagun's statement. I appreciate the way he fought one man, because I think he got it wrong in that regard to make the intellectuals on the platform feel like they were speaking stupid words. And I think Chim rightfully ended it well. Like, we should also still learn to accommodate ourselves. And because I feel if we didn't give audience to what he has said, because you can imagine, after he spoke his words, like 3-4 persons came up to ask him questions. And not that we don't understand what he was saying. I think there was no need to ask questions. Some questions you just have to keep to yourself and let it be, and let it just flow like that, so that we can have the conversation. So that would be my suggestion. And thank you to everybody for the wise words that you've submitted today. Hopefully we get it as one nation, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, my final conclusion will be, you see, the more the merrier. If just one person was there, those who term themselves to have all knowledge and understanding, and you are the only one on the platform, you will not enjoy it too. So allow those people you think don't know so much to also hang on, so that you can have an audience to speak to. Your vast knowledge, your encyclopedia that you're carrying and going around can be benefit to other people. But if you always come and you think, you're the only one who can be heard, it becomes a problem. Today, we have listened to a man who has spent a lot of his time in doing research and doing all kinds of work, especially in the area of West management and all that, who is a true Nigerian, who has been in the streets, in the street protests and, struggle for the politics in Nigeria and all that. And today he came and shared his experience. Sometimes when you want to compete to people's experience, sometimes I don't understand what you're trying to say. You're not there when they were fighting the battle. So you can only learn from them. I hate it when people come with superior knowledge. Nobody has superior knowledge except God. So listen to everybody. And I, for one of the things that really, really I wonder about is this certain individual, when he comes, he has the right to ask people, and the people willingly give up their positions for him. I don't know why. I'm not in this game, so I don't know why. He comes. When you come, you don't want to wait for other people. Okay, you don't wait. You just want to come in, speak, and go out. Nobody comes to sell crayfish here. All of us are panelists. We all have views that we have come to canvas. So let's behave and know that the other person is as important as we also are. And don't come, it doesn't give you any better room or understanding or make you even better using insultive words on people. It doesn't make you to become better than you, that we see you. Rather, it even reduces your personality, irrespective of what position you occupy. I thank Dr. Rudolph, who has given us the opportunity for the platform, and we'll keep trying to see how all of us can be accommodated and everybody can.
Don't close. Forefathers is around the corner, so you might not let him know you're about leaving so that he can step in.
Well, I've already done that, but it's not seem to come in. So, except you, Chim, want to take over?
I'm not inside the main distance though. But I saw his chat. If he's available, let him come in. Otherwise, okay, can shut down.
Yeah, because he can hear me, and someone is asking me a question on the platform. I thank all those people who have been on the platform with us all this while. So many of you have made so many very useful comments, asked useful questions. The guy asking, I didn't remove Panzer. I didn't remove him. Someone removed him from the backstage. It's not me. I don't. So the reason being that they felt probably he was being. I won't do what I will not. I won't do some of what I will not do to myself. I don't like being removed, so I will naturally caution until it gets to the point of removing him. But it didn't get to that point today. And sometimes, as a moderator, we allow those banters to go on because it gives those of you who come here to look for what to laugh about, what to shout about. We just give you opportunity, not because we cannot control it. We just want you to be happy, so that those people who are gentle people like us, who want civility, will also after a while stop it, so that we all can get back to normal. That's the purpose, not just because we couldn't control or we're out of control. Thank you so much. Forefather, if you're listening to me, I'm giving you the next 1 minute. If you don't come in, then I have to shut down because Chim will not take over. All right. So thank you, everybody. It's been a wonderful discussion.
Are you going to leave it for backstagers? Because
backstage, I'm not going to. I'm only going to go off the streaming, and then the backstage will be open.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and have a blessed night.
Well done, KJ.
Thank you.